I was so bad at it.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Esther only got 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And
You know, I've had like that experience when I was I've been yelled at by all my friends who are medical health workers that
well, you know how I was. And
like stood up and screamed at me and said, "Did you see that white woman she and I said, "What about ACS?"
They don't like to hear that.
No, that's when she started to scream.
Yeah.
Right, like really scream.
yeah,
You know.
no. People
In the middle of a restaurant.
You see, it didn't matter.
I was I was on a rant for about a month, and then so many people defriended me. I was like, I'm gonna just walk away from Facebook for about a month till Sanders is officially out.
Oh, me too. And Peggy. I mean, Rose and Sarah. Befriended me, then asked to be friends again, then unfollowed. It was, you know, always like categories of levels of anyway. Yeah, no, they were just.
But you know, it's like the split between the liberals and the leftists. But the liberals
You ready to go?
that they're liberals.
Right.
I think we're gonna get started.
Okay. Yeah, this looks pretty much
You
like.
guys, I think we're gonna get
Yep,
started.
sounds great.
Oh, we should get microphones.
They really do.
And it's just pure inclusion without anything.
There's workshops.
And they don't.
There are workshops that run concurrently with one another.
Yeah, I heard that, which is they think common place action.
And when
Hello?
you were people who had a critique of marriage, I remember it because you used to teach it.
Good morning. I think we're going to get started. Thanks for being here so early. For anyone who is interested, we have copies of the Beyond Marriage statement here that we'll be talking about now, so feel free to come up and get it, or I can send it out. It's a historical document.
Pass it around.
Now you're getting up. A handout.
Here, I'll have one you can use.
So, first I should say we've had a couple changes to our panel. We've lost 2 of our speakers and gained another one, so I'm excited about getting our new person. Up here with me are 6. Oh, so sorry, we've lost Catherine Acey and we've lost Kendall Thomas both to illness, which is a shame because they're both really wonderful. But I do have some really wonderful people here with me at the end here. I have Debanush Dasgupta, who used to be on staff at Queers for Economic Justice and now is an assistant professor at the University of Connecticut. Sitting next to him is Lisa Dugan, who's a queer studies scholar, journalist, and activist who teaches at NYU. She's written some books and articles, was one of the editors of the Queers for Economic Justice special issue of The Scholar and the Feminist, New Queer Agenda. Sitting next to her is Amber Halaba, who's currently a senior activist fellow at Barnard College, but she has worked everywhere you can imagine in the movement, including leadership positions at NGLTF, at SAGE, at QEJ, at GMHC, and others. She's the author of My Dangerous Desires. To my right is Nancy Polikoff, who's a law professor at American University and the author of Beyond Straight and Gay Marriage, Valuing All Families Under the Law. Next to Nancy is Terry Bogus, who directed the Queer Families programs at the New York LGBT Center for close to 2 decades. Since then, she directed the Edelbrick Family Project at Stonewall Community Foundation and currently works at Funders for LGBTQ Issues. She was a founding and long-term board member of Queers for Economic Justice. And then last but not least is Ignacio G. Rivera, a two-spirit Latinx indigena performance artist, activist, filmmaker, lecturer, sex educator, and mother who prefers the gender-neutral pronoun they. Ignacio is one of the founding board members of QEJ, has over 20 years experience on multiple fronts, including economic justice, anti-racist, and anti-violence work, as well as feminist and LGBTQ movements. And I'm Joseph D. Philippis, and I was the former director of Sage Queens, and then the founding director of Queers for Economic Justice, and now I'm an assistant professor at Seattle University, and still getting used to that. The organizers of the conference asked me, or I spoke with them about assembling a panel for this, because it was by coincidence the 10-year anniversary of the Beyond Marriage statement, and the 7 of us were about a third of the people that were involved in drafting this statement 10 years ago. In 2006, about 24 of us gathered folks from all over the country for a weekend to discuss concerns we had about the marriage equality movement that was happening. And it was a really interesting weekend because many of us shared very similar concerns, and many had concerns that were not shared. But we didn't all have the same critique. Some of them overlapped, and some of them were different. But we spent 2 days finding the places where we all had common ground. And so everyone will be able to talk a little bit about what their concerns were, but they came from related but different places. We released the document after we had done outreach to folks we thought would be interested. And when it was released, it was about 250 signatures, some of whom were fairly high-profile people: Gloria Steinem, Cornel West, Barbara Ehrenreich, Judith Butler. And so it garnered a lot of press. And then a bunch of us did the press circuit about it for a while. And then not a whole lot else happened from our end. We didn't have a lot of capacity to do organizing around it. So it really was less of an organizing project and more of a public relations, public intellectual, trying to raise discussion type of project. My memory, and you all should tell me if you agree, but my memory is that the right-wing press took us really seriously, and there was a lot of response. The left-wing press pretty much ignored us. The mainstream press loved it from a perspective of, oh, look at the catfighting inside this movement, and so like Newsweek and New York Times and a bunch of sort of mainstream press covered it that way. And the marriage equality people were, as you might guess, delighted. I believe Evan Wolfson was quoted publicly, so I can say this, as calling us liars, that the only way that people like Gloria Steinem and Cornel West would have signed on is if they didn't understand what our real agenda was. So the marriage, it was not received by some quarters as an invitation for dialogue. And then the mainstream LGBT organizations that were not leading the marriage fight but were caught up in it had complicated and differing responses. And so we'll be talking about some of that. And then it just is worth mentioning that most of the recommendations we made have not been implemented. And so what is this other than an irrelevant piece of radical writing that no one paid attention to is sort of the question that we are wrestling with. Some of us, I get emails on a regular basis from people who are teaching it still in schools, and that's heartening. But from a policy level, not much came to fruition. And so we thought we wanted to talk about what is still relevant in the post-marriage world. So what I would like to do, with that as sort of the background, and I should just mention quickly who the authors were that wrote it together. It was, because we're only a third of them. It was Catherine A.C., Terry Bogus, Debanush Dasgupta, myself, Lisa Dugan, Kenyon Farrow, Ellen Grzinski, Amber Hollabaugh, Lorraine Hutchins, Serena Khan, Richard Kim, Carrie LaBelle, Anna Oliveira, Corey Parrish, Suzanne Farr, Nancy Polikoff, Achebe Powell, Ignacio Rivera, Kendall Thomas, Kay Whitlock, and Beth Zemsky. And we are delighted to have.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was a great group of people.
And then we actually agreed on a document.
I know, but we spent 2 days, debating how we were all going to agree, and we did. So that's sort of remarkable on its own. So what I'd like to do is ask each of the panelists to talk a little bit, just for like 3 minutes each, about why they did this. I have a series of questions for them, but the first one is why did you decide to do this 10 years ago? What was going on in your own work that made you want to be a part of this? What was going on in the marriage equality work that you wanted to address? And what were you trying to do? So who wants to go first?
I never go first. I just want to get it out before I forget. So I think a lot of things were happening for me around that time. I remember when we started having discussions about marriage equality, my first instinct was to organize something at my house for queer and trans people of color, to talk about how this is affecting folks of color. And I remember sitting around talking with people, and person after person that went and I asked, they said, well, the reason why we should fight for this is because they're telling us not to. And that was the biggest reason. And so I felt like it was very reactionary, and then we started talking, and at that time I was I used to be on welfare. I was a welfare mom with my young child, came out as a lesbian then, and at the time I was doing contract work because I was kind of sick of the nonprofit industrial complex. So I started doing a lot of contract work. So I was straddling doing economic justice work, helping out with QEJ, and then also performing at the same time. So a lot of performance around identity and poverty and things of that nature. So I think for me, in thinking about why I wanted to be a part of this movement, one, because I was homeless, I was on welfare, and being on welfare as a single parent, which I never identified as, I identified as an independent parent, this construction of like what family is supposed to be, while the LGBT movement, or the LGB or the LG movement was talking about queer marriage, at the same time there's welfare reform talking about how our families are supposed to be constructed. So if you were on welfare and you got married to the father of your children, then you would get more money, incentive, right? Not ever thinking about domestic violence or survivors of domestic violence going away from husbands or boyfriends or anything like that. So I saw two things kind of happening at the same time. It's like we're fighting for this recognition, these benefits that only pertain to a certain group of people, and at the same time we have Bush in 1996 with the Welfare Reform Act, talking about what legitimizes us as families, right?
It was Clinton, actually.
No, but before that, I'm saying Bush and then Clinton. There's a whole long line of them, right? So it was interesting to see that kind of talk about what is legitimate. When I think about the queer movement, I think about how savvy we've been and how resilient we've been around constructing our own families and our chosen families, and how we survive economically, romantically, spiritually, all of those things. So it was a direct opposite move for me. Like I just, and this was never to say that marriage in and of itself is a bad thing. That's for people to decide personally. But when the state is involved and we get these benefits because of it, then there's a big problem there, especially when a lot of us don't fit into it. And as a polyamorous person, I didn't fit into that framework. I don't ever want to get married, so how does that affect me?
Yeah, I had a somewhat similar story. First of all, there was my own innate just boredom with the whole idea of marriage. Like that was one reason I filed on. I just never fired my imagination from childhood on up. It only got worse as I got older, and I could actually do it if I wanted to. I wanted to less and less. So part of it just didn't represent liberation. There was nothing colorful or exciting or vibrant or imaginative about it. It was just trying to pound our square peg into that round hole and make it work for us, and it wasn't really working. That was one reason. The other reason was the sort of juggernaut, monolithic thinking around it that was that Queer Inc. or Gay Inc. was really doing at the time. A bunch of us were at the Creating Change conference in 2005 or whatever it was, and the then ED, who was a guy I really like actually for many reasons, but Matt Foreman got up and he basically said at a plenary, it's all about marriage right now. You're with us or against us, and we were
And we're
flattened
drawing a
by that.
line in the sand.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was, yeah, with us or against us. You're a good gay or a bad gay, and he was making that very clear, and we were really feeling like, wow, we're a bunch of bad gays. Guess we should work on that somehow. And then,
gays together.
and also I'd been writing and thinking a lot about class issues and family formation at the time, and what under-resourced people, what sort of recourse people, under-resourced people had in terms of family creation. And so there was that issue, and also hosting events at the Center for Queer Families, and seeing a lot of people come to our events, not because everybody's gay and that feels good, although, you know, that was nice, but primarily because the food was free, and because there were toys for their kids. And so I was really acutely aware of that, and the wildly diverse family constructions that people were utilizing or calling upon to create their families, and how they were just not going to get protected by marriage. I called it, you know, when are we going to do something for the dreaded flamboyant? You know, the people who are just on the outside, who we celebrate really in every other way, but when it comes time for the benefits gravy train, they're just going to be left to the side. So those were, I think, the pathways to this thinking. And I do want to say one amendment to what Joseph said. I think I just want to lift up higher than the rest of us the voices of the people who really went into a room and drafted the statement. Because yes, we, for 2 days, grappled with it, all of us together, and had a big word salad up on some flip charts. But there were, I think, 4 of you who did it. And that was
Lisa and Richard
and Kay Whitlock.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a big job. And I think Terry Burchett, as I recall.
Yeah.
So, you know, I want to particularly elevate the folks who really did that hard work.
Who was
Who was the 4th thing you said?
You, no, you.
Oh. Like, I don't recognize that name. Early, very early.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nancy Polikoff. Thank you for calling us all together, Joseph. This is great. And I just want to say for myself, personally, it was an amazing 2 days. It was the first time I ever sat in a room of people where we went around the table and said what our preferred gender pronoun was. So it was really quite an education for me, aside from an amazing opportunity to be with allies. So I came up in the feminist movement in the 70s, and I had the feminist critique of marriage, all the feminist critiques of marriage. And I was a lawyer, and I was part of a small group of the early lesbian and gay lawyers who started meeting to talk about the work that was going on around the country on lesbian and gay legal issues. It goes by the name Roundtable. I mean, it has a longer name, and it's basically about doing litigation and some other advocacy around lesbian gay issues. And it's dominated now, as you would expect, by Lambda Legal, which is the largest of the LGBT litigation groups, but nobody was a large group then, and we would meet, we actually used to meet twice a year, and there were repeated conversations about whether marriage should be a priority. And those conversations eventually turned into what became the iconic essays in Outlook magazine that were the twin essays of Paula Edelbrook and Tom Stoddard. And not knowing that they would be that at the time, I remember actually sitting at my desk the day Paula Edelbrook called me, and she told me what she was doing, and we sort of hashed through what things she was writing about together, and I read drafts and really had no idea at the time that these, if you haven't read them, they really are the definitive early statements, pro and con, on making marriage a priority for the gay rights movement. And clearly I was firmly in the Edelbrook camp. And it was, as Terry made reference to, it was sort of the same time that the right wing, and Ignacio also, the right wing was promoting marriage. So it was Bush who started the Healthy Marriage Initiatives, and the whole notion that marriage was how women were going to get off welfare, and therefore the state wouldn't have to support them anymore. And the Heritage Foundation had an enormous amount about it. So there was marriage promotion going on in that context, and to be in a group of gay people who were doing their own form of marriage promotion was really very disturbing for me. And I saw the resources of the movement moving in that direction. And part of what happened was the backlash against the advances meant, as everyone knows, there were all of these ballot initiatives, and you didn't get to vote for pluralistic marriage policy. All you got to vote for was up or down on same-sex marriage. Well, if that's your only choice, you know, I used to say, as between David Blankenhorn and Evan Wolfson, I'm gonna vote for Evan Wolfson. You know, now little did I know David Blankenhorn would later on join Evan Wolfson, you know, because it was marriage, for all the reasons the right wing, some of the right wing signed on to same-sex marriage. And so that just took so many resources away from fighting for more pluralistic versions of family, and very little attention to the fact that a number of the state constitutional amendments, which, by the way, these parts still survive, the parts that say you cannot give any status to unmarried couples, gay or straight. There's no reason why those laws, those constitutional amendments, aren't actually still good in the states that have them. They have to let gay people marry, but for the states that went beyond just saying no gay marriage, they really inscribed in their constitution this two-tier status. So for me, it was about having allies, putting together a statement with this amazing group of people, and hoping that it would have some impact on the direction of advocacy, and really so I wouldn't feel quite as alone as I felt in my own world.
So I shared, I think, all of the critiques that my colleagues shared, but the thing that really moved me was the issue of resource allocation. I had been working with, is this on? I had been working with,
Use Amber's.
That's what it sounds like. I had been working with LGBT seniors, most of whom were really low income, and then I was working at QEJ with everyone who was there was low income, many were homeless. And to see the movement starting to pour all of these resources into an issue that was largely pushed by affluent white folks was really devastating to me and infuriating. To see issues of racial and economic justice defunded or ignored. And so that was, I mean, I didn't have, like, I had a marriage. My partner and I had gotten married in 1993, and it was in some Unitarian hippie church, and then my parents did a big barbecue, and I was never, like, for me, the idea that it should be about putting all our resources so that we could give benefits to couples was insane to me. Like, I just wanted to celebrate my partnership. So I understood the sort of romantic cultural appeal of marriage, and that was never my critique, although I respect folks who sort of critiqued that as aping the heterosexuals and we have our own, you know, we should be fighting for sexual liberation. I got that, but that wasn't me. For me, like, I got the romantic appeal, but I didn't think that my desire to have a big barbecue and have my grandmother recognize my partner and get over homophobia should guide our entire goddamn movement and put all of our resources into it. You know. So for me, the issue was about resource allocation.
At the time, I worked at the task force, the lesbian and gay task force at that time. And the task force was one of the places that was perceived as a more radical place than other parts of the movement, like the Human Rights Campaign, and was considered then a spot that did more innovative work. And they were, Matt Foreman did make that statement about, as his first statement as the ED, of drawing a line in the sand and saying you're either with us or you're not. And I was sitting at Creating Change in a row of people, including Paula and Terry and Catherine Acey and many of the people that ended up writing the statement. And we were all sitting there like, staring at each other in horror, because he has made explicit what we had all been feeling, which was more and more that marriage was going to dominate the direction and vision of the movement, and that saying anything that opposed it was not going to be considered part of an engaged dialogue, but undercutting of gay rights, not liberation, because they weren't saying liberation anymore. But I also worked at the task force, and that meant that I was in a really complicated relationship to their public position on marriage and my public position on not marriage. And when the statement was written, I almost lost my job, because they were so concerned that my name on the statement would by implication suggest the task force had signed on. And so they were very, very concerned that people would think that the task force agreed with this statement. And I felt like this was the latest and biggest fight that I had felt already in my political life was going on around the political direction of the queer movement. I felt like we were more and more losing ground with any kind of radical critique, that no one was willing to talk about the economics of the state in relation to power, including the way that marriage signs you up to the state and gives you benefits because of it, and that the whole politics that the task force, which I was then employing me, reminisced about as a more radical perspective was not what was going to be the way that they were leadership in a national dialogue. There wasn't going to be any interruption around marriage, and you were going to be considered completely an outsider. And in fact, I was told that I could not say anything against same-sex marriage when I was representing the task force. I couldn't even say that there were other positions that people could investigate, though I did, of course, continue to say that, because, you know, like, really, fire me. I'd love to have that fight publicly. But it was, to me, a really terrifying moment, because I felt that the battle about the direction of sexual politics, racial politics, and class politics was being sucked into the whole of marriage, and that it was going to be used to clobber and defeat any other perspective around many other kinds of issues that were now not going to be considered at all critical to the way that we prioritize the work, and that they were getting more and more money. And I began to see the first $1 million raised for freedom to marry, and then watched the millions and millions and millions of dollars that then became fundamental, because I was really sitting in a national organization that was helping propel that funding. And so I heard the fights in the foundation world about marriage, where Ford Foundation and Arcus and Rockefeller began to sign on as the first way that they really funded significantly LGBT work. That was the first place they felt it safe enough to make an argument that they could give that level of money. And I thought to myself, you're so screwed. So that was my
And not for the first
place. And not for the first time, but one of the biggest.
Yeah. Okay. So, like Nancy, I was very much deeply involved in both the feminist scholarship and politics, and had been for decades, in which, you know, I had been teaching and writing critically about marriage for a long time, and an entire field of scholarship and politics was organized, you know, used marriage in talking about critiques of imperialism, and, you know, like very strong critique of the history and position of marriage. And so I was a little bit startled, yes, when I saw what was developing within LGBT, and I won't say queer politics, but LGBT, and not T either, but LGBT politics. And it echoed for me something that had been happening with a number of social justice movements. And the thing on my mind at the time was the way that reproductive justice organizing in the 1970s had morphed into abortion rights, right? With the way that a broad-based social justice movement had become a kind of organizing for a consumer right? The right to buy an abortion if you could afford it. And the framing of that as a kind of private right as opposed to a social justice. So that had happened, you know, with the morphing of US policy and politics in a broad sense. A lot of social justice movements had split into a social justice wing and a kind of neoliberal equality consumer right wing. And like Joseph, I was observing the resource allocation situation where all the money then would go into the neoliberal rights organization wing of each social movement, and that would then become the progressive position. And the social justice would be underfunded and struggling for visibility, and that was happening over and over again. So this was the moment in queer politics, or LGBT politics, where this split was occurring. And my thought at the time was that I wanted for us to try to preserve a critical position as it got flooded out by money and mainstream organizing. Just even, I have to say, I never really thought we were going to win the policy debate. But, you know, being a scholar in part, you know, for me, the public intellectual preservation of a conversation is really always more on my agenda than the policy stuff anyway, only because that's where my head is, not because that's where the importance lies, right? But, so I wanted us to preserve that critical position as it began to be radically misinterpreted and distorted. So it would come back to us as, you're just more radical than thou. You're just taking up a more radical than thou position. You're just saying, you know, people are sellouts, and, you know, and you're just sort of, you know, preaching a kind of cultural hipster superiority, or you have a utopian politics, right, as opposed to a practical one. And given that that was not actually what this critical position was doing at all, and that in fact what, you know, we were trying to outline a practical politics, and we were also not saying that people shouldn't get married or there were sellouts for getting married as long as that institution exists. It should be open to all and people are going to make use of it, but we just thought there should be more out there, that there should be more and better, right? And that the cultural centrality, the symbolic, almost coercive nature of it, the privileging of a particular form was what needed to be criticized, not the people who engaged in the, understandably engaged in the, you know, an institution that, I mean, I teach at NYU. I'm going to criticize people for being involved in a corrupt institution? I don't. It's a real estate corporation that offers classes. I cannot defend it. So I'm like in no position to say, you're getting married. I also have been married. Anyway, and then I had this example from the sex wars, of like organizing of actually relatively small group of people at a time when the anti-porn position was dominant, it was making legislative headway, it was the only feminist position, and you know, a very small group of feminist activists, artists, writers got together and took over the whole fucking conversation. You know, I mean, we really did have this enormous impact, and it was, we couldn't believe it, and it was thrilling, and over time it really, you know, had a massive impact. So I thought, we can do this. We're going to get together, if we're going to do, we can do this, that it was definitely, even if a small group, even if it's a minority group, even if it's being flooded out by money and mainstream, that there was a, because I had that example. I thought, okay, yes, let's get on that train. There was just much more money and prestige and mainstream policy chops in marriage than there had ever been in anti-porn, right? So we really had no chance on the policy front, on the immediate policy front. But it was, and I think on some levels we didn't engage enough with the way people wanted access to both symbolic citizenship and inclusion and kinship. and what marriage meant to people on that front, and it was something we maybe should have talked about more, because that was an energy behind it that was different from the energy of like, you know, let's get the poor women married and off welfare. It was a different energy, and we maybe under-addressed that. But, you know, in the end, we forged this document, and that also was really kind of miraculous. And I remember, you know, being on the drafting committee and thinking, I can't stand all this woo-woo shit, right? There are a lot of people who have commitments to beyond marriage who don't think or write or talk the way I do. And we needed to draft language that included everybody. I just wanted to slash and burn. And there were people who thought that wasn't the best way to go. What? Okay. But so we had to negotiate language between people who had very different ways of framing things, right? So and that was miraculous that we did that. And then and we did create a conversation. So, you know, even though we had no impact whatsoever on the policy, and more to be addressed as we go from there.
Good morning, everyone. So on that note, you know, at the QEJ office, if you were working around that time when this statement was being written and negotiated, you took a lot of pee breaks. Now, pee breaks at the QEJ office meant we were going to smoke, but we wouldn't tell each other we were going to smoke, we were just going on pee breaks. So suddenly, at this old building that we worked at, where the elevator just came at its own pace, we were taking a lot of pee breaks. So I just wanted to add to that. Funny historical moment. But you know, I came to this work in two ways. First of all, like I grew up in India, where the history of marriage is like mired with the question of widow remarriage and access of widows to their husbands' properties. And my grandmother, when she got widowed with 6 daughters and a son, sued her husband's family for her rightful property, and that was one of the major cases that led in the 1950s to the Widow Remarriage Act. And her elder sister is India's first woman psychoanalyst, and her husband, they got married together, was also a psychoanalyst, and like many male psychoanalysts have done, fell in love with his client and got married, or with his patient. And she had a divorce, and she was vehemently anti-marriage, you know. So I grew up around women who thought marriage was useless in their lives. So my mother went up to, you know, had become a divorce lawyer, actually. So, and was recently awarded by the Calcutta High Court the award for successfully getting the most divorce cases completed in the Calcutta High Court. So, you know, I came from these two perspectives, a critique of marriage, and then to look at how marriage laws, as Catherine Frank said yesterday, are actually written on base of divorce laws. So I just know how, you know, marriage goes awry. And funnily enough, a lot of my gay male friends, cisgender gay male friends who are in law school right now, when gay marriage happened, switched from doing public law to divorce law, so or family law, because they thought they could make more money negotiating divorces in LA or stuff. But that's besides the point. So I came to this, yeah, right, exactly. So I came to this work when Joseph called me to join this conversation. At that moment, I was cleaning an apartment on the Upper West Side because I was undocumented and I could only work in cash economies cleaning apartments. And at that time, I was also doing organizing with LGBT and Q immigrants, mostly of color, who were like undocumented or dealing with detention issues. And this is pre-era of the word precarity, so I'm just going to say fragile. We were in this very fragile organizing mode where we didn't have any money, and any conversation around immigration in the gay movement was around the rights of couples to shift, to transfer, for US citizens to transfer sponsorship rights for their immigration, for their international partners. And at that time, the majorly funded LGBT immigrant rights formation or institution came out of this need for US citizen couples. So any conversation around immigration in the gay movement got totally wrapped up with the conversation of marriage. And we wanted to talk about ways, that so many immigrants were actually policed in other ways, and couldn't even get to this point. And to sponsor your partner, there was economic issues and stuff, and I'll talk about later. But that's how I came to the conversation.
Thank you. So the next question I had for everyone is, what do you think is still relevant 10 years later? And I've asked each of the panelists to identify in advance topics that they wanted to talk about. So I'm going to ask Nancy and Terry to lead us off with their related concerns. I don't know who wants to go first.
So at the time that we were writing this, I was already working on my book, Beyond Straight and Gay Marriage. And I had identified a lot of very creative forms of family and relationship recognition that were going on around the country, some of which are listed in the Beyond Marriage statement, so I won't go over them. But the ability, for example, to name one person with whom you have an interdependent relationship to be able to receive your employee partner benefits, not necessarily a conjugal partner, even an unmarried domestic partner or conjugal partner. So, the fact that there were definitions of domestic partner that were not just same sex, they were different sex also. The first domestic partnership benefits in the country were actually for unmarried different sex couples at a time when there was much more of a cultural critique of marriage. And so the idea was you shouldn't have to get married to cover your partner on your insurance. And then we got same-sex included, and then we got same-sex only. And when it became same-sex only, it was clearly, well, you can't marry, so we'll give you benefits. And so, of course, what we said at the time was, once we have same-sex marriage, these more creative forms are going to go away. And for the most part, we were right. And I promised myself I wouldn't just say, I told you so to everything. So I do have some good things to say. But for the most part, we were right. Not entirely. I work at a university that still allows domestic partner benefits and that actually expanded them to include different sex couples after just being same-sex couples. So there are some examples of workplaces that have left more of a set of options in place. But many of them have gone away. My particular sort of sub-area of expertise within LGBT families is about parent-child relationships. And what I said for years was, and we started to see it as soon as there was marriage anywhere, that we saw states, including New York until about 6 weeks ago, where if you were a married lesbian couple, your child had two mothers when the child one of you gave birth to was born. And if you were an unmarried one, the child had one mother. And unless the second mother adopted the child, that child literally, if the relationship ended, that child had one parent, and that was it. So we saw marriage being the dividing line between what parent relationships mattered and what didn't. In states where we had obtained second parent adoption, the right of a person who wasn't married to a legal parent, usually a biological parent, to adopt the child without terminating the legal parent's parental rights. In states where we had second parent adoption before marriage equality, we still have second parent adoption, although I still hear occasional stories about judges who think couples should get married before they do and then do a step-parent adoption. In states where we didn't have it, we don't have it. And the gay rights movement, litigating marriage equality and litigating parenting rights in conjunction with that, gave up on claims about the right to second parent adoption, actually settled litigation that was challenging bans on second parent adoption when same-sex couples were allowed to marry, because that solved the problem. They could just marry, and then they could do step-parent adoptions. And I mean signing off on consent orders dismissing claims about all the claims that were made about why a child should have a right to two parents, and they shouldn't have to be married to each other. And there were a whole bunch of very good claims that didn't get litigated because they were settled, because now the couples could just get married. So that not only ignores unmarried couples, but all sorts of other family relationships. The good news is, which I promised I would sort of get to, so all of this is still relevant, and attempts to counter this are extra important. There are occasionally court rulings that are really excellent, like a trial judge in New York who, in a situation where a gay man and a woman whose sexual orientation is unidentified in the public paperwork, wanted to have a child together, and they were going to use insemination and have a biological child. They didn't live together, they were really good friends, they were going to raise the child jointly, and she didn't get pregnant. So they decided to adopt together, and they did an international adoption, but it had to be done as a single parent. The woman did it. She came back home to New York. They raised the child for a couple of years in 2 homes, exactly the way they intended to, and a trial judge granted a second parent adoption to that man of that child raised in 2 homes in this non-conjugal parental situation. But the best news going forward that I can offer in this short period of time is that there is some model legislation that will be approved soon, and pieces of it have already been adopted in a small number of states that do define parent in more expansive ways, that allow, for example, if a woman has a child using assisted conception, that if she's doing it with someone else, whether that person is male, female, married, unmarried, conjugal partner or not, the 2 of them can plan the birth of that child as 2 parents, and they can both be considered parents because they have the intent from the beginning that that use of assisted conception will result in them both being parents. That there are other definitions of parent that recognize a broader range of people who may actually from the beginning be functioning as a child's parent. So that work is going forward, and some of the people who were most visible in the marriage equality struggle are in fact committed to legislative efforts to achieve more, at least in the parenting area. Most may not be, but some of them are, and I give a specific shout out to Mary Benato, whose statements I have criticized many times in the articulation of the importance of marriage and why it is more important than all other relationships, and therefore we have a right to get it. I'll give a shout out to her because she worked very hard in Maine to achieve what is the best parentage legislation we currently have in the country that makes it possible for not only unmarried couples, but a wider variety of people to achieve legal status as parents.
Just a tip, never follow Nancy Pollicock, just saying. You know, first of all, thank you for invoking Paula's name. I believe today is her birthday, as a matter of fact. And may she rest in peace, 5 years now it's been. Actually, this is her notebook, something left over on her desk. You know, where we go, what fired my imagination around doing this Beyond Marriage Thinking anyway was around family diversity that I've witnessed organically in my work. And so seeing people left outside the system included people like really multiple parent households or more complex parentage arrangements that Nancy was alluding to. I'm not saying there weren't 2 lesbians and 2 gay men and they had kids and lived in suburbia and pulled up the drawbridge and said they're the family. But there were way more than the exception to the rule, families that were more complicated than that. And as time went on, they became more of those. I think initially when I came in to do, my son was born in '88, so started thinking about this in the '80s, and there was a lot of distrust between gay men and lesbians who might make babies together. So there was a real sort of paranoia and like, we have to lock this down. There were no legal protections, so people were understandably paranoid and they wanted to define their family as just my girlfriend and I and this baby, and you can, thanks for the sperm, but don't ever come visit. And as people sort of had lived experience that was real, people realized they could actually be more trusting, more relaxed, and started centering the child's best interests in some of the calculation, and less about the parents, more about the kids, and what abundance multiple parents actually represent for children. People started creating families intentionally with multiple parents, and very commonly, and sort of defining access to children on there's some sort of a hierarchical scale, or sometimes very democratically, but the fact that there was no law that accommodated these arrangements that were really quite brilliant, quite loving, quite democratic and expansive, was a real frustration for many people. And so that, in large part still exists. In fact, when we talk about what's coming up, I have a friend who's an immigration attorney here in New York, a lesbian, who said that post the marriage decision, some of the cases she's seeing in her practice are multiple partner constellations where it's someone living outside the US, one of the partners living outside the US, and seeking to bring that partner in as a conjugal partner of some kind. And how obviously that's a huge stretch, and she's bewildered by what to do, but is willing to sort of grapple with it, but it's sort of like the next frontier. And that's exciting, and of course the right wings, they would say, "I told you so." But that's what's happening. And actually, I said, "Well, tell me more." And she said, "Actually, what keeps me awake at night is undocumented children who are here without any parental protection or family, who are being separated and incarcerated, essentially." So I think about that more. That's what keeps me awake at night, rather than these multiple partner situations. But that is, in fact, something that's happening. I think it was, the Beyond Marriage statement was less an organizing endeavor than it was kind of a galvanizing endeavor. I think we had hoped that it would mobilize community, that they'd simply see the brilliance and the good sense and say, now we're gonna go take it and organize and do the next work. We weren't sure what it would be, but we had trust in the community that would happen. I do think we underestimated the romance of marriage. We underestimated straight ally attachment to it, that it was a framework people understood who were not queer, and so they were able to say, "Oh, you don't get that, and that's not fair, and you should have that, so I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna work on that for you." And we underestimated just the limited kind of vision around that. So next steps, I suspect, will be a deeper understanding of what families look like, not just gay ones. There are all kinds of complex families, and I think we've seen that reflected in the work being done by certain advocates in DC around federal regulations that define households and families more expansively. There are becoming more generous definitions of what a family can be in law. So that's been progress, and I think further education is going to be the next step.
Thanks. I'm going to ask Lisa now to talk about what's still relevant from a different perspective and speak about some of the economic issues.
So, one of the things that we were really focused on in the Beyond Marriage statement and the politics around it were analyses really of what Terry is talking about, the real material needs and the actual relationships of people, both queer and other, right? And trying to point out the mismatch, but with those actual material needs and relationships, the mismatch of that with a one-size-fits-all kind of right to marriage. And we had lots of examples of why this didn't work. I remember, when I spent a lot of time in Utah, and Utah did something very creative before marriage was passed there. They created something called an adult designee, which meant you could name anyone. And one of the reasons they did that was because there was a case that was on their profile of a woman whose sister had cancer, and she had health benefits and her sister did not. And so she was going everywhere arguing, why does sex define, whether married or unmarried, why does sex define this economic benefit. My sister's economically dependent on me, and why can't she get my health care benefits? And that really sort of motivated activists in Utah to go for adult designee rather than domestic partnership. I mean, that wasn't the only reason, but that was there were other reasons having to do with the law in Utah. But that was a reason that they did that. Before then, marriage now they have marriage and that's all gone. That was only in Salt Lake City. That wasn't the whole state of Utah, by the way. Salt Lake County, Salt Lake City. But and also, we had other indications that about what the material, about this mismatch between material needs, relationships, and one-size-fits-all marriage. I remember there was, during this time period, a study that the Williams Institute did. It was a very creative combination of using the census and using the community life survey, qualitative data, and they used it to promote marriage in California. But if you actually read the data, they broke it out. It was all messed up by the fact they included bisexuals because it meant that everything, it made it very difficult to draw conclusions about certain kinds of economic differences. But they did race and they did income, and when you looked at the data, which didn't turn out to be in their report, it was white men of prosperous incomes were the most likely to be coupled, right? Whereas black lesbians with children were the least likely to be coupled, right? To be in a partnership at all. And so the fact that then, marriage as the singular right that was organizing LGBT or, politics in California completely ignored the differential impact, right? What did most of the constituency of LGBT, they didn't include T at all, in California, what did folks need? They needed child care and retirement and the things that all people who aren't wealthy need, and that marriage was really going to most help the most prosperous. That there was a kind of differential impact. So that's one study from California, because not a lot of there have been studies since then, but that one was at the time showed that marriage was not really a very good match to what people's material needs were and what their real relationships were. In California and nationally at that time. So in order to illuminate this, right, the material basis for marriage and for critiques of marriage, we wanted to lay out both the way that marriage is embedded in larger structures and larger histories, right, of property relations and empire. And the classic example is, of course, Europeans come to North America, and one of the first things they do in imposing European empire is to coerce native populations into a version of Christian marriage. And that is a central goal of empire, and the success of empire has to do with breaking up communal lands, making individual plots, property ownership, producing a certain kind of family for ownership and reproduction and inheritance purposes, and that the imposition of marriage is part of that project. To point that out, and then in the contemporary situation, that marriage has become a part of the project of privatization. In other words, as benefits are cut, and both by the state and by employers, that pushing populations into private households where the social costs will be privatized in private households, that was the motive behind marriage promotion from Bush to Clinton, and the marriage promotion in welfare reform in the 1990s. So, we were making this critique trying to say we need to understand, one, that marriage is embedded in these race and class relations of inequality, and it also has a history, of being imposed on populations who do not practice it, right? And bringing those populations into a set of property relations that are, that people who have been defying it. And there's a long history of that. So there's a really great book by Nyan Shah called Contagious Divides, it's about the Chinese in San Francisco and the way that pushing marriage and domesticity was a part of a kind of assimilation project there. So he ends the book talking about marriage post-AIDS in gay politics. So looking at the material embeddedness of marriage and at the inequalities that it's partly reproducing, rather than disembedding it as an equality right, and understanding it simply as an individual right to equality, but instead looking at it in this larger frame would give us the insight and understanding to maybe reframe what we're asking for, to do some redistribution, and to meet the needs of broader populations in a way that are responsive to these larger material class and race inequalities. So that our effort was to try to do that. It was extremely difficult because the emphasis on the individual right, like as with abortion replacing reproductive justice in the 80s, is a very powerful cultural and political force. And intervening in that immediately gets the response of, oh, that's just so abstract and utopian, and we just want this this equality, right? So that was a central part of what we were doing, was to try and embed marriage, right, in larger political and economic structures, and so thinking about ways we could meet material needs more expansively, democratically, by decentering marriage, and looking at ways to support, not necessarily through legal recognition, right, but through, to support households as they actually existed, and do some material redistribution for the benefit of populations who weren't already at the top of the food chain.
So to continue Lisa's train of thought, and I might get into trouble with the historian because I'm going to do a little bit of decade kind of thinking. So, we were talking about 2006, and I'm going to specifically talk about immigration benefits. If I go back another decade, which is 1996, we've talked about welfare reform, but what also 1996, 3 pieces of legislation is happening with Clinton, right? The toughest immigration reform in the history of the United States, IRA, which was passed, that actually saw the criminalization of immigrants under Clinton, compulsory detention of anyone who was undocumented applying for political asylum in the United States. We also see DEPA, which is the Death Penalty Act for Anti-Terrorist Measures. Some of this is also passed along with welfare reform. What overlaps with welfare reform is that immigrants, while going through their immigration process, even whilst as permanent residents, could not apply anymore for public benefits because the public charge record, this idea that you could not be on public charge since you are economically productive, that is why you're being allowed into the nation state, got so expanded that you couldn't even do TANF or temporary food stamps if you were going through these periods of poverty, situational poverty moments. So we see this expansion of limits for immigration benefits for immigrants, and it's unhooked pretty much from any kind of conjugal status. So from the get-go, this idea of limiting benefits, economic benefits, is very much tied to immigration reform and welfare reform. The third piece was, of course, as we all know and remember, was the Defense of Marriage Act. These 3 passed around the same time in 1996. But also in 1986, if I go back another decade, 84 to 86, is what is happening is what we remember as amnesty for many of the Latin American immigrants who were here after several political upheavals as undocumented. Now, following 1996 onwards, come to 2006 now, the whole conversation about amnesty is gone, right? It's about criminalization of immigrants, deporting undocumented criminal immigrants, and militarization of the border. So in this culture of the post 9/11, indefinite detention, which, you know, just before writes about what Judith Butler called as indefinite detention. You know, there was so much of that happening, but the spectacular indefinite detention of the men in Guantanamo is very much talked about or written about in public culture. But what was not being talked about is the everyday, ordinary, cruddy ways in people who are being detained and deported. So in this context, any conversation about immigration, to follow Lisa, was always happening in terms of personal responsibility, post-1996. That a good immigrant was supposed to be responsible for their economic conditions. And even if you had a family sponsor, you could come into the US in two-way, through spouse or parents. And in order for the spouse or your parents to sponsor you, or blood relatives, you had to show that you had 70% of more income than the poverty line in order to sponsor your family member. So, and in 1996, when immigration reform happened, Clinton issued this huge statement to all US citizens who were naturalized to be welcomed into this country, but to act responsibly when they were considering sponsoring other people. So this, what this did was it separated, again, you know, foreign-born US citizens who were non-citizens from US citizens who had gotten foreign-born immigrants who had gotten naturalized. So you separate a community based on immigration status all over again. So in this context of personal responsibility of economic benefits, which is connected to, at this point, of neoliberalism, it's so much embedded with entry-exit policy, so much embedded with who can have access to economic benefits. So a conversation about partnership benefits at this moment, which was the only conversation in terms of the lesbian and gay immigration rights task force at that point, which has become something else right now, was very dangerous, because what it was doing is it was just highlighting, exactly like many of us have pointed out, is a certain class of people who could sponsor their partners, who had the class privilege to sponsor their partners. Now, of course, as we know now, this problem has been solved, right? So, so I come to now as, you know, as part of, you know, the vague, ambiguous way in which Defense of Marriage Act was removed in like multiple phases, and the Supreme Court judgment around gay marriage. All of this, what it does is it allows now for US citizens and permanent residents to sponsor their partners. But what it does is it once again sets up the similar pattern of separating US-born foreign citizens who have access to class privilege, who can be good immigrants, with these bad immigrants, bad queer, bad transgender immigrants who are doing sex work and are criminals and should be criminalized at this point. And, you know, to give a plug for so many of the transgender activists who are at this conference who are doing anti-detention work right now, who have a broader vision for detention and prison abolition, right? So, you know, that is the context. Right now, you know, that problem has been solved, but to go back on, I just want to quickly say that the major thing that is coming up in our work right now is the rights of people to sponsor their, and bring in children from multiple countries, and to work with around parentage. And it's really connected to the issue of, you know, like renting a womb industry. It's a really complex issue.
And I'd like to ask Amber and Ignacio to talk about sexual liberation. That lovely term that seems utterly missing from so many of our conversations.
I think part of many of our interests in writing this was the dismay that many of us felt about the idea of sexual liberation, the concepts that had really driven the early part of the queer movement to define the idea of being explicitly sexual people with each other outside of traditional relationships, heterosexual relationships, had over the years disappeared and was disappearing even more as the conversation was propelled toward marriage. Because marriage, people that were fighting for same-sex marriage had a very traditional idea of sexuality within that. They weren't talking about polyamorous relationships, they weren't talking about active sexual cultures. All conversation about a radical vision for sex became harder and harder to even consider. And some of us that felt strongly about writing this document felt strongly about it precisely because suddenly we were having conversations about marriage, not being promiscuous. I remember at the task force, a number of gay men saying to me that they were desperate to find a partner to marry because the former queer movement had just promoted too much sexuality. And I thought, never in my entire life did I think I would ever be sitting talking to a gay man about how being promiscuous was a good thing, and they were telling me that they wanted to get married. I just thought, okay, I just don't even know what world I'm living in. And so, in part, I think some of the commitment we had to writing the statement was to try and talk about how the queer movement had begun with a very different understanding of the right to be sexual people in many different ways and in many different identities, and that was being reduced to a conversation about heterosexual monogamy instead of talking about the part of what had been transformative in the beginning of the queer movement in thinking about a whole range of desires and couplings that were not prescribed in two-person monogamous or serial monogamous relationships. So I think that was really important to what we were trying to engender in the conversation, and we were also trying to talk about things like sex workers. Work that was not understood in the context of the morality of marriage and the kinds of things that were considered problematic if you were a part of it because it was against a more traditional image of what should happen to be a sexual person. That sex was not, and desire was only within a heterosexual and monogamous model. And sex work was transgressive and never, ever about labor, but always about questionable desire. And so I think we were also really trying to say something about, I know I felt strongly that I wanted to defend a more radical idea of sexuality that I felt was completely culturally undercut in a conversation about marriage because of the really deep resonance of marriage politics to a conversation about desire.
Thank you. If anybody knows me, they know that I think about sex all the time. Sex is like at the core of a lot of the work that I do. Yeah, it's right there. I put sex right in the middle. And first I want to say, like, when we began this conversation, we were talking about, you know, like, we crafted this paper and we don't know if people picked it up and nothing happened with it, but I disagree. I think that this paper basically helped or was, you know, a part of creating a cultural shift in how we were thinking about things. Yeah. Maybe people didn't organize about it, but people were sure talking about it. People continued to ask me about this paper. And people, it gave permission for people who were thinking this to actually talk about it out loud, because they didn't want to be the bad gays, right? So they were like, oh shit, all these people are talking about this, but now I can talk about this, right? It's okay to be the bad gay, right? So I really do think that it helped to create a cultural shift in how we were thinking about that and not being afraid about it, right? And it totally is relevant, right? Because everything that was written in that paper, we're still talking about it now. It's still relevant in a lot of ways, and in particular, we are learning that nothing is ever a cookie cutter model, right? Even as I think about my own gender identity as a two-spirit, gender fluid person, how does this pertain to me, like same-sex marriage, and how my sex and relationships and how I form family is viewed? It does not connect to anything that same-sex marriage has tried to craft, right? So I'm completely outside of that, how I even form my family. And for me, when I think about my family, ever since QEJ from the beginning, I've talked about my future vision of what my family is, and my, living with my queer and trans people of color who are kinky and disabled. That's my chosen family network and how we support one another, basically. Yeah. How am I gonna survive in my 60s and 70s as a person who has, for the most part of my life, been a performance artist, a sex worker, and not a part of, any kind of job that I'll have a pension or something, right? So I think about this all the time. So how am I gonna survive? I'm not thinking about marriage, I'm thinking about my constructed family unit, right? And also my loverships or my partnerships, for lack of a better way of talking about them, right? Because I'm a poly-kinky person, and I have very different relationships. I have one romantic relationship. I have a relationship that I call my person, the person that will take care of things if anything happened bad, right? The person that I completely trust with everything. And then I have dominant submission relationships, where those are very logical and contracted and things, and very important to me as well. All of this is a part of me, including my daughter, who's now 26 years old. She's a part of that as well. So that looks completely different from any kind of marriage thing. And when I think about how, if I'm centering sex in this conversation, you think about how sex was the conversation about gays before, because gays were having sex for pleasure, right? That's bad. Sex should only be for procreation, which is absolute bullshit, because that's why we have condoms and birth control pills, right? Because people want to have sex so it feels good, right? So that conversation about sex was about, like, this is why being gay is bad, because it's only focused on desire, this horrible, horrible thing. And then we have that because of the sex or the sexual relationships that gays have, they shouldn't be able to adopt, because that doesn't connect with children, right? So there's this kind of disconnect with people who have relationships basically, solely based on the sex that they have. But pretty much that's what society has created, not us, right? You can't adopt children. Also, this idea that if you're not having sex or you're not connected in any way sexually, then you cannot have this family unit like you were talking about, right? Like sisters or cousins or,
Exes.
Right, exes. Like, how do you create those family units that make sense to you, right? And then also talking about sex work, as a sex worker, thinking, sex work isn't work, it's bad, you're a bad person, a bad parent, right? But sex work was the one and only way that I was able to continue to be an independent parent, because I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to have somebody try to take care of me. It was the way that I was able to sustain my life as a performance artist, as an independent parent, and to parent the way I chose to parent, right? And then also it completely just excludes polyamorous, non-monogamous, experimenting, like all types of different families. It just completely excludes it. So it's still very relevant, because this is so single issue. It is not intersectional in any way. It doesn't really talk about all different types of people that this affects. Like, we're not gonna have protection. Let's talk about, like, being lifelong activists or performers, or independent parents by choice. All of these things. How do we? And I think we've started this, like, shifting this conversation. This is what's been happening for the last decade or more. How the hell do we survive this, right? without talking about how government needs to, you know, legitimize us. We didn't need the government to legitimize us, and we certainly don't need them right now. So we need to continue this conversation.
Joseph, I know we're running out of time. Can I just add a couple of sentences to this
Yeah,
thing?
we're really
I know,
behind.
really way behind. But I just wanted to say, I remember at the moment, when we were in the middle of all of this, I was in a non-monogamous long-term partnership, and homosexuals started telling me I was immature. Immature. Cheating and lying somehow wasn't, you know, and the monogamy of like then cheating and lying, but open like was immature, and I just thought, wow, you know, how did this happen? Like an experimental culture that really drew me to queerness in the first place, and now I had bougie homosexuals telling me that I was immature for not being monogamous.
Stop looking at me when you say that.
I didn't say that, did
I
I?
was looking at you to be shocked.
I was shocked, but not shocked enough.
Yeah.
So we're running really behind. I had wanted to talk, I'm going to condense it really briefly just to return to this issue of resources. Now that we have post-marriage, what's still relevant about the resource question? And I'd argue that we have spent 10 years completely underfunding issues that many groups around the country, many small struggling groups, some of which are here at this conference, right? Southerners on New Ground and Sylvia Rivera Law Project and Fierce and the Audre Lorde Project and many other organizations around the country are doing work on a number of issues, in particular, but not limited to, immigration, criminal justice, welfare and poverty issues, trans justice issues, and those things need funding. And 10 years ago, I was really pissed, and a number of us were pissed that the groups with money and resources to make a difference weren't focused on it. And now I'm terrified that in a post-marriage world, they're going to try and focus on it. Because I'm already hearing stories from my colleagues at those organizations around groups that are looking to justify their existence now that the three things they've ever cared, they got hate crimes and marriage and access to the military, they need to justify their existence. Some of them, like Empire State Pride Agenda in New York, were honest enough to say, like, well, that's all we cared about, bye, or out of here. But some of the others are now trying to figure out what to do with themselves, and my hope is that they will direct their resources to supporting the groups that know how to work on those issues and have been doing it for years. That's not going to happen. What's instead happening is that they are trying to co-opt those issues. So something I think that warrants some serious consideration is, are we going to trust the Human Rights Campaign to take the lead on poverty issues or trans issues or immigration or, God forbid, criminal justice? So I leave you with that. We had other questions we wanted to address, but because we're all such shy wallflowers, we all talked too long. So I am going to now just turn over the last 10 minutes that we have to you all to see if you have questions or thoughts that you'd like to share. We did start 15 minutes late in our defense, isn't it? It's pointing out. Yes, Ben. So none of you killed Donahue. I'm dating myself.
Well, someone's dating us at least. So speaking of dates, Devonish, thank you for kind of walking us through, walking us through the timeline in terms of the decades, and B, making the important connections to immigration. I would actually, we're in 2016 now, but I would actually sort of point to an important legacy of the sort of binational couples, sort of constraints that the very narrowly way that LGBT social justice advocacy engaged the immigrant rights movement solely through the lens of binational couples. And I would point to like in 2006, right, when all the marches were happening or whatever, like queer folks didn't know, gay groups didn't know what to do with that, right? But in 2013, when the nation's, like the sort of federal advocacy infrastructure sort of turned to immigrant rights and the comprehensive immigration reform bill that was happening at that time, the LGBT movement, the national groups, still sort of had that legacy of, binational couples, and it took a lot of work from the groups, that you mentioned and other very few national sort of entities that got it to try to expand the ways in which queer folks engaged, right? So whether it was talking about queer undocumented folks, whether it was talking about deportations, and now that's the legacy of sort of where queer movements are supposed to be doing in terms of looking at immigration now. But I think that pivot, or that work in 2013, and the ways in which it really didn't get to talk about anything beyond binational couples, I think that's an important legacy of what happened and the things that you are all trying to sort of address.
Hi. Oh, thanks so much. That was just totally brilliant and exciting for me, just to go back through some of that. I was thinking that I was on the task force staff twice, and I came in at the height of the AIDS crisis in '90, and I learned how to fist at a staff meeting. Thank you, Urvashi and Suhai. Our Families Project was founded by a communist, Ivy Young, and women of color were at the helm of every single division. And we were working on, because the crack epidemic had decimated a whole generation of people, and we saw that as a government piece of work, which now we know it was. We're looking at grandparents raising a whole generation of kids in DC. That was one of our major partners. Everything was about how do we, basically make visible the incredible ways we are making our families and connect to other precarious families. That was the beginning. When I came in 2007, one of my first meetings was a meeting about creating change, the sexiest, hottest gathering in the country of queers every year. And the policy was the staff couldn't have sex with anyone at the conference because they were all our potential partners. And it was like, excuse me, what the fuck business do you have when I close the door to my room? You have no business whatsoever. And I could see all the gay men at the table were finally like, oh my God, a lesbian is finally gonna talk at this, because we can't do anything in this totally anti-sex, very lesbian-driven, crap policy. So I did topple it, but I was seen as, a problem, basically.
As you are.
I would just like to quickly, I'll get to other folks in a second, but I also just want to point out Abby Bott, who is with us, who spent a lot of time 10 years ago. Now she's a very important person and professor, but at the time, she still was, but she spent so many hours in our office working on disseminating the Beyond Marriage Statement, on adding signatures before we released it, getting out to the press after we released it, and I'm so delighted to see you here. Thank you so much for all that help.
Thanks, everybody. I thought this was just sort of thank you for the original document, and also for coming back. It's sort of an interesting case study, right? I'm not sure what it's a case study of, but I think that one of the points that several of you make, Lisa, I think you made this point, is that in the absence of better alternatives, marriage still looks good, right? And so in the absence of a job you can have and not have to get married, in the absence of legal status that you can have without having to get married, in the absence of having a sense of one's sexual liberation without having to tie sex to marriage, right? Marriage can still look really good. And so it's all of those options, the broader options that you were talking about. The interesting thing, though, is that some of the ways to make marriage look like a less good option are actually equality measures, right? So through the law you can get legal status, and through the law you can get equal pay. And so there's this weird way where justice measures and equality measures, I think, intertwine.
No, you can't.
It's complicated.
You can't get equal pay through the law, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. You can't
You
get
can't.
equal pay.
No, you can have an equal right to the minimum wage and no benefits.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay, so,
Yeah.
but that's not equal pay. Right,
Right.
okay.
Right.
Just,
Yeah, thanks.
yeah.
Let's be clear for those of us
Yeah, I know,
who
I
don't
just
get it.
had my little knee-jerk response, like, no.
Just to follow up on that comment, first, thank you so much for taking the time on this early Sunday morning. But in my own research, one of the things that I'm working on right now is that I'm really concerned in the aftermath of marriage equality that there's all this focus on transgender rights and interests, and that it's really being operationalized in legal forums as rights discussions. And so much of what you've talked about today, I think, shows the limitations of working through legislative and legal forums because they're dominated by really sort of cisgendered, heteronormative, patriarchal values. And so I guess my question to you is, how do you really further change injustice, thinking about making positive change in people's lives, right? Not on paper, but in people's lives, in a system where mainstream groups still think that the way to change is through legislative reform and legal reform, and as you just said, that doesn't really manifest change in most people's experiences.
Small question.
Can I say something? I'm saying that I think
Hello. There might be a way to turn it on.
well, I'll project. I think that is absolutely happening now, like in small pockets. I think especially in trans communities and gender fluid, gender nonconforming communities, doing a lot of organizing and creating clusters of thank you. Like they're stepping outside. So it's not concentrating in marriage, right? But we're concentrating on how do we get a job, right? And most likely not how do we get a job in these organizations, but how do we create things for ourselves, right? So there's a lot of groups and collaborative collectives and people creating, there's a new collective that came out, I think a Latinx women collective on how to do hair and like beauticians school. So there's a whole thing that was created to create learning and job, a job placement. So that's happening everywhere, all over the country. I did the Trans Economic Justice Institute at Creating Change last year, and I found a lot of people like being creative about those things. So it's not focusing on the cookie cutter thing, the one thing that's going to like heal us all, right? It's about really thinking about, first of all, who is at the margins, who is being affected by this the most, right? And letting people lead what that means for them, right? Because everybody wants to create, this is the thing, I got it, this is gonna save us all, this is equality, which is bullshit. Like we can have a whole discussion about what equality really means. It just doesn't exist, right? So we have to think about for ourselves, what is gonna help me? How am I gonna make money? How am I gonna have food on the table? What's gonna make me happy? What is a family to me, right? But that steps outside of the box of making everything nice and neat. My very existence is not nice and neat. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking about this constantly.
I just wanted to add one thing to that too, and it's very much similar to what you were saying, Ignacio, it means going back to going off the grid. We were off the grid before marriage, we need to be off the grid now, and we are. Most of us really don't fit anyway. So it's being a part of it, being inventive again, and doing it differently again. And I think that has been life-sustaining for all of us. And I want to invoke her name because she couldn't come today, Catherine Acey. Her work now is around aging and intergenerational communities.
Yes.
And I'm looking very much forward to reading what she comes up with at the end of this, because creating intentional communities across generations is really life-sustaining and not a common practice in the U.S. mainstream.
Hi, just want to thank you all so much. So this is not just from a personal place. It's really great to see a group of people. I'm very anti-gay marriage. I was gay married and gay divorced and been through the court systems with children, and I think it's been isolating in a lot of ways. I haven't had the language to kind of explain what it was, but at the core, it was like, this state, like trying to navigate the court system, a heterosexual, heteronormative system where they kind of have control over, sort of making decisions about your life that doesn't fit into those boxes. And it was the most demoralizing experience to be sitting in front of like mediators and people that just just even also dismissing there's two women that I'm dealing with, even domestic, kind of situations, where they're sort of dismissing that, because it's two women, or just not really, my thing is just the state being involved in making these decisions about how your life is or what it should be and also this idea that you all brought up, which I loved, which was, why do we celebrate, why do people come together and spend all this money on a wedding between two? Why are we celebrating couples as opposed to individuals? The thing that you brought up about Utah, I mean, I have a sister that's, doesn't have health insurance. Like, I would want to give my benefits to her. Why can't I do that? So I just want to thank you all for just blurring the lines from a personal perspective.
I just want to add to that I also think many of us felt that this statement was an important thing to write, because when we were trying to talk about marriage, often really what people were saying to us is that we were against love, that marriage reflected a love relationship, and we were against people loving each other and being married.
And we were anti-marriage.
And that's what it meant to be anti-marriage. And I think I don't think we dealt with that as much as we could have, because I do think that it was part of why people wanted to get married, and they saw marriage as a consolidation of love, and that people heard us talking about it as though we were by being against marriage, we were against love. And I felt that that's what people thought when I was critiquing marriage, both straight and queer, and that there was an emotional relationship to the question of marriage that had nothing to do with equality or rights, but had a great deal to do with recognition of partnerships and love, and that people felt we were attacking, if we were not in support of marriage, that we were attacking their desire to be seen and recognized as a couple, and that marriage gave them that recognition that otherwise was lost. And so it was a complicated cultural fight and social fight that didn't have anything to do with whether or not you got health insurance from your partner or how you constructed a family. And those were really difficult components of how the battle over same-sex marriage was so complicated in the political conversation, and what was shifting in terms of how recognition would recognize love.
And that we were single, bitter, queer.
Josie, could we have no more comments from the panel and just use the last few minutes to let all the people whose hands were up?
Sorry.
No, we can go
Everybody's gonna go over.
Then we can go over a little bit and just get the people in the audience who've had their hands up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make it real quick. I'm just gonna follow up like that thank you with another thank you, because I hear like some people on the panel wondering how much impact they made. Well, I'm an immigrant from the Philippines who just moved here 2 years ago, and I'm a student of Professor James Martin. Terry spoke in our class, and then the video of Nancy speaking in Dartmouth that was shown in our class really made an impact to me and like really shaped the way I think about marriage and the other issues that I also work on as an activist. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be quick too. I'm of your generation, most of you who are on the panel, and share much of your critique. But my daughter is 24. She's queer identified. Her partner is a genderqueer trans person, and they just got engaged. And I think that this is happening a lot, that our children are embracing marriage in a way that we didn't as sort of older queer activists. So I think there's some kind of intergenerational conversation that needs to happen there.
Hi, I'm Mary Bernstein from University of Connecticut. I have a couple points. First, I come at this as a sociologist who studies social movements, and in the beginning, you started, some of you started saying, well, why has there not been the policy impact that, you might have wanted? And I think the answer is, what seems to be missing is a theory of social movements. And what it takes to have a social movement and a collective identity, and a lot of the needs in terms of families, I don't actually see as, people being able to come together as, sort of, single parents in a developing the collective identity sufficient to actually, make some of those changes that, that are really, really important, as all of you have pointed out. And I think the second thing is we need a theory of legal change, and I'm interested in Nancy's response to this. I don't think the law is ever very far ahead of how people actually live their lives. The law tends, in my view, to follow very slowly. Increasing divorce, increasing single families. I had surgery this summer as a single person. My best friend, no romantic link. She was the person who would have made any medical decisions for me should something have gone wrong. And I'll give you another example. I live in Hartford, and there's a case which you may be familiar called the Scarborough 11, and it's a series of 3 different two married couples and then a few single people and their kids, and they bought this mansion kind of for a song, and they have been hounded because they don't fit the definition of a family, and so they're in the middle of multiple court cases with the city. A lot of cities have more progressive definitions of family, but they're not, they in themselves are not, and these are friends of mine, they're not sort of spearheading a social movement. They're one sort of group, and not that others don't exist like them, but I don't, so I think oftentimes the kinds of changes happen very, very slowly and sometimes piecemeal, because I think that's how legal change happens, and I think the Scarborough 11 is a good example of that, which hopefully will greatly expand the definition of family within Hartford, and that my friends won't have to leave their home that they've now been living in for several years. And then, parenting orders. I study Australia, and there have recently been legal changes that allow for other, non-biological or even not the lesbian co-parent who was there from the beginning to have some kind of parenting right. So again, I see a lot of these changes as happening really piecemeal. And then the last thing that I want to respond to is this idea that that divorce. I also came out of a very long-term relationship, never got married. I've never, like Terry, never had the the interest of being married. But I will also tell you that not having the state being, we can criticize, and rightly so, the state, but not having state involvement is also a problem. If you look at cohabiting partners, particularly cohabiting heterosexual partners who then split up, the person who always does worse is generally the lower income earner, who is often the woman, and so, and I've, my partner was a woman, but, I feel like I have that parallel experience, and not having recourse to the law in the state is also a problem. So I think we need to be careful in terms of saying, the state is all bad. The state is, the state is out for its own. The state is out to privatize, as Lisa says. It's, but not having access, divorce is actually a real benefit of marriage. And that may sound ironic. Ellen Anderson does great work on this, and she also looks at what happens with, across the country with cohabiting couples when they split up, and the law has begun to change. But I think we just need to be really a little bit more nuanced, perhaps, in how we think of some of these things.
Okay, I'm sorry. We actually do need to stop now. I apologize.
For my panel.
Yeah, I also have to do the panel. So thank you all.
Everybody, we're going to get started in a minute or two, so
So glad you're here.
find your seats. All right, so thank you everyone for being here this morning. I know it's a little hard to get here the second day of the conference on the early side. One of our presenters is still on their way, so they're going to come in a couple of minutes, but I wanted to thank...
let's applaud when they do.
Make them really know we value them. But I wanted to thank everyone, especially the panelists who you'll be meeting in a moment. I met some of them myself this morning. We're here to talk about loosely what we've been calling the family diversity movement. I've also heard some people over the course of this weekend referring to it as relational diversity, but really looking at post-marriage. What can we talk about in terms of either other kinds of family relationships and their relationship to U.S. law, or single people and their relationship to benefits in the law, families, and generally, as I like to think about it, as sort of decoupling sexual relationships from legal structures in society. I want to start off by saying a little bit about myself. My name is Hugh Ryan. I'm a writer and a curator. This panel actually came about because I, a few years ago, wrote about Dave, who you'll be hearing from later, and some of his family members. And I, in the course of doing that, spoke to Sarah right down at the end of the panel and learned more about the organization she's part of, board chair of Unmarried Equality. And I realized that although I myself have been in a relationship with two men for the last 7 years, we live together, we actually own our own property together, I didn't know a lot about what was happening in terms of legal rights and recognition for families like mine. After writing that piece, I then actually also entered into 6 of us formed a community together. We have purchased a building, and we went through all of these sort of realizations in the course of doing this, that it was really, really difficult to do that as a group of 6. Our attorney told us, don't put everyone on the mortgage, and we were like, well, then some people are going to be totally unprotected if anything goes wrong, and they were like, yeah, but if you apply for a mortgage with 6 people, you're not going to get it, so like, those are your options. And I was like, well, that sucks. And so for me, I sort of have been sort of stumbling into this conversation, and when Sarah and I started talking about putting together a panel for this conference, I realized that what I mostly wanted was to hear from some experts about ways in which, now that we have same-sex marriage, the law of the land, and maybe we can move beyond or past that conversation, what other kinds of relationships can we talk about, and how can we do that in the law, through the law? Personally, even before I was in the relationship I'm in now, I was never particularly interested in same-sex marriage. It simply wasn't a goal on my mind. I'm quite happy that it has passed in many ways, but as I think it was Urvashi Bey just said yesterday in this room, marriage shows us all that is good and limited about equality politics. And so when marriage passed, I actually found myself cheering mostly Chief Justice Roberts' dissent. And I'm going to quote from that if anyone is not familiar with it. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. He said, "One immediate question invited by the majority's position is whether states may retain the definition of marriage as a union of 2 people. Although the majority randomly inserts the adjective 2 in various places, it offers no reason at all why the 2-person element of the core definition of marriage may be preserved while the man-woman element may not. Indeed, from the standpoint of history and tradition, a leap from opposite-sex marriage to same-sex marriage is much greater than one from a 2-person union to plural unions, which have deep roots in some cultures around the world. If the majority is willing to take the big leap, it is hard to see how it can say no to the shorter one." It's a bad day when you find yourself cheering John Roberts, let's just say that. But I really did. I was like, well, yes, I actually agree with a lot of the points you bring up in this case. And not only does it point for me to the limits of same-sex marriage, but it actually made me think a lot about where the government has a role in relationships, right? And so for me, I think a lot about relationships of care as being the most important part. The government worries or has a real standing to worry about whether or not I'm going to end up on the streets, whether or not I'm going to end up needing healthcare in an emergency room, whether or not I'm going to end up a ward of the state. And there are a lot of ways you can prevent that from happening, and I can see the government's sort of standing in promoting relationships of care that prevent those things from happening. But when I think about a movement for polyamory, plural marriage, family diversity, I think a lot about other kinds of formal unions of care that we could be supporting in this country and that could be part of this conversation, but perhaps not. Earlier this year, there was an attempt to pass a tax credit for the caregivers of people with disabilities. And there again, it's another kind of relationship, it's another kind of benefit that we could be providing that has a real reason for existing as opposed to ones that are primarily based on sexual relationships. So that's sort of my piece in this and where my interest lies. But as I said from the beginning, I'm not one of the experts here. I actually just wanted this panel to talk to some of the experts and the people who have been living these experiences. And so I'm going to turn it over now to one of those folks, Sarah Wright.
Thank you. I'm going to go over here and try to do something technical. So it is true that I am the board chair of Unmarried Equality. I think I can do this. And I just want to say that my journey here started, obviously, like all of ours, many years ago, I think, for most of us. As a young child, I really felt destined for religious life, specifically the Catholic priesthood. So it's also a bad day when you learn about rank sexism when you're like 4 or 5 years old. Needless to say, I've moved on, that ship has sailed. And, but I've just never felt compelled to marry. This is one of my kindred spirit friends who just inspires me, and I'm going to take a minute just to show this, if this will work. And sound, right. So, oh, here we go, here's the, yeah, okay. There we go, let me just start right over. Okay, let's see if this works.
It's always been really hard for me to put into words what I'm doing and why. But basically, you can boil it down to the fact that I got really sick and tired of answering the question, why aren't you married? Over and over again. If you think it's hard traveling with your family, try traveling with a family of new quadriplegics. It was just short of torture. But that's okay. I mean, that's what I signed up for. Part of the deal. Art shouldn't be easy. It's what separates my work from any other snapshot taken by the Eiffel Tower. Art is supposed to be hard. That's what makes it worthy of your attention. It's important. Yes, I'm a grown woman playing dress up and house. But it's all for darn good reason. And it's not because I need medication. This is crazy, this is crazy. It's because I have the right to decide how my life looks. And you know what? So do you. I mean, come on. Women's lib was in the 70s. It's the 21st century now, and somehow I'm still not right without a ring on my finger. What's up with that?
Okay, so that's our friend Suzanne Heinz. She is a native New Yorker. She sends her love. And, you know, I just thought that showing that picture worth 1,000 words. She is a performance artist. She's based in Denver. She's working on a couple of films right now. She literally has been hauling Chauncey and Mary Margaret, those two hefty mannequins, around the world for about 14 or 15 years. So I love how crazy she is, and I also think there are easier ways. But because she's showing, not telling, it just really has always spoken to me.
And I'm going to talk a little bit later, I think, about, this is where we give Andy a round of applause. I'm going to be talking mostly about marital status and just what kind of a concept that represents in social science research, what kind of measurement that is. I think that, you know, for a long time now when I've been asked, you know, we're all filling out forms and sort of being asked these questions, I never check off a box, a marital status box. I just cross the whole thing out and I write none. I don't know about what you guys do, but I really feel like that question does not have a good objective, measurable, quantifiable response set for most of our lives. And I think that to the extent that we, you know, are asked that question to access a lot of different things in our daily lives, we're sort of closing ourselves off when we don't talk about expanding that. I think that there are, you know, on the census form someone mentioned this morning, there are ways, obviously, that people can check off more than one box now for gender, race, and probably some other categories. But the marital status box just remains so fixed and so inflexible. I think we need to have a conversation about that. I also think that, to someone's earlier point this morning about the history of marriage, I do think the institution is extremely resilient. My colleagues at the Council on Contemporary Families, the marriage historian Stephanie Kuntz, have really helped me to understand that. So I don't think that marriage is in danger of going away. I'm not sure that we will, any of us here in this room, live really to see a true post-marital society, but I do think that that's okay, and I do think that, you know, we can continue to question marriage as a legal status. I think the real question is whether or not this is going to be a zero-sum game where all the goodies attached to an institution that some people have described as greedy, versus are there ways that we are going to, without taking anything away from marriage, can we add some of those goodies to unmarried relationships? And I think that there's definitely been some movement in that direction recently, and I think that we'll continue to go in that direction. I do think also that family law is, someone said this morning, following, it's lagging. It is so lagging the way that contemporary families look and operate and live and move about in the world. I spend most of my time in healthcare, working primarily with older adults and their families. And in healthcare, we really emphasize patient-centered care a lot. That's important. But as a professional social worker, I feel that I'm often talking with colleagues, other providers, patients themselves about how we need to talk about patient and family-centered care and practice. And you know, logistically in healthcare, when we're having complex, difficult conversations about, you know, people's bodies perhaps failing them at different points of the life cycle, it's inefficient to have to repeat that conversation multiple times. But I also think that, you know, that families and support systems are really so important to healing and to health. So I think we're continuing that conversation in healthcare. So I am going to now turn it back to Hugh, and we'll continue.
Thank you, Sarah. And next up, I'm going to introduce Martha Erdman on my right.
What a pleasure it is to be here. Wow. Except for that part. All right. I have heard about this conference for years. And it is so exciting to finally be here. So, and to be on the panel, and to learn something about where we're heading in the future. As Sarah rightly said, law lags. That's just what law does. It's old-fashioned, and it's our job to pull it up to date. So I wrote a book called Love's Promises, which Hugh reviewed and said all kinds of nice things, but also said I didn't really pay attention to the poly thing. And so that's what I'm going to mention here. And as a law professor, I'll talk a little bit about what law can do. In particular, focusing on the fact that law is not an on-off switch. We talk about it as if it's either all or nothing. At the nothing end, you might be a criminal. Right back in here, it might be that you're civilly banned, so you're not going to end up with criminal penalties, jail, or fine, but they may just ignore you. On the far end, where we have an Obergefell, is full legal recognition, Social Security benefits, all that stuff. That's a lot of space in between. I am an evangelical about contracts, and I'm here to spread the good news that contracts and many contracts that I call deals can fill up this space. Some of which the deals are ones that law doesn't necessarily recognize. It might be that they're too informal. It might be that it's about something that the law says it's against public policy. But most people honor their promises. And they mean something among us. So in Hugh's example of 6 people on the mortgage, it may well be the bank says that's too much of a risk. We don't have a form with 6 places for borrowers. But 2 of those people can go on as borrowers, and then the other 4 can make a subcontract in the privacy of their own kitchen and have a little wine, and it will be way more fun. And it probably will be legally binding, albeit in a patchwork way. So in the spirit of show and tell, I'm going to tell a little story about how I became an us with a gay guy. I found myself single, 38, wanting a child. The woman I'd been with for 12 years didn't want a kid, and so I left to try to figure out how to do it. So I called my old friend Victor from law school. We hadn't, 15 years before, we talked about having a baby together in the late 80s. So I called him up, told him I'm single now. I said, hey, so you want to have a baby? Remember when we talked about law school? And he said, what do you have in mind? And I told him a little bit about what I had in mind. And he said, let's keep talking. And eventually we get a place in Provincetown for a week, and we get along well enough that one night he comes into my bedroom, because of course we have 2 different bedrooms, and he says he's inclined to inseminate. So, with the help of lots of doctors and a few lawyers on the side who think we're insane for the contracts I want to draw up, finally this boy who is, in the memoir version of this in my book, is named for Walt Whitman. Is born, comes out happy and healthy with my friend Victor holding my hand. But we're both single at this point, and we're co-parenting. And the question is, how do you fit that in, both legally and socially? I'm not going to talk about the legal part here. I'll talk about the social part, where Walter, this baby, is about 6 months old, and we have a naming ceremony in the Unitarian Church in Provincetown. So before I read from the memoir, I always start with a couplet from Walt Whitman. The little boy in the book is named for Walt Whitman. I give you myself before preaching or law. Will you give me yourself? Will you come travel with me? So this is in Provincetown, 2004. 6 months later, after Walter's born, Victor and I are in the right side of figuring out how to dose infants Tylenol and divide up middle of the night feedings. As if to show off these accomplishments in the place where Victor accepted my offer and I finally conceived, we're back in Provincetown, pushing a stroller en route to the naming ceremony at the other end of Commercial Street. Walter's a catalog baby, happily cooing and looking around, finally past the nonstop crying that dominated his first 3 weeks. It could be that the tricks we used finally worked, from jiggling him on my lap and making shushing noises to mimic the soundtrack of the womb, to watching Almodovar movies en famille. But the story I like to tell is that he wailed in shock that he got us instead of the parents he expected when he put in for a Utah birth. He was born in Salt Lake City. He's about to get inducted as a Unitarian, about as far as a baby can get from being Mormon. Unitarian child dedications bless and welcome kids into the church community, but don't cleanse them of original sin because we don't believe in it. Victor's people are Christian. He sang in a Christian rock band in high school. So I'm surprised and a little disappointed he doesn't want a christening. Half seriously, I ask whether we should, just in case there's a petty dictator ruling the universe, doling out eternal goodies only to those bestowed with magic words and a splash of water. He responds, whatever God is, God will protect him and love him. Walter's also protected by a passel of family and friends who have schlepped from far and wide to confirm Walter's place among them. It's a trick clarifying that Victor and I are an us, without slipping into the ill-fitting fiction that we're a couple. The naming ceremony's contract-like promises help tailor the terms of our deal. Where some religions are creedal, requiring belief in, say, the divinity of Christ, Unitarianism is covenantal, defined by promises to dwell together in peace, seek the truth in love, and to help one another. Accordingly, the minister, who actually is Catherine Stockton, an English professor that you all may know from writing the Queer Child. So when I say minister, picture a cute butch lesbian with a blonde flat top. All right. So the minister elicits a series of promises from godparents, grandparents, Victor, and me, finally our people in the pews, to formalize the usness of our arrangement within the larger usness of family and friends. Deal number one, the godparents. Walter is blessed, the minister says, by the care of his godparents' friendship. She also reminds those dear friends that they helped Victor and me become the people we are, as well as helping Walter go from an idea to reality. When asked to pledge their support for us and for Walter, they reply in a ragged chorus, we do. Deal number two, the grandparents. I just about hold my breath when she turns to the grandparents, asking them to share their wisdom with Walter and to support both him and us, and wonder if all four of our parents will really embrace this weirdo family. But they stick to the script, answering we do without hesitation. The parents. Then she turns to us, just as Walter departs from his script and begins to fuss, as if sensing the attention of 100 eyes. When my jiggling doesn't work, Victor takes it with a conspiratorial smile, suggesting that he too feels that we're in a play. Like a narrator, the minister starts off by clarifying that we never pledged each other to one another in love, yet here we stand ready to pledge to raise Walter together in the loyalty, admiration, and trust of friendship. When we get to our lines, we will. We're smiling as much as the tremendous fish squirming in Victor's arms, as the odd parallel between this and a marriage vow. Deal number four, the congregation. Finally, the minister turns to the pews, asking everyone whether they too will strive to love and cherish Walter and us, in times of struggle as well as gladness. As in the scripted order of service, 50 voices promise they will, also pledging to build a community in which Walter will grow old, surrounded by beauty, embraced by love, and cradled in the arms of peace. So my argument is that contracts and these deals between godparents, grandparents, friends who are raising a baby, the communities that we wanted to signal that Victor and I were an us, but not a couple. We both each since found somebody to fall in love with and have gotten married. So now poor Walter has 3/4 parents overlooking his homework and everything else. And 13 years into it, we're all getting along. I like to think that the contracts, both formally written and a lot of informal deals like this, play a key role in figuring out what people give and get. And that it's contracts, whether they're legally binding or informal ones that are more socially binding, that fill this space and allow for the plurality that will keep marriage from being the only game. I think marriage will remain the most popular game, normatively and maybe numerically, because by definition, all the variety means lots of other options. And I think increasingly with blended families and care responsibilities that take lots of different forms, contract and deals are more friendly way to mechanize those connections and recognize them and protect people in one-down power relationships than many people realize.
Thank you, Martha. Next up, we have Ricky Levy from the Whittle Foundation.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ricky Levy. I am the president of the Woodhull Freedom Foundation. We are a human rights organization, and we work at the intersection of sexual and human rights. Our mission is to affirm sexual freedom as a fundamental human right. A big part of sexual freedom is personal autonomy. And a big part of personal autonomy is the ability, the right, to choose the relationships, the number of relationships, the pairings, the partnerings that populate your life. One of our, well, I should tell you, we do an annual summit, and it would be great if you all came to it. It's in August. This will be the 8th year. That is one of our largest projects, the Sexual Freedom Summit. A second project, and excuse my throat, I have a cold. A second project is our Family Matters project. In 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was ratified. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the foundational document for the United Nations. Article 16 of that declaration affirms our fundamental human right to form family. It's a human right, and the United States agreed it's a human right. In the time since, the human rights commissions, the various commissions, have met and faced requests from other countries and from this country to define family. And they have consistently refused to define family. The latest comment, which I think was 22, comment 22, said that we have to recognize the diversity of family today and cannot limit it by trying to define it. In our vision of family, in our division of where we would, vision of where we would like to go, rights do not accrue based on a relationship. Why should one relationship have 1,500 rights and another not? Instead, if rights would accrue to the individual, that would limit the government's interest in regulating the families that we choose. It's not an either or, it's an and. Marriage is lovely for some people. For some people who are married, it's not so lovely. Single is another option. Family is not necessarily a romantic gathering. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Family could be the caretaker for a disabled person. It could be the two people living in Florida. I don't know why I always pick Florida, but it always reminds me of old people. Old people who don't vote the way I do. But it could be two people who were friends for all of their lives and who've raised their families and they've decided to live together and to take responsibility for each other. That's a form of family. I'm going to share with you, because we had this conversation earlier today upstairs, and I promised I would share it. Incrementalism, a challenge in every movement, right? So with this vision of separating benefits from a relationship, when we look at this project, one of the first things that we thought we would like to do is address the loss of domestic partner registries, which is happening all across the country. That's a contradiction for the ultimate goal of the project. But someone very wise, not me, I mean, I'm wise, but it wasn't me who said it. So someone very wise said to me, don't sacrifice the good for the perfect. So domestic partner registries, Delta Airlines, gone. Universities, gone. Verizon gave notice to their employees. Pick a state, pick any state. In Florida, my go-to state, Miami-Dade County has phenomenal domestic partner registries. The other counties, and in Florida it's by county, and there are 63 of them. The other counties are eliminating the domestic partner registries. Earlier today in this room, we talked about the fact that domestic partner registries began for all couples, and that then they became for same-sex couples, and now they're going to become for no couples. So domestic partner registries are one issue, but the core issue is the word couples that I used. So, poly. We know that everybody is worried that poly is going to be, everybody, not us, is worried that poly is going to be the next issue. That now that we got marriage equality, next we're going to want to marry more than one person. Well, yeah. But if we're talking in terms of family, then we're not talking in terms of poly or single or married or cohabiting or households. Marriage, this is the first time, this last census, that less than 50% of the households in the United States are married households. But we don't count families. Contracts are wonderful. They're wonderful. I know Andy's going to talk a bit about that. And I know that you have a big issue with contracts. You have a 37-page document, correct? 36-page? Something like that?
Partnership agreement?
Yes.
It might not be that long. It might be that long.
Okay. For those of you who were at the summit last year, Peter Goslin, who's one of the attorneys for the Scarborough 11, spoke about this. And there's one word that's not used in the contract, and that word is family. And when we spoke with Peter about reframing this argument as a family argument, a human rights argument, he was very excited, and then he called me back and he said, it's not in one page of the document. But that's the kind of work that we're doing, and that's the kind of way that we keep trying to look at the issue of married, unmarried, cohabiting, is to take it up above the different relationships to the human right to family as we define it. We being each of us. How many of you who are in here now were in the last session, the first session this morning? Oh, good. So you all have this Beyond Same-Sex Marriage handout, if you were in here. If you don't, there may be some more copies. So I just want to take a second and read you the principles at the heart of the vision in this phenomenal document. We, the undersigned, suggest that strategies rooted in the following principles are urgently needed. Recognition and respect for our chosen relationships in their many forms. Legal recognition for a wide range of relationships, households, and families, and for the children in all of those households and families, including same-sex marriage, domestic partner benefits, second parent adoptions, and others. The means to care for one another and those we love. The separation of benefits and recognition from marital status, citizenship status, and the requirement that legitimate relationships be conjugal. separation of church and state in all matters, including regulation and recognition of relationships, households, and families. Access for all to vital government support programs, including but not limited to affordable and adequate health care, affordable housing, a secure and enhanced social security system, genuine disaster recovery assistance, and welfare for the poor. Freedom from a narrow definition of our sexual lives and gender choices, identities, and expressions. Recognition of interdependence as a civic principle and practical affirmation of the importance of joining with others who may or may not be LGBT, who also face opposition to their household and family compositions, including old people, immigrant communities, single parents, battered women, prisoners and former prisoners, people with disabilities, and poor people. Those principles were written 10 years ago. Couldn't we all walk out of here today with this as a guideline and have a really good idea of what we want to work toward? Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. And next up we have writer Jim Lapata.
I'm James Lapata. I'm not quite sure why I was asked to join this august panel, but I'm very grateful to be here. I was asked to share a little bit about the work I do around family diversity, so I'm going to share on that. Hopefully it will help move the discussion forward. I did prepare comments here, so let me go through them. I want to start, before I tell you exactly what I do, with a quote from Michel Foucault's The History of Sexuality. Quote, "There is not one, but many silences, and they are an integral part of the strategies that underlie and permeate discourses." I earn my living as a journalist and as an executive, an entrepreneurial and life coach and consultant. And in 2004, I was covering marriage equality in Massachusetts for the New England LGBT Press. And I remember on May 17th of that year, sitting at my computer, typing out stories about the nation's first legal marriages for same-sex couples, which were happening all over the place by the power vested in so many people in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I felt certain that I would be one who would enjoy the right to do that soon, to marry a man I loved, even though I did not know who that man might be at the time. 12 years later, I am still unmarried. What gives? Now, I grew up thinking actually that I would marry a woman. The idea that I could love a man and marry one was not on the radar in any way. No thought of it, no discussion, no discourse, silence. As I grew older, I started to see gay people on the cover of Newsweek and in movies. Because of these discourses outside of myself, this silent desire within me was given a voice. Journalism was a key to my coming out. Then, as a young journalist myself, I have helped give voice to marriage equality discourse in a very public way. But today, in regards to my own possibility of marriage and getting married, there is still silence. Marriage, the idea of settling down with one other person in a long-lasting, committed, legally recognized relationship, as it turns out, may be no more valid for me than being heterosexual was or is. Now, along with my journalism and my coaching, I have also been blessed with a meditation practice and a master's degree studying theology, Buddhism in particular. I actually grew up thinking that I wanted to become a priest, and for various reasons felt that was not a good choice for my own integrity. But through meditation and Buddhism, I have discovered the profound value of silence in discourse. It is silence that allows inner voices and truths to be heard, and because of these silences, I have less need for outside discourse to help me discern my own path forward. When I listen to the outside today, I hear discourses on partnership and couples and marriage, etc. When I get silent, I hear something different for me. My current, and some would call him a partner, and I joke that we are two single guys who hang out together. When we are apart, we tell people we're single. When we're together, we tell people we're together. Confused? Or not? This is what I interpret actually Pope Francis means when he speaks of, quote, the freedom of God. At Francis's homily in Philadelphia at the closing mass of the World Meeting of Families, speaking of diversity of families, a couple of years ago, he said this, quote, the temptation to be scandalized by the freedom of God, who sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous alike, bypassing bureaucracy, officialdom, and inner circles, threatens the authenticity of faith. Hence, it must be vigorously rejected. The temptation to be scandalized by the freedom of God threatens the authenticity of faith and must be vigorously rejected. The freedom of God. The freedom of God speaks in sighs. It is silence that allows it to be heard. Today, for me, as an executive and life coach, it is my mission and passion to help people I work with find who they are within themselves and help them to give voice to that. To help them create the silence so that they can hear themselves, cutting through the din from the outside to hear the freedom within. And it is in my continuing journalism vocation that I feel called to help make known these stories of freedom. Stories of freedom that may not conform to narratives currently active in the common discourse. It has been instructive for me to recognize in my covering of the unfolding of marriage equality that the first state in the country to legalize marriage for same-sex couples by vote and not through the courts was in a state where the leading equal marriage advocacy group didn't have the word equality in it or any similar clearly evocative term. It was not through a mass equality, an Empire Pride agenda, a California equality, or human rights campaign that marriage equality won its first vote. It was in Connecticut. The brave legislators of the Connecticut House and Senate voted, and the governor approved, at the risk of losing their jobs through elections, to legalize marriage for same-sex couples. And the organization that made the largest push for that change was called, does anybody know it? Love Makes a Family. Not equality, not fairness, not rights, not second or first class citizens. In Connecticut, love first won. Maine learned from Connecticut's lesson, as everyone else did. In Maine's first public ballot initiative before Connecticut, Maine advocates pushed for equality and they lost. In the second public ballot initiative for equal marriage after Connecticut's victory, advocates ran an ad campaign with rural farm families welcoming home their lesbian daughters, bringing their romantic partners with them. The ads made clear that these parents simply loved their children and were happy to see them in love and being loved. Consequently, Maine voters approved marriage equality. After marriage, for me, is not about any particular model of relationship or legal status or any kind of categorization of being in relation to others. It is a matter of the heart. For me, the lesson of marriage equality is not about laws, judges, or Supreme Courts or legislators. It is about listening to the heart. It is about clearing the head and mind of all classifications. It begins in silences. It begins in silences that access the freedom of who we are and allows the freedom to be heard, tended to, cultivated, and lived out loud. This is my work, and I want to thank you for allowing me the freedom to share a taste of it with you today. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Next up, we have Dave Relza from the Scarborough 11.
Hi, everyone. And thanks to you for inviting me, or the whole house here. Unfortunately, I was the only one who could make it. So I guess our story kind of starts back in '99 at the tail end of the anti-globalization movement, where a lot of us first met each other. Through that work and discovering things like prefigurative politics, building the new world in the shell of the old. So that's kind of where it started to give you the framework. And then flash forward about 4 or 5 years into 2003, it's the height of the anti-war movement, things like that. And we're all starting to talk about how we want to live differently and put those ideas into practice. And so that was the first thing we started talking about is intentional communities. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of models for the urban setting, and so we're in Hartford, it's like a major city. There's a lot of suburban and rural models, but none quite like ours, so it's hard to find much information out there. So we're kind of winging it and making it up as we go along a little bit. So we started having those first meetings in about 2003, 2004. At around 2004 or 5, most of us were living in an artist community, which we didn't own, we were just renters. So we had that basis of community, kind of what we wanted to build on. And so as we were meeting more, and we had weekly meetings just to talk about what it would look like, never mind the legal aspects of it, but what it would look like, see if we were good fits for each other to do this. This wasn't something that we found each other on Craigslist and said, hey, who wants to live together? We were building this relationship. We didn't think it would take 10 years to get to that point, but at the time, when we were doing this and we were starting to figure out that this is gonna work with all of us, we started looking at properties. We were looking at, and at the time the group of us was about 20 to 25. I mean, this is how big it was. And we were looking at 2 to 3 family houses. We were looking at what's called perfect sixes, which is kind of like 2, 3 families together. And this is before the recession as well. So prices are overly inflated in Connecticut, especially in the Hartford area. And Hartford is one of the second poorest cities in the whole country. And so to find something that could fit all of us was proving more and more difficult. We didn't want to go into a neighborhood and kick a family out that was already living there, which was pretty much the only option at the time. So we kind of had to put the project on hold for a little bit. So half the group found a house in in the West End neighborhood of Hartford and moved in, and the other half of us kind of went our separate ways and said, well, we'll pick this up, maybe we'll have some satellite homes, and we'll still work together to build this community. And we didn't call it a family at the time. We kind of rejected family. So we wanted a new name and a new term for it. So that's why we never used that word until, thankfully, folks like Ricky from the Woodhall Foundation and various polyfamilies around the country that reached out to us after our case broke into the news, gave us a name for it, and we kind of then reclaimed that. So I want to thank you for that as well, because it has given us a focus in this fight that's made a big difference. So then, after we're kind of separate living, we're still connected with each other. We've had weddings and births, and then very unfortunately, one of our members was diagnosed with cancer. And through that, that pulled us all together again. And the work with just caring for somebody at the end of their life brought us all back together again. And then finally, once the day came that he passed, we started talking seriously again about trying to find a house and bringing this back under one roof this time. We didn't see the need. The issues still stayed the same. We didn't want to kick anyone out of their homes or contribute to gentrification in any of the neighborhoods. So, and this is now after the 2008 recession, so prices are down everywhere. So the only place that we could find a home big enough to fit all of us was in the wealthiest section of Hartford. And these are all homes that are all mansions that would typically be in the $1 million to $3 million range, but we found a house that was around $500,000 or so, which is still an insane amount of money. But then the price kept dropping every month, every week, and finally it went down to about $450,000 or so, and we jumped at it, and we put an offer in, and it was accepted. And the way we did that was with 2 people on the mortgage, because you couldn't have more than 2 people. That was the most we could have, so we took the 2 people with the best credit. And in the process of that, we started drawing up a partnership agreement, which would make us all the adults legal owners of the property, which we had a real estate lawyer draft with us. And we moved in. And then shortly after moving in, the neighbors started grumbling about maybe the number of cars. They knew something was up. And that's when the first complaints started happening within the city. And what they were doing was using a very outdated ordinance at the time. And so Hartford is also a very segregated city. And in this neighborhood, it's what's referred to as the single-family zone. It was called the R8 at the time. And even though there's multiple other single-family neighborhoods in the city, this particular one was this was the wealthy neighborhood. And who knew the biggest way to piss off the 1% was to move in into their neighborhood? And that's exactly what happened. They have all the power, all the wealth, and they used all of that to then use this outdated ordinance that nobody ever thought would be enforced. And that was the basis of them trying to throw us out. Basically, we were violating the single-family household. Even though this is a 9-bedroom home with 4 or 5 bathrooms, plenty of room for all of us, and they were designed for that many people. Because the ordinance at the time it was written was that it was, a married couple through adoption, blood relation, or any number of servants could live in this house. But somehow we were in violation of that. Even though we jointly own the home, we have dinners every night during the week, and sharing all the responsibilities and everything else. There were no complaints about us being noisy or loud or anything like that. So that's where it started from. And then that's when it started becoming this argument about, well, we are a family, we are a single family, and how dare you say that we are not? And so that's kind of where it's been left off right now. We've had a case in federal court, a case that the city is still currently suing us, that we're still working through, but all of us have now we celebrated our 2-year anniversary this year in the house. We're all still very happy. The children are all well, the sky has not fallen, and then that's kind of where we are.
Thank you. Our last panelist today from Diana Adams Law, is that correct? Am I getting that right? Andy Eisenson.
Thank you. Is it okay if I stand up too? I feel like I'm playing peekaboo with this podium. Not a tall guy. Okay, here we go.
Notice how the lawyers want to stand up. We can't help ourselves.
We spent all day sitting down. It gets tiring. So thanks everyone for your patience. I'm sorry I wandered in late. I was just in Boston yelling at some law students about parentage rights for non-biological parents from state to state, which you all missed, which is fine. I can sum it up for you. It's a crapshoot. That's the entire gist of the thing is like, you should probably get a second parent adoption. If you don't get a second parent adoption, it is definitely a crapshoot. If you do get a second parent adoption, it's still probably a crapshoot. So, I'm really excited to be on this roundtable with practitioners that I admire so very much. Especially following you, Professor Erdman. Hugh told me about your book when we were talking, and I went and I got it, and I was ready. At first, I was really excited to be on a panel with you, and then I was like, crap, there's nothing I can say that isn't like way better articulated in this book. So it's great to be following the act of neither the first nor the last scene in the book that made me tear up in a public place. Thanks. But you did mention the poly thing, and so that's the direction we're gonna take this. Hi, I'm the poly thing. I work in non-traditional family law. It's a term that we all kind of hate, but no one has figured out a better alternative to. What we mean by that is working with families that are not really understood by the law because they don't look the way the law thinks a family should look. And that means a lot of different things. It means queer families, it means polyamorous families, it means families who are cohabiting because of being low income, it means families who are in any respect not living in the sort of mom and dad who are married, who are both cis, who are monogamous, who are living in a family unit in an owned home with their biological children and nobody else. Any family other than that is how we understand our client base. And so that job, for me, has 2 parts. One part is the direct representation part, actually working with these families, clients coming to us and saying, how do we protect our families? And then advocacy, which is more yelling. And so for the first part, it's kind of cool because it's only been in the last couple of years that the answer to that question has been anything other than hysterical laughter that slowly devolves into sobbing. But now what we're doing is understanding it as a two-part job. The first part of the direct representation is about what Professor Erdman would describe as contracts and deals. It's the intra-family stuff, helping the people who are members of the family as they understand it, clarify and elucidate and effectuate their agreements, their autonomy, their work together within the bounds of the family. And then the other part of the work is looking at what's necessary and possible to smooth the movement of that family unit through the institutions that it has to interact with as it moves through the world. The state, hospitals, schools, the criminal justice system, the court system. What interactions with those institutions do we anticipate? What are we worried about? And how can we smooth them to the extent possible? So those are the two sides of that work, the intra-family stuff and the dealing with the world stuff. And then the advocacy part of the work also has two parts. I do a lot of cultural competency trainings, mostly for other lawyers. And the cultural competency is basically saying, so these people that you think are completely incomprehensible to you, who you think that you could possibly share any motivations in common, and you have no idea how to serve them effectively or with care, and so couldn't bother trying, their motivations are really not that different from yours. Which leads into the second part of that advocacy, which is being loudly and obnoxiously out and open about everything that I am in that work. And so going to places like the New York State Bar Association and saying, hey, so we talk about transgender people, we talk about queer people, we talk about people living in non-traditional families, we talk about polyamorous people, as if they are aliens. And as if their legal needs don't overlap at all with the legal needs of regular people. And as someone who is all of those things, I'm here to tell you it's not actually that different, right? What do queer parents want? Stability in their parent-child relationships. They want to have their children not taken away. Pretty sure that's the same thing straight parents want, and so forth. And so in doing that work, part of it for me is being very obnoxious and loud and fearless about what my family looks like and my life looks like. And the way that my family as this sort of amorphous, complicatedly global, interconnected molecule of different types of mutual care and interdependences that are structured with intention and that are not, that don't have a hard boundary between how we understand our family and how we understand our community. And that's a really important part of it, particularly in, and this is a slight deviation, but I have a captive audience, so hey. This is particularly important in how my family, as composed of mostly transgender and gender nonconforming people, understands itself as placed within and inextricable from the transgender community, because that experience and understanding of family for us is, it cannot be disentangled from being trans, because it is an active resistance to living in a world that tells trans and gender nonconforming people that they are unworthy of love and that they don't deserve to have a family. We have to love each other because nobody else is going to do it. So that's part of how I understand family, and it informs my work as well. So, after Obergefell happened, the complicated and weird and impossible to navigate patchwork of incompatible legal standards that was LGBTQ family law transformed into a different complicated and weird patchwork of incompatible legal standards. And part of what that looked like was this big dissent that Justice Roberts did, where he said, well, this is what Scalia has been warning us about all along. He said it was going to be the gays, and then the polyamorous people, and then the people who wanted to marry goats, and then children, and then toasters, and the fall of Western civilization, and then we're done for it. And Roberts said, Scalia warned us about this, and here it is. now the polyamorous people are next. Scalia told you if he were alive right now, he would be laughing. I don't think he would be, actually. And so everybody was very alarmed, and they were like, "Is it true? Is polyamorous marriage next? Let's ask the expert." And they called me, which is weird. And they were like, "Is it true? Is polyamorous marriage next?" And I said, "I mean, the legal logic is sound, right? The legal logic behind Obergefell was that parents in same-sex families and their children are disadvantaged by the lack of legal recognition of their relationships. And that is true for any people whose relationships are not legally recognized, including polyamorous people. Like, that legal logic is sound." But I said, but I want to be clear. Oh, and you have to understand that, you know, I was on some HuffPost Live, I think it was, and they had this marquee, you know, under my face, and it said, "Andy Eisenson, polyamorous lawyer." And I was like, I just had business cards made. But I said, but I want to be clear, I also don't care. Because in mediation we have this thing called, the distinction is between positions and interests. And your position in mediation is what you say you want, what you think you want, the practical thing. And your interest is why you want that, what's motivating you, what's underlying that desire. And so in divorce mediation, which is how we keep the lights on, and it does not help with an anti-marriage ethic, by the way, just, in divorce mediation, what that looks like is someone will say, "I want $100,000, and you'll say, "Okay, why?" And they'll say, "Well, you know, we'll get into it," and they'll say something like, "Well, I need to leave the house where we are living together, and I want to feel secure in being able to put down a down payment on a new house, so that I don't have to rent, so that I can feel stable, you know, and all of these things." And so the position is, I want 100 grand, and the interest is, I want to feel stable in where I live, right? You see that difference? And so in this discourse, the position being, we want marriage, the interests underlying it are things that make a lot of sense, right? And they make sense for gay people, they make sense for polyamorous people, they make sense for all the rest of us too. We want financial stability, we want to have access to things like immigration benefits, we want to have parenting rights, we want to have health care. I would like to have health care, that would be but so if we go underneath that, we look at the interests and say, okay, so if we want to talk about marriage so that we can talk about healthcare, let's just talk about healthcare. If we want to talk about marriage, and this is true for polyamorous people as well, if we want polymarriage so that a poly family can feel secure in their parenting, let's just talk about parenting rights, right? And so it's the same logic. So I said, you know, yes, but I don't care. And then the headline was like, "Polyamorous lawyer says that polyamorous marriage is next." Aha. Yeah, it turns out that interviews are not, they're not very straightforward. It's fine. And so we think about this walled garden of rights and benefits that are associated with marriage. And of course, no matter how carefully we try and get ourselves in the door, we're going to be slamming the door in somebody else's face behind us. And so the work that I do is about trying to reach into the garden and take the things out of it, and make them more widely available through the intra-family work and the work that is about easing the movement of the family through the institutions that it has to interact with. And so practically what that looks like is identifying, so the medium of the work is human connection, right? And there are a lot of different ways that people can be connected to one another, that adults can be connected to one another, and that adults and children can be connected to one another. And our job is to disentangle all of those ways. We're talking about cohabitation, we're talking about financial interdependence, we're talking about sharing healthcare, we're talking about sharing advanced directives, we're talking about romance, we're talking about sexual intimacy, like all of these different things, pulling them apart and saying, okay, so marriage is the assumption that you want all of these things and you want them all with the same person, and that's goofy. And so let's identify which of these things these clients actually want to have and with whom, and how do we effectuate those specifically and individually. And sometimes it looks like contracts, sometimes it looks like filling out forms, sometimes it looks like making stuff up and hoping it works. But it's about particularizing and unbundling all of the things that are currently stuck to the idea of marriage. So I know I've been rambling for a while, so I'm just going to real quick talk about my favorite housing law case, because I can't get a microphone in my hand without talking about it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ricky. I feel like I've told you about this a million times. So there's this housing law case in New York. It's called Braschi versus Stahl, and I yell about it every chance I get because I think it's really important. And then people are like, "Don't have a favorite housing law case, Andy. That's really dorky." But it's really important. Okay. So it was in 1988, and there was this gay couple, and it was kind of a May-December thing. One of them was like, I think he was in his late 50s, early 60s, and one of them was early 20s. It was cute, you know, and they were living together in the older partner's rent-stabilized apartment. You're probably mostly from New York. I don't have to explain rent stabilization, right? You know, I do? Okay, so rent stabilization is really, really important in New York housing law because it is if you have a rent stabilized lease, it means that your landlord can't raise your rent either at all or by more than a very small certain amount every year. And so it gives you a measure of safety because it means you know your rent's not gonna get hiked up by 400% the next time you get a lease, so you're not gonna lose your housing all at once. And so there are a lot of rules around rent-stabilized leases because they're very, very valuable and very, very desired. And obviously landlords don't like them because they can't hike up your rent, kick you out, flip the apartment, and sell it as a condo. So the older partner was on this rent-stabilized lease in the apartment. His younger partner lived with him, and they lived together in that apartment for, I think it was about 10 years. And they had a regular family life. They went grocery shopping together, they had bank accounts together, they cooked dinner together. It was just what you would think of when you think of a regular day-to-day family life. And then the older partner contracted HIV, and he hung on for a little while and then he died. And the younger partner went to the landlord and he said, this is the other thing about rent stabilization, is that it passes through family relationships. So if you have a rent stabilized lease, your spouse can take it over, your child can take it over, but they want to limit who can take it over because landlords don't want to keep those rent stabilized leases. And so Braschi, the younger partner, went to the landlord and said, "I'm family, I count as family. I should get to stay on this lease. I don't want to lose my home that I've lived in for 10 years with my partner. I count." And the landlord said, "Nope." Remember, this is 1988. This is years and years before same-sex marriage was even a twinkle in Joe Solmonesi's eye. And so they were like, that's not, you're strange homosexuals. That's not a real thing. You have to get out. And he sued about it. And the court came down with this unbelievably progressive and quite beautiful opinion about what family means. And there was a bullet-pointed list of what factors, as far as this judge was concerned, meant that you count as family. Are there indicia of permanence and stability? Do you share daily family life? Do you share family tasks? Do you share finances? Are you listed as each other's power of attorney and healthcare proxy? Are you doing what you can to indicate that you are going to be practically and emotionally there for each other no matter what? That's family. And so this judge came down and said, this is a family relationship. This counts. Looking at it along these lines, this is what family means. And the judge basically said that legal recognition of family life should be based on, and I'm going to try and remember the exact quote here. Oh, thank you. It's on the reality of daily family life rather than on legal fictions like a marriage certificate or an adoption order. And this was 1988, right? And how far we've come. And so And so I like to think about, you know, and it's not really good law, and you know, anymore. It's not effective precedent because it was a low court, and so it's more a useful anecdote than useful legal precedent. But I think about this is how using Brashi, in fact, is how the segment of my family that I currently live with got our apartment. There are 6 of us, and we live just like you, on a street that's zoned single family. And so we went to the open house, and we were talking to the landlord, and she said, "Well, you all seem super nice, but this street is zoned single family." And I was like, "So I have to convince this like feathered hair Connecticut lady that filling her house with transsexuals constitutes a single family. I've been training my entire life for this moment." So I sat it out in the living room and I was like, "All right, listen, Brashi versus Stahl, 1988, here we go." I mean, so it's great, right? Like I have this beautiful house, we have a little backyard, there's a dog whose name is Lady Pants, it's wonderful. Yeah, she's great, she smells really bad, but I love her. It's wonderful, and also, and we've been living there for 3 years, and also, we are in violation of zoning law. Our lease is a lie, and the landlord knows that. She could kick us out at any time. It is a beautiful and loving and wonderful housing situation, and I wouldn't trade it for anything, and also it is inherently unstable because my family is not real as far as the law is concerned. Bullshit. So I think about Brashi, and I think about the universe forking at Brashi. And in the universe that we live in, everyone was like, that seems nice, but what if we got gay marriage instead? And so we went in that direction, we just took it and ran with it. But I think about what that other fork of the universe would be, where they'd taken the precedent that was set in Brashi, and advocates had said, okay, so we've got this idea of family being based on these indicia of permanence and stability and daily family life. That as a legal concept, let's take that, let's run with that. Let's build policy and a movement around that. And I think about what that world would look like today, 28 years later. And I conceptualize my job as pushing our universe a little bit closer to that one. And so that's what I do every day. And so I want to end by quoting Carol Queen, because I also do that in every talk I give. At the Woodhull Summit a couple of years ago, Carol Queen keynoted, and she's wonderful. She runs the Center for Sexual Pleasure and Health in San Francisco. And she's, you have to imagine, she looks kind of like an Edward Gorey character, like her glasses are bigger than mine, and she has giant gray hair. And she came out and she sort of banged her hand on the podium and she said, "You know what's wrong with this damn world? Ahistoricity." And that one sentence, I think that was 2013, is that right?
I think it was, yes.
That sentence has been bouncing around inside my head ever since. Because if we conceptualize our jobs as this generation of activists as to heal the world single-handedly without considering our heritage, without considering our history, without considering who the giants are whose shoulders we stand on, we can't not fail. And so in bringing in this history and trying to reconnect with it, we have to conceptualize ourselves as a link in a chain. That our job is to stand, stand shoulder to shoulder with those who came before us and those who come after us, and do our part in the work. Not to destroy ourselves, trying to do everything ourselves. Thanks for listening to me rant, and I will turn the mic back to you now.
Thank you, Andy. I often think about that division that you were talking about at the end about in writing, there's a lot of talk about grammar and whether you're a prescriptivist or a descriptivist, whether you believe grammar should be laws that we follow or whether it should be the description of how we actually use the language. And I think about that approach to law and family as well. Is the law going to define what the family is, or is it going to support the family as it exists in the world? So as you can see, everyone on the panel kind of gave a different inroad into this conversation. I think in part because this is a big conversation and there's a lot of other inroads to be had into it. And I have some questions for the panel, but I wanted to turn it over to folks in the audience first to see if there's anyone who has other inroads they would like to bring up into this conversation, or if they have questions about what's already come up. I know we have about 20 minutes, so.
Hi, thank you for that panel. I come from Canada, where we have a quite different legal situation. But I just wanted to let people know that on Thursday we tabled what I think is a very progressive new family law in Ontario that many, many of us have been fighting for years and like decades, really. So what this law does is it degenders parenting, so it no longer talks about mother and father, it talks about parents. It makes it possible for any four people, as long as one of them is the birth parent, to register as the legal parents of a child. Whoever you want can be those four people, and if you have more than four people, you can go in front of a judge and get declarations, so it doesn't make that impossible. It distinguishes between donors and parents and makes that very clear that who the intended parents are and the intentions of donors. So it's a very, very interesting piece of legislation, and I know that there's at least one family law lawyer in Canada who thinks that the recognition of multiple parents in that way is actually, and I feel like I shouldn't even be saying this before the bill passes, which they're hoping to pass it by the end of the year, but is a way into the legal recognition of polyamorous families. Because people assume that when you're parenting together, well, maybe you're all having sex too, or whatever, whatever those assumptions are. So I think it's an interesting, possibly backdoor way into legal recognition of a wider range of families. But certainly those issues are coming up a lot in Canada in terms of people writing agreements for multiple parents, people writing agreements in polyfamilies, and also people choosing to write a lot of agreements that opt out of the financial obligations of marriage. Right? People are feeling like, oh my God, all of a sudden all these things are applying to us and we don't want them. And so they're finding ways. So it's interesting, your conversation about contracts and agreements, but there's also difficulties with those, certainly we find, in terms of the enforceability, right? It always comes down to best interest of the child and then who's deciding that. So anyway, the law is called something like the All Families Are Equal law. I'm sorry, I forget the exact name of it, but it should be easy to find, and it was just introduced in the Ontario legislature on Thursday.
Do you expect that it'll pass? Do you have any idea about?
I think it will pass. Yeah, I think we have a lesbian premier in Ontario who's liberal, but doing some good things, some not so great things, but also some good things. She's a lesbian parent herself, and I think the law has been a long time coming, and there's a whole bunch of activism and court challenges and things that went into it. And I do think that their intention is to pass it before the end of December and have it in effect in January.
That's great.
I can't help but say that is just fabulous, and it's a way that the laboratories of democracy work, where one jurisdiction does some experimenting, figures out what works and what doesn't, where the limits are. Like it's very interesting that one of those parents needs to be the genetic parent. Hugely interesting, and I'm sure Canada will shape our rules as they evolve too.
I know that some parts of Canada have been doing third parent adoptions for a while now, and I believe California did one recently, and I do think that, I think the way that they've been being done in Canada and in California, it was just allowing the same-sex partner of a birth mother to adopt the child without severing the rights of the person who contributed sperm. And so socially and sort of practically, the situation was there was a lesbian couple who was romantically and sexually and I think maritally entwined mostly, and then there's a sperm donor who intends to be involved in the child's life and provide financial support. And I think California, as far as I know, is the only state in the US that's done that. But I do think that that's coming down the pipe. And I think it's coming down the pipe in New York. And by that, I mean we have some clients that we're planning to bring that with soon. And I think once that gets its legs a little bit more in that situation, which is a little bit more culturally legible, or at least weird in a way that people, that doesn't threaten things like monogamy. I think once that gets its legs a little more, we can start saying, okay, so third parent adoptions, we're all on the same page, right? So the third parent could also be in a romantic, or other types of intimacy with the other parents, and it wouldn't be more weird than this.
Forgot I was going to ask a question. Coincidentally, I'm also from Canada, Toronto, but I wanted to kind of pick the panelists' brains or co-brain on love or applying more nuance to love. Like, I feel like this always comes up by using love as the wedge into this discussion or debate, and there's so many campaigns right now, like love is love is love, and we talk about love, but I think sometimes love doesn't work the same way as this thing to rally behind for all people, for everyone. Like, I'm thinking of what it does to sex education sometimes, bringing love into the conversation and how it really fucks with people's sex and sexuality, i.e. limits it. And I think love can work, and it certainly does work. But when we're thinking about what is the connectivity or the connective tissue of these alternative kinship models, I'm looking to you for perhaps what are other ideas aside from love, or at least what are ways we can bring in some nuance to this so-called term love, because sometimes it doesn't do, I think, what we really want it to do when we rally behind it for all people.
I'll jump in on that. As a journalist, I think a lot about the words we use for this. I wrote a whole article about how I hate the word throuple because I think it's just the most disgusting sounding word. And also it's based on couple, which doesn't make any sense. 3 couple, it's just bad. But so is polyamorous, it's a Greek and Latin root mixed together, which is disgusting. But I digress. But I think a lot about these words and about the limits of love. And the one that I, for myself, keep returning to in this conversation is care, right? That care is something we can operationalize. Care is not just a sort of a feeling that we can't say exactly what it is, but care is something you can say has indicia, You can show that you are caring for someone. And in terms of, specifically for this panel, not just talking about kinship models in general, but recognition by the state, which is part of what we're talking about in a movement, care is something where you can say, look, here's a state interest in supporting care, and care goes beyond sexual relationships, right? As does love, but in this current conversation, love has been caught up to mean sexual love, romantic love. And I'm interested in looking at the ways in which we can love and care for one another in a whole variety of ways that deserve state recognition and stability and safety, as we've all been saying here. So for me, that's kind of the term I return to.
I have to say. Also, that's a great question. As a journalist, too, I think a lot about words, too. And I think what's helpful, I think that's why I like to really hear people's stories. I want to hear how they talk about it. I had somebody who talks about, he doesn't talk about relationships, he talks about companionship. Talking about care is an important part of it. And I think that's where, we were talking about non-traditional marriage. It's like a great puzzle for me to think, what's a better term? And listening to other people, how they talk about it, what is it like on the ground? I don't have answers for it, but that's why I like the stories. So.
I'm thinking of something probably other people are thinking in the room. The ancient Greeks had 3 words for love, so there's eros for romance, and I think it's amakidia for friendship, and then there's agape for the, superhuman Buddha love that transcends everything. But as Hugh was talking, I thought, gosh, care really goes into all of those categories, and probably the leading family theorist in law is Martha Feynman, and she focuses on dependency and her last 5 years or so, more vulnerability, and of the people who need care, and also those who get economically marginalized because they're providing it.
So, in a family, there are people that you love. There are people that you like, and there are people who you say, that's my family. So I don't use love. Well, I do use love, but I don't use it when I'm talking. I think care is a wonderful way of looking at how we define who is in our family, who is in our relationship. It may be erotic, it may not be erotic. It could be a co-parenting arrangement. It could be with a child. It might not be with a child at all. It could be with a dog, the family part. Love is such an emotionally charged word, no pun intended, but it's such a hard word to define. And then if you're going to think about how you can defend the fact that you're a family, love may not fit at all in that definition. If you have to defend it to someone, if you have to go to Andy and say, can you make me a contract? You're gonna have a problem. So I tend not to use love, but I do use family. And so my family, part of my family, when I would talk about what I do, to them they always heard gay people. Every time we got together at the Jewish holidays, this one person would say to me, every year, I'm so excited, we joined a new theater company and you're gonna love it, there are so many gay people there. Now, sexual freedom, she knew that was what I worked on. She knew all the issues that I worked on, but it came down to gay people. It had to be gay people because that was all she could relate to. Love is that kind of a word. It's how people hear it, it's what it means to them. Family is the same kind of a word. I have family of choice, I have family of birth. I've crafted family through the years when I didn't like my family of birth. And I, you know, there are so few of us, fortunately, who can say, I have no family. You talked about family. Was it you who talked about trans people coming together and forming family? Right. We form family. It's the most fundamental unit of society. And it's not always based on love. Wow, I have no idea where I got lost there. So I'm going to get this back to you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got thoughts, but please.
Thanks. So that is a great question, and because the name of the panel is like future directions, where do we go from here? I wanted to say a couple of quick things. Here in the United States, we unmarried people, if that's what we are, we demographically are growing in our numbers. We're projected to swing the upcoming election, so let's swing it. And also, but legislatively, we have seen a real increase in paid sick time, paid sick leave, where if you look at those state by state, there's virtually, I think maybe 3 or 4 states, California, Rhode Island, and I think in Massachusetts actually, that have paid sick time now that is really specific to immediate family only. I believe that California has added grandparents to that mix, but actually they did. But there are really three categories of people for whom you can take and claim paid sick time: spouses, children, and I can't remember the other one. A parent, actually. So again, biology, it appears to be destiny still. And yet, the conversation is unfolding. We're clearly living in an aging society. Demographically, our fertility rates in many, in this country, I think, but particularly in Western Europe, we know are falling, and there's a certain kind of panic about that. So these questions of care and caregiving are only becoming more prominent. And I think that that's okay. I think we're going to get through it. But I think it does force us to think differently about what that looks like and what that means. I also, since I started my comment with, Suzanne Heinz, I also wanted to just mention Bella DiPaolo, who is someone who has very much influenced my thinking as part of Unmarried Equality over the last couple of years. Her latest book is called How We Live Now. She talks a lot about singleism. She talks about matrimania, and she is a Harvard-educated psychologist. She's out in California, and she talks a lot about some of these demographic changes, but also what it means to form intentional communities, functional families as a single person. And kind of busting up some of the myths along sex and romance and erotic attachments, if you will. And then just finally, I've been tweeting and talking to people this morning. Lisa Bonos, who is the editor of the Solo-ish blog at the Washington Post, she is ready and willing and standing by for your pieces. That column, that blog was created about a year and a half ago. I've had a piece run there. Bella's had a couple of pieces run there, and I think that it was great to work with Lisa as an editor. I think solo-ish might be a nice new category to the marital status thing. And also, I think that the voices and the stories that I've heard this weekend would certainly diversify and bring to a much wider audience all these things that we're talking about.
I know we're almost running low on time. Luckily, we front into lunch, so no one's going to rush into this room right away. If anyone does need to walk out, I totally understand. There will be no shaming, but I wouldn't mind continuing this conversation for a few more minutes if people want to stay.
Thank you. I'm going to disagree with everything all of you said. I mean, I love everything that all of you said, but I'm coming from a really different place, and I'm so into that. So I'm in this weird place about this because I am cynical, but also a goober. And I did say goober, yes.
So just double checking.
As opposed to a raisinette?
I'm just, I think that the word love is like the word queer, in that it's so broad and flexible as to be a little bit useless, but that's also what's awesome about it, that it has that flexibility to be used to mean whatever you need it to mean when you're talking about it. And it's a weird thing because being a lawyer, the primary job of a lawyer is complete precision in language, especially a contract lawyer, being completely precise at all times. And I think that's what draws me so much to words like love and queer, where they just resist that precision. They just completely resist being constricted into meaning just one thing, and they have linguistic freedom contained within themselves. And so, yeah, I think care, when we're talking practicalities, when we're talking about what can be operationalized, care and interdependence are really important, but I think that they can't be disentangled from being expressions of love. And that we have to talk about them in that context in order for them to be meaningful, because I think that that's, at least for me, like that's where all of it is coming from. That's where all of this work is coming from. Like I do the work that I do out of love from my extended family and my community, And that's a kind of love that like I also want brought into the conversation. So I think that using love as a term is like I do that intentionally because I know it's goobery and I know it's a little silly, and because I think doing that and doing that expansively helps break down the sort of siloing of romance that's very intertangled with monogamy, right? The idea that love should be contained, love should be restricted, love is reserved for just that one other person who's special, or if you're in a throuple, those two other people who's special. No, like the world that I want my work to contribute to building is one where it's not constrained like that, where you can tell people that you love them all the time and not be afraid and have it not be weird. You know, and if you have someone that you've just met a couple of times and you feel deep love for them, you can tell them that and it's not weird. And if that means something practical, if that can be operationalized and you both agree that it should be operationalized, you can do that through negotiation and figuring out what that looks like for you, but that springs from the basis of being made of love. The matter of it, the stuff of it is love.
And we love you back. Let's be a family.
I think there's like some tricky.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to intervene, but I can't resist because we know that words are emotionally charged, every single word we use. And as coordinator of the Citizenship Care and Choice Project, I should know that these three words are very loaded. And I do take your point, that care is maybe used as an alternative to love, but it is still very charged with patronizing, with power asymmetry, all of those things that could also be used to reject some of the other words. And I do take your point about love, and especially romantic love. And in Portugal, where I come from, the issue of love and self-respect, respect for the other, is what is used to provide sex education in schools. So it's all about this type of framework of very clean, very well-behaved, very proper, very contained relationship within which you can speak about relationships, you can speak about moral, you can speak about sexuality, but you cannot speak about sexuality outside this framework. So it is very constraining. And so I was wondering the extent to which you think that we're still, you know, within that criticism that Michael Warner warned us about many years ago, that we are turning our relationships, our activism, our politics into something we can bring home to mom. We're just cleaning it. We are stripping it away from any other features, which are important, with which we live, we operate, and that are not necessarily attached to things that all of the other people will conceive as proper, as adequate. And so, yeah, yes.
I think it was Urvashi Vaid yesterday morning who said same-sex marriage is turning outlaws into in-laws. So I think of when you think about that.
Let me just finish one thing, because I forgot. Exactly. Yesterday, in the Perspectives from Southern Europe panel, the second one, which you didn't, in the second one, there was an interesting discussion about why do we keep returning to families and families of choice, you know, the debate which we all have heard before. And someone was saying, yeah, but you know, it's about reclaiming family, and it's what we, but why do we go back to family? And it's a bit like this, why are we not going back to friends, for instance? Why are we not going back to many other types of attachment that are not necessarily related to family or to love? Because we could be speaking about other emotions, but we choose love for some reason. So, sorry, that was it.
So Carmen Vasquez, I don't know if many of you or all of you know her, but she's a longtime activist. And many, many years ago, in talking about marriage, same-sex marriage, Carmen commented that the LGBT movement, or I guess then it was LGB movement, had worked very hard to convince the public that it wasn't about sex. And she said, now we have to go back and convince them that we were just kidding, we want to do more than just shop with the other person. And why don't we talk about friends? Well, many times friends become our family. Family is the foundational unit of society. The courts aren't trying to limit conversations or relationships with friends. What we're talking about here is, where do we go now that there's marriage equality? You know, what is the next thing? Because marriage equality was just one step on a long road. There was a case, it just happened. I keep thinking Massachusetts, but I'm not positive. It was two people, a same-sex couple, lesbians, who had been together for many, many, many years, and they broke up. They were not married. They went to court to divide their assets. One partner took the other partner to court. And the court said that partner had no right to the bank account or the funds of the other party. Is this case sounding familiar to anybody?
I mean, it's something that you see a lot, that unmarried people trying to access the structures of divorce are posed. I don't know.
In this particular state, had they gone into court and said that they had been roommates all those years, the court would have equally divided the assets. But because they were a lesbian couple and identified that way, which brings in sex, the court said, no, you don't get those same benefits. I swear it happened. Andy is looking at me like, no way. But it did.
So we're victims of our own success.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We're victims of our own success. But remember, we took the sex out of homosexual, so we need to put it back in.
Actually, thank you, Christina, for the question. One thing that I think about a lot is something that Ted Kerr said yesterday in the program on Who Are the Stewards of the AIDS Archive. And I can't remember the theologian that he was quoting, but it was a theological ethicist, who said, ethics begin at the moment of that you target as the beginning of the story, right? And I think part of the reason we keep returning to this question of love is because the moment that we are trying to start from is a queer moment, which is based in sexuality, right? It's based in this kind of particular sets of relationships. And so while I think all of us in our heads think about other friendships and single relationships and all of these other places, because we keep returning to a movement that is founded on sexuality, our answers kind of default to that because that's where our urgency is, and that's where our experience is, and that's where we find ourselves dealing with the issue over and over again. And I think a lot recently, there have been a number of pieces about, is this the end of the gay rights movement, blah, blah, blah. Obviously the answer is no. But when I think beyond that, I think, well, is it perhaps a moment in which we could ground this movement somewhere else so that it does not always return to sexuality, but instead is not about making, overtures to, the single people or people in the disability rights movement or people in non-traditional family movement, but in fact grounding a new movement that is not based in sexuality, but is based in how do we take care of each other and how do we decouple these rights from sexuality.
I just want to add a model that we use from coaching, if I can use the board here for a second, that I think might be helpful. And I think it takes off from the legal, I forget who was talking about the interests versus, what was the other thing?
Positions.
It's about mediation.
Interests versus?
Positions.
Positions, right. And the model I like she's in coaching that I bring into journalism and everything. It's kind of a benefits pyramid. At the base of the pyramid are all these dots. So we have polyamory, we have couples, we have sexuality, sexual liberation, things that we talk about in detail. At the top of the pyramid, we have this thing, love. It's this universal thing that we all want, but like, you know, how do you define it? So we define it in all these ways, and in the middle are these interests, right? And we're trying to find our common interests. You know, and I do this in my journalism stories, like what are the words that are going to speak to people in ways that are going to resonate, that aren't going to, you know, send up red flags when you say certain things, you know, and what was the court decision he talks about, you know, it's not just polyamory, but we're going to be marrying goats and stuff like that, you know, so you have to be careful of these terms, and we move into these terms to begin to move. I was at a discussion the other day with, it was Attorney General Maura Healey and Stan Rosenberg, and they were talking about how do we move rights along. These are Massachusetts out gay politicians. And they said you have to be, in politics, it's like riding a wave. If you're too far ahead of the wave, you fall off. If you're too far behind the wave, you fall off. And so it's finding these words in the middle, care, you know, the marriage, that's how the marriage equality movement began to move ahead, by talking about family rather than equality. You know, how do we find those words in the wave? And I think it's an excellent question, and it's about that moment. I think that's what's great about this conference, is it's helping us to talk about it, create the discourse to find out what are those best words. So it's my addition to it.
I think that we're also running up against the distinction that you made, Hugh, between prescriptivist and descriptivist language. That you're saying, why aren't we talking about friend relationships? And I have a feeling that if you and I sat down and I said, okay, tell me about these friend relationships. What's important to them about you? Why do they matter? What do you want out of having them recognized as valid and important? You know, how do they nourish you? How do they make your life what it is? I imagine that the conversation that we would have would produce descriptions of relationships that could also be described as love if you wanted to describe them that way. And so I think, you know, I think the question is, are we changing the words that we use because the definition of love that we use doesn't apply, or are we expanding the definition of love that we use? And I think from what you're saying, in part it's a strategy question, because we're not just, you know, people sitting in a room talking about our feelings. We're also trying to get some political shit done, and so, you know, I'm certainly not the strategist here. I'm just a goober talking about my feelings. But I do think that that what you're saying is important about if we're talking about family, if we're talking about love, if we're talking about those relationships and their importance, then we have to make sure we're being very intentional about not letting other people define those words as we're using them. That if we are going to talk about families, we have to say what we mean by that. If we're going to talk about friends, we have to say what we mean by that. If we're going to talk about love, we have to say what we mean by that, rather than just saying the word family and having all of the meaning behind it for us, but then whoever hears us is going to have their own understanding of what family means, which is probably going to be different, and that's not going to connect. So I think using love or not using love, using family, you know, as the terms, using family as a term or not, I think those are personal strategic choices in the work that you do, but I also think that, you know, it's valuable to be thoughtful about the definitions that you're using as you speak, and the definitions that the person you're talking to is using as they're listening, and how those line up both in terms of accuracy and in terms of strategy.
I think that was wonderful, and I want to thank everyone. I know we're well over time and lunch has started, so I think we need to wrap this up. But thank you to everyone who was on the panel. Thank you to everyone in the audience. And yeah, please, if you want to continue this conversation, I'll speak for myself. Come find me at any point. But,
and thanks to Hugh for putting it together.
Yay.
Thank you for putting the
It was.
Domino.
for the Democratic Party, I have to tell him to leave me the hell alone. It's just they really annoy me.
Okay, now we're on. I'd like to welcome everyone and also again to thank the organizers for putting together this amazing conference and for everyone for sticking it out for 2 long but very productive days. The panel today is called LGBTQ Movement Infrastructure After Marriage, and like most of the panels, I mean, the goal is really to understand you know, what kind of impact has the marriage equality movement had on the finances, the operations, and the structure and the missions of all of the diverse organizations that are doing LGBTQ related work. And so in this panel, we have a really nice mix of activists and scholars, and you're going to hear a variety of types of presentations, which is exciting. We'll introduce each person as they go, so that way you know you remember who's doing the speaking, and then we should have plenty of time for discussion. So the first presenter to my right will be Ben Francisco Malbec, who is president of Funders for LGBTQ Issues, and Ben is
president of Funders for LGBTQ Issues, which is a network of funders that care about LGBT communities. And we actually are not funders ourselves, but we do research on funding, we do convenings of funders, and we also do, we evangelize. We try to get more funders to support LGBT.
on a national level as well. De La Cruz articulated the path that many major donors and some philanthropies are taking post-marriage, one that's become evident to many of us, trans issues. She says, quote, "I've seen people taking up the language around trans lives. It doesn't feel authentic to me, it feels opportunistic. It doesn't feel good to be the flavor of the month. You know, wow, I really wish you'd been here." So in conclusion, there are just lessons that I want to draw here. In the preface to his book, The Feeling of Kinship, David Eng starts with reflecting on the Prop 8 loss in 2008. He writes, "The key issue is not that there's plenty of blame to go around. There is. Rather, the important point is that the promise of progressive coalitional politics failed." But what the Minnesota campaign shows us is that the lesson national movement organizations learned from that loss was not to recommit to progressive coalitional politics and do it better, but instead to abandon it entirely. The rhetoric of fairness could at least have been flexible, right? You could imagine a world in which rhetoric around fairness is used to unite a whole bunch of disenfranchised folks. And post-marriage, that rhetoric might have had the potential to retain that progressive coalition and address other forms of inequality. Love is not similarly flexible. Though it's opaque and evocative, relying as it does on normative ideas about the family, nation, duty, it's not the rhetorical backbone of a progressive coalition. In large part because those normative ideas about nation, family, duty rely on white supremacy and nationalism. As Hari Zayad reminded us yesterday, when we embrace a discourse about love as a means of accessing personhood, we have chosen a strategy that explicitly relies on the non-personhood of Black and brown people. And this isn't simply a focus, this is not a failure just of the story. It's a broader structural failure of the movement at large, when our ability to organize for change relies on funding from the wealthiest in the community, people for whom the status quo has largely worked. We'll always prioritize a reformist vision. And this, I fear, will only intensify post-marriage in the wake of this success. One of the questions that was so compellingly raised yesterday is this idea that so many of the folks at the forefront of the movement for Black Lives, at Standing Rock, Not One More, are queer people of color, and yet no national organizations have taken those up as queer issues. And these organizations are funded, though, at the highest levels, almost exclusively by white funders, white donors, major donors, who believe that the systems that work for them are basically fair, except for this one little thing. And so they largely believe in state institutions, in the criminal legal system, in the idea of meritocracy, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps anti-welfare rhetoric. They are not funding us to tear down the system. This has been an issue, of course, long before marriage, but the success of marriage has only intensified it. So I'll close with just the hope that in our Q&A we can talk about the danger that this rhetoric and structure pose moving forward, especially as movement infrastructure turns to trans issues as the next big thing. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next panelist is Pauline Park, Chair of Niagara and Board Chair of Queen's Pride House. And Pauline's going to speak about, based on her work being involved in many forms of LGBTQ activism over the years, and in particular, she's going to talk about the shutdown of the Empire State Pride Agenda based on an article that she wrote.
I think I'm going to stand. I think I'm going to stand, even though I don't have any wonderful PowerPoint presentation like Merle, with wonderful references to butt sex.
No paper subject without a reference to butt sex.
There's a strange and ironic sort of juxtaposition between talking about the demise of the Empire State Pride Agenda and presentation that includes many references to anal sex. But I'll avoid some of the obvious possible puns. There's so many. So this conversation, this very informal presentation really came out of a conversation that I had with Michael Yarbrough many months ago when this conference was nothing but a tiny little meme in his head. And here it is. The conference is actualized, and I'm really honored and delighted to be here. when we're talking in this conversation over coffee about stuff, I related my sort of insider story of the demise of the Empire State Pride agenda over coffee at this health food store popularly known as Whole Paycheck, and which in itself is kind of ironic. But Michael was sufficiently interested to ask me if I'd be interested in talking about it here. And I think it's a really interesting case study about marriage and after marriage, because it really ties in a lot of what has been said in the wonderful presentations from Merle and Ben. So here in New York, we achieved marriage equality, as it came to be known, through legislation after initially failing and eventually in 2010 and eventually passing in 2011 and being signed into law by the governor before the Supreme Court rulings. The campaign for marriage was a really astonishing phenomenon in many respects. The Empire State Pride agenda was one of many different players. Several national organizations came in, and there was a kind of behind-the-scenes little, turf fight going on that you can probably readily imagine that really never got aired. The community managed to avoid, on the whole, airing dirty laundry in public. But the Empire State Pride agenda was one of the key players. At the time, it was led by Ross Levi, who was then executive director. This relates to marriage in so many ways, and it also relates to the question of infrastructure. Why? Because the Pride agenda for over 20 years was really the leading statewide LGBT advocacy organization. It only became an LGBT advocacy organization after we co-founded Niagara, the New York Association for Gender Rights Advocacy, and pushed the Pride agenda to address transgender issues, which were nowhere on their agenda. They were explicitly a lesbian and gay organization before we co-founded Niagara in 1998 and met with them in November of that year. When the marriage bandwagon got into full swing, and ESPA was one of a coalition of a number of organizations, including Freedom to Marry, the Human Rights Campaign, etc., it was in the context of an already poisoned well, really, because the Pride agenda had been most associated with the Sexual Orientation Non-Discrimination Act, SONDA, which passed in 2002, December 2002, without gender identity and expression included. Now, there's a little myth that it was stripped from the bill, but actually it was never included in the first place. A number of us lobbied the Pride agenda and legislators to add gender identity expression without success. After SONDA passed on December 17, 2002, a day that will live in infamy, the lead sponsors of SONDA and other members of the state legislature collaborated on a new bill, the Gender Expression Non-Discrimination Act, which was intended to add gender identity and expression to state human rights law. And at that time, the Pride agenda, or ESPA as everyone called it, made a firm and solemn commitment to ensuring enactment of gender. But it didn't quite work out that way. And so to see how that happened and why infrastructure, marriage, after marriage, the community and movements, larger agenda are all implicated, I just have to point out a few aspects of this whole affair. The Pride agenda had been slowly trying to build capacity, but after 2002, by that point, the balance between the Pride agenda and the ESPA Foundation had shifted. When the foundation was founded, I think it was somewhere around 2000 or so, the bulk of the money in the ESPA family was with the Pride agenda itself. Over time, the foundation, which was a C3, unlike ESPA, which was a C4, got more and more money, more and more funding, partly because it was a C3. When the marriage campaign kicked in, suddenly there was a huge new stream of money coming in per previous presentations. Most of that money was actually in the form of individual donations. A lot of ordinary people, and also a fair number of wealthy people. And that money almost all of it went to the C4, to ASPA, not to the foundation. So it had a really interesting effect internally. The third organization was their PAC, their Political Action Committee, and that was founded as a supplement to ASPA. I might add parenthetically, in theory, the PAC is still going, although I haven't heard a peep out of them, so I think they basically died on the vine as well. But when the Pride Agenda announced last December 12th that they were shutting down ASPA and the foundation, the PAC in theory was supposed to go on as some sort of standard bearer for the community, for the movement, to help with gender, etc. But what actually happened, and this is a really cautionary tale about what happens when you get a huge flow of money coming in, but it's for a very specific cause. ASPA was flush with cash because of marriage. The floodgates opened, and they were just swimming in money. Their biggest victory, getting marriage enacted by the state legislature, ended up being a kind of a weird organizational Pyrrhic victory because it actually led to the collapse of the organization. And you might say, that's odd, you know, their biggest victory, national prominence, etc. How could that happen? Well, the board of the Pride Agenda really did not understand, or did not want to understand, that after marriage equality was achieved, after the same-sex marriage bill was passed in Albany, there would naturally be an enormous fall-off of the marriage money, right? Since now we had marriage, right? And so they conveniently blamed the executive director, Ross Levi, for the enormous fall-off in individual donations after marriage was enacted. I've known Ross for many, many years, and I have enormous respect for him. I wouldn't say that fundraising was his strong suit, but it was absolutely absurd for the board, and the board chairs in particular, and I'll just name names since I named them in my blog post. It was Bradbury, who was one of the board chairs, personally blamed Ross for the fall-off, which was absurd, because ultimately the board was responsible for understanding that when marriage was achieved, guess what, there'd be a huge fall-off in individual donations in particular. So they fired Ross Levi unceremoniously. He was, by the way, in my view, and I worked with every executive director, deputy director from 1998 onwards, and I actually knew the history of the organization of the Pride Agenda better than the Pride Agenda staff and board themselves. After they fired Ross, they hired someone, his replacement, Nathan Schaefer, who's a very nice guy, but who frankly had no background in legislation. He had no background on transgender issues, which supposedly were now the top of their agenda. Now that they got marriage, then gender will be at the top of the Pride Agenda's agenda. And the organization flailed around a bit, in my view rather seriously mismanaged the campaign for gender, and then ended up cutting a deal with the governor. Andrew Cuomo was invited once again to speak at the fall dinner in October of last year to do a kind of victory lap about marriage. It was interesting to me that both in that fall dinner speech last October and the previous October, he didn't once mention transgender rights or gender, even though gender was now the top of the Pride Agenda's agenda. I mean, to me, that was a rather astonishing fact. All he did was pat himself on the back for having gotten marriage through without even mentioning the gender bill, which was their supposedly their number one legislative priority. In October of last year, they must almost certainly have known that they were going to shut down, because, of course, it was only 2 months later, December 12th, that they made that announcement. Now, what was interesting, and which was only reported in one media outlet in Gay City News, if you go to my website, paulinepark.com, on the homepage, you can see my little take on the collapse of ASPA, and there's a link to the GCN report. There were funny shenanigans going on at ASPA. They had actually borrowed very, very heavily from their foundation and not paid that money back. And we're talking about potentially millions of dollars. This was probably a violation of civil law. It might have even been a violation of criminal law. But when they shut down, of course, all possibility of holding them accountable really went out the window. At the same time, the deal that they cut with the governor completely undermined the case for gender, because when the governor signed an executive order ordering the State Division of Human Rights to promulgate a regulation adding gender identity and expression to a list of protected categories, the rationale for gender really fell away. While at the same time, the executive order does not have the force of statute law. So it was, in a way, the worst of both worlds. We got an executive order and a regulation that, in theory, protected transgender people from discrimination in the state, and yet it doesn't have the force of statute law. And it could be reversed by another governor, at least in theory. To me, there was a violation of process here, because at no time did ESPA consult even with members of the Gender Coalition itself, the coalition that it led, when it made that decision to cut the deal with Andrew Cuomo. It was really an astonishing decision in many ways, and after announcing that it was shutting down, ESPA declared that they had fulfilled their mission, with no acknowledgement that they actually failed to get gender passed, which they had been saying for the last how many years, since 2002 was their top legislative priority. There's a new little PAC that's formed called TransPAC, and I think they had their first fundraiser last night, but it's brand new. In the absence of ESPA and its foundation, there is actually no organization with real organizational capacity that is currently pursuing gender. And it is right now, even though technically pending, it's been technically pending since 2002, is basically a dead letter. And without the governor behind it, it won't move. The irony of this whole thing was that part of ESPA's strategy for getting gender passed, as well as marriage, was in 2010, the 2010 campaign, becoming explicitly partisan and campaigning for a Democratic majority in the state Senate. The irony of that was when the Democrats actually took control of the state Senate in January 2011, they did nothing to push the gender bill forward, even though they had a majority. They actually had control of the Senate. And by June, when the famous, the notorious Senate coup happened, with the three amigos, remember them? Gender was dead in the water because the session came to an end in chaos. So I think there are a bunch of lessons that we can take from this. It seems to me that the central paradox when we talk about infrastructure is, not only for the state, but also nationally, that communities and movements need to build capacity in order to move legislation and to move a public policy agenda. At the same time, the more capacity they build, the farther away they remove themselves from the communities that they ostensibly represent. The case study I presented here about ESPA is a perfect example. I think HRC's betrayal of the transgender community around ENDA in 2007 is another example. Many of you know that in 2007, after years of lobbying members of Congress and the Human Rights Campaign, Barney Frank, who was the lead sponsor of the Employment Non-Discrimination Act in the House, agreed to add gender identity to the bill. For various complicated reasons, they decided not to add gender expression. The new inclusive bill was added in April 2007. In September 2007, inexplicably, without any explanation, Barney Frank pulled the inclusive bill and reintroduced the sexual orientation only bill, which provoked a wave of outrage within the community in the formation of United ENDA. And United ENDA included virtually every state and local and many national LGBT organizations in the country, except of course for HRC, which publicly and explicitly endorsed the non-inclusive bill. The interesting fact about that is that when Barack Obama came into office in 2009, he had a Democratic majority in both houses of Congress. They had a majority of members of both houses, and they could have passed ANDA at that time. That moment passed, of course, when the Republicans took control of Congress in 2010. But the HRC debacle around ANDA not only, in some ways, anticipated the whole ESPA debacle around gender, it also parallels in some very striking ways the fact that there was one organization that was widely viewed on Capitol Hill as the gatekeeper. HRC had a virtual monopoly on access to members of Congress. United ENDA was the very first moment, the formation of United ENDA was the very first moment in which members of Congress sat up and said, oh, I guess there's some other organizations in the community, and HRC doesn't speak for everyone in the LGBT community. HRC is still around, and is dead. Now they're talking about comprehensive civil rights legislation, but that's going nowhere. We shall see what happens to that. But I think with regard to both ENDA and GENDA, with regard to both HRC and ESPA, there are really striking lessons about infrastructure. And marriage ends up being a crucial nodal point, both at the national and the state level. And in response to Ben's question, yes, local organizations such as Queen's Pride House hardly get any funding in relation to state organizations, much less national organizations. We have half a dozen extremely wealthy, large national LGBT organizations which get the lion's share of the funding in this community. And so in a sense, marriage hasn't had much of an impact because we were poor to begin with, and we're still poor. And so one of the other lessons I think about building infrastructure and capacity is we have to think about the local level as well as the state level and the national level. We have to organize in ways that go beyond narrow agendas, as Merle said so brilliantly in that presentation about Minnesota and marriage in North Carolina, which is social justice framework in which we actually unify around common themes. I mean, I'll just end with this thought. To me, one of the best things that ESPA ever did was advancing the Dignity for All Students Act. And I was in the leadership of that campaign, and it was finally signed into law. It was actually one of their biggest achievements. Why? The Dignity for All Students Act was a multi-community effort which drew in many, many different communities. We had women's organizations, we had Jewish organizations, we had Muslim organizations, we had Asian American organizations, organizations of color. And it was a way of organizing as well as a legislative goal that managed to galvanize many different communities around the issue of bullying and bias-based harassment and discrimination in public schools. And so even though DASA, like GENDA, really got pushed by the wayside because of marriage, and in fact, I hate to say it, but it's true, the lead sponsor of DASA, GENDA, and marriage in the Senate, then Senator Tom Duane, who was openly gay, actually basically forgot about DASA and GENDA in the race for marriage. And we couldn't get anywhere, even with the lead sponsor who was openly gay, because he was so focused on marriage. Why? Because all the TV cameras were focused on marriage as well, and all the media attention. So I think all this comes together with regard to infrastructure and capacity, but finally, with regard to responsibility and accountability. And I'd like to suggest that what we really need to do in the LGBT community movement is articulate and enforce an ethic of responsibility and accountability. An accountability to the communities that these organizations ostensibly serve, including to the most marginalized members of those communities. I think that's a true lesson of the whole ESPA debacle.
I mean,
Thank you for the panelists. This is the subject of my dissertation that I'm trying to research, so that's fortunate for me. I'm writing a chapter on ESPA and would love to talk with every one of you a lot more. One of the things that I'm trying to get a handle on is what industries help fund queer organizing. And both the wealthy donors, where did they make their money? Like what sort of investments, what sort of firms, what sort of jobs? And then ESPA, although it was never a majority, certainly made a great deal from corporate donations at big events. And in New York, there's really a gross outsized role played by financial services. And I'm wondering how, I mean, financial services is the dominant industry in the city. And I'm wondering sort of what does it look like nationally? Like what industries do wealthy donors come from? Who do they represent? What are they rooted in? And what kind of corporations get enlisted in marriage politics?
Yeah, I think we'll let a couple of the panelists respond to that. I also just want to interject here that one of my graduate students wrote her dissertation on our Connecticut organization, Love Makes a Family, which also folded after Connecticut got same-sex marriage. And what was really interesting is they did a poll of basically the communities and what issues, and what they decided was that in Connecticut they actually had a pretty strong transgender organization, CTAC. They also had a very strong, or still have a very strong group called True Colors, which was dealing with bullying and issues within the schools. And so what they decided is that those organizations were better positioned to deal with those issues than was Love Makes a Family. And so most of the activists in Love Makes a Family have gone on to work on other issues, and CTAC really took the lead in terms of legislatively around gender identity within Connecticut. And as Robin Oakes said in the plenary yesterday, because Robin was part of Mass Equality, they, unlike Love Makes a Family or Empire State, they did not fold. And I think part of it also is sort of how these issues are constructed, that different, that organizations ascribe different meanings oftentimes, and so that can in fact influence what happens to these organizations. And so that's just 3 states in the Northeast that have had pretty different outcomes. Did you want to talk about that?
Sure. So I can give you. So I'm answering with a caveat that this is a very rough, not scientific answer, and particularly based on what I know. The largest donors to the LGBT movement do give through foundations, so I feel like I can give an informed, educated guess in that respect. A lot of the money from the LGBT movement was earned in technology. It sort of parallels where where we see giving come from in general right now, right? The technology industry, software, hardware. Tim Gill, for example, one of the largest donors to the LGBT movement, made his money he invented Quark, a layout software. And the financial services sector is also significant, particularly hedge funds. A huge number of philanthropists, both LGBT and straight, right now have made their money through hedge funds, which is a somewhat disturbing manifestation of capitalism. But many have done. George Soros, for example, has made his money through hedge funds and has given to a lot of great things. There is a notable gap. There is a small set of the funding that, from my perspective, smaller, that comes from fashion and entertainment. So in terms of the generosity, I see a lot more giving from technology and the financial services sector, because in that sector there really is a conversation about the need to give, the whole Bill Gates pledge, to give, the bulk of his fortune while he's alive. So I see that as a positive sort of social norm that's developing in that community of extremely wealthy people, that yes, we should give away a significant portion of our money. Whereas in sort of the Hollywood world, the culture is more around, I'll lend my name to a cause and then give a small amount, but not nearly at the scale that we see folks doing from the financial and technology sectors.
So the Minnesota campaign is fascinating to me. There were a few different, so the way marriage is funded nationally is fascinating, because these national organizations, it's sort of a pay to play. Like every state runs a campaign, And HRC is going to come in with their 5 field organizers, but they're also going to come in with $500,000 or whatever. And so every national organization that's on the board of these campaigns comes in with a purse and some staff positions. So in order to be on the board of whatever campaign, you have to have a checkbook with lots of zeros. So national organizations and, you know, GIL, Wellspring Advisors, the Civil Marriage Collaborative, that was a funnel from Proteus that funneled a lot of that money into marriage campaigns. And then in the Minnesota context, you had corporate giving that wanted to associate their brand with the idea of love, right? The idea of sort of whatever. So Target, General Mills, whatever. And then you had, which was fascinating to me, like the big dynasty families who had never given to queer issues before. You know, they gave to whatever, I don't know, generally liberal things. But in Minnesota, those families were like Cargill, the Carlson Corporation, which owns Radisson Hotels, the Dayton's, the department store brand, it's also the governor. And Richard Carlbaum in my interview was like, oh, when they started getting competitive with one another, oh, the Dayton's raised $500,000 at their gala thing. Oh, we're going to raise more than that, you know.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to that. Arcus Foundation, Stryker Corporation, hospital beds, etc. But one thing that's also really interesting when you look at funding internationally, one of the major donors to the HRC's global work is Paul Singer, who makes his money by buying debt from poor countries and then suing the countries. So basically he's making his money by ruining the Argentine economy, which of course has an outsized effect on LGBT communities, especially trans communities, and then gives money to the HRC to do global work to look like he's not that bad of a guy.
You know, I was really struck when I watched some of the Emmys this year and last year that one of the most ballyhooed new TV shows, Transparent, is produced by Amazon, which is run by Jeff Bezos, who has just bought the Washington Post. And what's so interesting about that is, first of all, Amazon is the worst employer in the US. So when people promote Transparent as a show, are they likely to say, oh, it's been funded by the worst employer in the country? Probably not. And Jeff Bezos, who just recently bought the Washington Post, was behind this editorial, which is really astonishing, which was, as you all know, Edward Snowden, who's in exile in the snows of Russia, offered documents to many different news organizations. One of those was the Washington Post. The Washington Post published some of the Snowden revelations and got a Pulitzer Prize for doing so. The Post recently published an editorial calling on the government to prosecute Edward Snowden for giving them documents that it published and used to get a Pulitzer Prize. And Jeff Bezos, through Amazon, is also funding Transparent. So there are ironies piled on ironies here, and as the old saying goes, he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Hi, this question is for Pauline and Ben. Part of your presentation was about there was a lot of conversations between the elite of the elite, so it was the governor and the head of the Pride State agenda, but of course it was also made up of board members and staff members, and so I was wondering if there was any pushback, shock, incredulity inside the organization, or whether or not everyone realized that they were highly leveraged basically on marriage and had leverage against themselves because of marriage, and then afterwards we're going to have to fold, and that was it, that everyone knew inside that it was sort of a paper tiger after a certain point, or whether or not there was shock and a broader horror at folding up and saying mission accomplished.
Shall I answer? That is a fantastic question. The dead tell no tales, as they say. I have to have a few more coffees with some ex-staffers with whom I'm friendly. You know, I think that, and some of the financial details are on my website in that blog post. The only question in my mind, first of all, as I said, there's absolutely no question in my mind that the board completely mismanaged this whole thing. They should have known that there'd be an enormous fall off because they were of money, of individual donations after marriage, right? I mean, how could anyone not know that? It's not like gay white millionaires in Manhattan are opening up their checkbooks for gender and transgender rights, you know, or the rest of the agenda that ESPA supposedly had. So that was problem number one, and then scapegoating Ross Levi for the fall off. Some of the backstory, there's a whole bunch of backstories, and one is that basically Louis Bradbury is a total control queen and loves firing people, and his whole thing is, I'll join a board, invite me to join a board as your chair or co-chair, and I'll fire the executive director. I mean, he apparently loves doing that. It's his hobby. So there was that kind of power struggle aspect. The only question in my mind is, did they know on, I think it was either October 10th or 11th of last year, when it was the 11th, when they had their fall dinner, did they know at that moment that they were going to fold, before the dinner? That's the only question in my mind. Or, because a huge, something like, was close to half of their revenue comes from the fall dinner. It raises an enormous amount, and to your question, you know, I went to the fall dinner just once when they comped me because they had one of their intermittent, let's be nice to the trannies moments. They're in that mood, and they said, oh, well, you know, bring in some of the transgender activists. And the room is just full of, you know, wealthy gay white men, mostly lawyers or other professionals. I think that the short answer to your question is that I don't absolutely know for certain, but the slightly longer answer is, I think that the dynamic, to some extent, got away from them because ESPA was so busy trying to control the marriage campaign here in New York, basically because he didn't want to be sidelined, because there were a bunch of big national organizations that were coming in to try to muscle them out of the way. That was what was really going on behind the scenes. And ESPA really had to fight tooth and nail to keep their place in that coalition. Because they were doing an HRC with Andrew Cuomo, which is basically saying, we're the representatives of the state, of the LGBT community in the state. And whatever freedom to marry and whatever HRC say, you know, they're outsiders, they're big national organizations, and we represent the community here. So they were able to keep their place in the coalition that way, and avoid being pushed aside. And they were so concerned with territoriality in some ways that they didn't even look at the larger picture. Now, I do think that some of the staff probably, at the end, the decision really was made by the board, and the decision that was announced by by the outgoing board chair, whose name I forgot, wasn't Louis Bradbury, the mission fulfilled. I just had images of George W. Bush on the Lincoln, right? Mission accomplished, big banner behind him, right? That was ESPA's, you know, swan song. Mission accomplished, just like George W. Bush, and you know, aboard the Lincoln, and so I think the staff by that point were really feeling rather powerless, most of the staff, and that decision was not made by the executive director, who, for all practical purposes, was a puppet of the board chairs. So it was made at the level of the board, and most of the board members by that point, not like in the early days of the Pride agenda. Most of the board members were wealthy donors. They were wealthy financiers and people like that. And they were calling the shots. And as I say, what was particularly shocking was they didn't even consult with their own coalition. ASPA formed this gender coalition in, I think it was around late 2002 or early 2000, no, it was around mid-2003. And I was part of that coalition from the beginning to the end. And one other wrinkle, which I didn't talk about, that we could talk about, but probably not quite as directly relevant, was there's a whole debate within the gender coalition about adding gender identity and expression to the state hate crimes law. Our hate crimes law, which was enacted in 2000, has an enhanced penalties provision. And that's pretty controversial with social justice activists and communities of color, because it basically it ups the sentence. If you're convicted of an underlying crime of assault or whatever, and then you are convicted of a hate crime, it bumps you up from a D to a C or a C to a B or a B to an A category. And so the coalition, the gender coalition, really was kind of in an uproar in the last year or two before ASPA closed its doors over that whole thing. And the Pride agenda mismanaged that whole conversation too. We'd had that conversation in 2007, and then they mismanaged it a second time and didn't manage to resolve it. And so the gender coalition was a mess anyway, but they didn't even bother to consult with the coalition that they led on a crucial decision about legislation versus this executive order. I think the reason is clear, because members of the coalition would have said, no, I'm absolutely certain of that. And then they would have been put in the position of basically telling their coalition that they weren't going to do what the consensus of the coalition was. And so the whole thing was a big mess, and in the end, they brought down their own house of cards with their mismanagement of the fiscal aspect of the picture.
I think Pauline really covered it well. I will just echo that I think the mission accomplished thing was the most unfortunate aspect of ASPA's closing. Especially, it was covered in the New York Times and included a quote about the mission having, we've succeeded in our primary mission. And that's just really unfortunate because, for some significant percentage of New Yorkers, they read that and that was sort of their one piece of news probably all year about gender or about the state of LGBT rights in New York. So that's all they saw was, oh, this organization is closing and it's done. And they could have gone, other organizations of Queers for Economic Justice closed a couple years ago, which was also, sort of heart-wrenching, and they put out what I thought was actually the letter was, actually brought me to tears, because it was just about, how the funds aren't there. So there is, while that's harder to do, I think that is a path to take, because if the money wasn't there, the money wasn't, there's only so much you can do. But if they could have at least used that moment to put out the message of we can't carry on this work, we hope others can, and there's still a lot to do.
Can I just, in this example that I was doing research with, there were two convening organizations that created Minnesotans United. One was the statewide organization Out Front, which was having conversations prior to marriage about how they would pivot, right? They understand themselves as a progressive organization. They're thinking about progressive taxation. They're thinking about safer schools. They're thinking about anti-trans violence, immigration, whatever. And then the other organization was called Project 515, which always billed itself as explicitly dealing with the 515 benefits of marriage that gay and lesbian people were denied because blah, blah, blah. They closed, mission accomplished. And they used that language of mission accomplished. And what was so frustrating to me about their closure is they did it in this sort of pedagogical way where they were like, we are being good stewards of the donors' money. We have chosen to close so as not to waste the donors' money with these long-term social movement sort of, we were a campaign, we chose a reasonable goal, we achieved our goal, and now we aren't going to waste the donors' money funding, staff positions and blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
Is this not, okay. Hi, so I have a question. It's a two-part question, so I'm just gonna ask them back to back. It's for but hearing Pauline talk about like these very white spaces that I'm very familiar with at galas and dinners, and then Meryl, hearing you talk about Minnesota, I just can't let our day go by without invoking Prince. And I'm wondering, do we know the philanthropy practices of Prince when it comes to this particular issue? Because he very much made an obvious connection to not leaving his home state. And there's been this reciprocity of, I think, fans of Minnesota also claiming that, right? So there's that. Okay, good. I mean, maybe we might find out about this later when that vault's open. But, and the museum and all that good stuff. But then also, a larger question is, well, as someone who grew up in Maryland, where the wealthiest part of black people, the wealthiest black people live in the country, I'm always shocked at how there's a disconnect of connecting to black wealth. And I'm wondering, what's the pattern? What are the problems with connecting to wealthy black people around LGBTQ topics? And why the fuck aren't they in the room? Like, I'm not ever invited to anything, right? But at the same, like, I'm not even arm candy half the time. But regardless, like, the fact that those rooms are just so color-free, you know, what the heck is going on regarding black wealth and foundation support and donations, etc.
Let's get a couple more questions maybe lined up, and then I see a couple like further back up about 8 rows.
Hi, first of all, thank you for all the presentations, they were great. And my question is specifically for Meryl. All the information you gave was just, I couldn't believe it. And I understand you conducted interviews too. Okay, so my question would be, did you listen to any like moral considerations on what these organizations were doing? Like getting a task force and seeing what the speech had to be, and then, you know, even if it was just to say, well, we know this is not good, but we're still doing it because it's for a bigger good, you know, was there any consideration on what they were doing from the ethical point of view?
This is a great question.
Thank you for a wonderful panel. I have a question, I guess, for any of you, including Mary. Okay, so the funding has dried out, but there's some funding that's still circulating. I'm curious as to whether there's any information in Minnesota, in New York, of where it has been moving. So I'm thinking, for instance, about NGLTF and HRC getting money, or local lobbyists getting money, or I've noticed that the It Gets Better campaign has absolutely taken a lot of room in Latin America, right? Like, and the money, I know it's coming from the US. Are there ways in which, or are the community centers getting more funding? I go to NGLTF's conference and it Creating Change, and it just seems like it's fuller than ever. So is there any sense of where the money is going?
So I think I've given up the pretense of asking a question, but I do want to point to a unique sort of circumstance, because I think it upsets some of the sort of conventional wisdom that I think has been talked about, and that is the experience of Asian Americans in California. And I say this for 2 reasons. One is the Asian Pacific Islander equality groups in California, were started because of the sort of largesse of marriage equality money that rolled into California, but then they saw the writing on the wall, and made a pivot earlier to figure out sort of what their agenda post-marriage was going to be while they were still pre-marriage. I don't know if that's, but they began to think about that, and now actually, due to some shifts in doing some really great grassroots fundraising, I think they're usually at the top of the boards in the Boulder Giving, or the whatever those online campaigns are called. So that's one way in which I think they've upset the sort of models that we've been talking about. But B, and I could be wrong on this, but I remembered focus group or opinion data that came out from California saying that unlike other groups, California Asian Americans, you know, in leading up to Prop 8, were actually more likely to support the sort of equality frame, as opposed to not that they were opposed to the love frame, but because of their unique experience around internment, around racial profiling after 9/11 or that sort of thing, they were more likely than other groups to kind of use the equality frame as a reason to support marriage equality. So I just wanted to put those out there as sort of counterexamples.
Okay, 2 more questions and then we'll get it to the panelists.
Great. Thank you for a wonderful panel. This question is for Ben, and it's another question about where did the money go? You mentioned that one place the money seems to be moving is internationally. I was wondering if you can give us a sense of where that is. Is specific organizations in Europe or in Africa or in Latin America? Kind of if you could map that as much as you can, and then perhaps try to take a stab at the why question. Why do you think money is now kind of moving internationally?
Hi there. 2 questions kind of related and building on what's been said. I think you mentioned earlier on there was the kind of, you were focusing on the foundations, Ben, and not the public, but you sensed that the public was shifting away hugely as well from funding LGBT issues. And I wondered if a little bit, there's been kind of too much of a division presented here with this idea of the big foundation funders white, male, neoliberal dominated, and then we've kind of forgotten about just society as a whole and what's kind of broad society wants, and maybe thinking a little bit of the complexity of that and how they might have strayed away from that interest as well. And then the other thing was the issue about foundations closing, and I was just going to maybe say maybe it's not always a bad thing. From the other side, having seen big organizations scramble to stay relevant and kind of barge into areas they don't know much about because it's the new issue. And this was talked about a lot yesterday by the Not One More campaign people, who were saying that a lot of foundations have said, trans people in detention, we want to work about that now and talk on that. And they just trampled over all this work that's been going on for decades and come in with their solutions that are very statist and legalistic, and not listen to the people on the ground. So maybe sometimes the organizations, I think, should end to make space for other people doing the work.
We'll just go in order here. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the 2 questions that I want to take on, first the question of, was there moral conversations about the morality of the love pivot?
And Prince.
Pardon?
Prince.
Oh, and Prince. Apparently there's a Rolling Stone article that's all about Prince, the secret philanthropist. But as someone who was on the board of a number of queer and trans organizations in Minnesota for a number of years, Prince was not maybe he had a pseudonym, I don't know, like a secret Wellspring advisor, thing, but he was not a major funder, tragically. And then I want to talk a little bit about where the money appears to be going. But so the moral thing, what's important here that so many folks have talked about is that we have underestimated sort of the romance of marriage for a lot of people, right? And so those folks who were in the position of moving money and of articulating that love message felt that it was morally, that ultimately they were making an argument that queer love is just as worthy of personhood, right? And they would say that that is a moral position, right? What's important is that those folks are fundamentally single issue. They experience life, they walk through life in a single issue manner with an enormous amount of unexamined white supremacy, right? And they're holding purse strings. And so they believe in meritocracy. Like, an example that I was thinking of is a local philanthropy in Minneapolis wanted to honor Cece McDonald after her case while she was still incarcerated. For those of you who don't remember, she was a Black trans woman who served a prison term for having defended her life after she was attacked by a swastika tattooed white supremacist. And they wanted to honor her, and that philanthropy lost so many donors, including a founding member. The founder of the philanthropy cut ties with the organization and took back his tens of thousands of dollars because they would think that they would want to honor a felon. Right? For real, that's what they said, a felon. Like, are you kidding me? Right? But they believe in state institutions. They believe that the police are good and criminals are bad, and all of these just loaded in white supremacy things. And so they believe that love is the moral position to take, and they don't see any contradiction. And then in terms of where the money is moving, there does seem to be an enormous energy around funding trans stuff right now. And for those of us who've been struggling for funds for years and years and years, that is both potentially heartening and incredibly dangerous, right? Because of all the reasons that you laid out. But I do think there's actually quite a lot of advocacy that folks are doing within philanthropy to think more complexly about trans issues. I remain naively hopeful, and will have my hopes presumably crushed.
I'm glad to hear. I'm all for being naively hopeful. It's actually, I think that's my main job. So there was a lot, so I'll try to cover as much as I can quickly. So I'm sort of seeing three sets of ways the money is moving. One is for some of the more, like the really policy-oriented, there's a wing of the LGBT donor circles who are very focused on sort of what policies do we need to advance next to get equality, and sometimes in almost like a checklist sort of way. And those funders are shifting to non-discrimination protections at both the state and national level, or raising awareness for the mandate for non-discrimination protections, to be accurate, because that's a C3 activity, and religious exemptions, fighting back against the religious exemptions and the anti-trans bathroom bills that we've been seeing. There's another wing of funders, some of the funders who have been supporting marriage were frankly never that excited about marriage. They saw it as they truly saw it as a step and a useful vehicle. And those funders are largely shifting to issues like trans justice, criminalization. And I think in that sense, there is at least some sort of an opening of space for a broader, more justice-oriented agenda to be resourced. And then some are shifting to, some across the board, both justice and policy-oriented funders are shifting toward global LGBT rights. And I'll be honest that I think I see that happening in two ways. One is a somewhat concerning sort of way where it's US-centered organizations that don't necessarily have that much experience in the international sphere doing the work directly, which there are many concerns about that, among them just being one of competence. Like do these organizations really have the competence to do this work? Another is, and I'm pointedly not naming names, and another is a more positive direction is there is an understanding and belief among some donors and funders that if we want to have true change around the world on LGBT rights, we need to fund the grassroots. We need to fund locally driven organizations, all around the world. And in particular, I'd say actually Africa has gotten a lot of focus. But there is some growing funding for Latin America and Asia. It's challenging to fund in the international arena because some the Middle East and North Africa get almost no funding. Partly not that there's not need there, but partly because those contexts are so stifling that it's hard to just even move the money there in legal and appropriate ways. So that's it's really a mix. I guess I'll close by offering another sort of counter example to ESPA and Minnesota even, which is Basic Rights Oregon is the statewide equality organization in Oregon, and they really have for years while they were working on marriage, and I think this goes to Ben's point of the picture was getting a little bit sort of depressing, and there are lots of positive things that have happened and are happening, and Bro is an example where when, as they were working on a possible marriage campaign, they also built up a significant program to advance trans rights and to advance racial justice. Now, Bro is still struggling. They still had a loss in funding, but they built a little bit of a wider base, and they have, because they were talking about those things before, at least some of their donors were already there with them. There are still, not all the donors are following, but I think because they built it earlier, it's easier that they, they're not where SBUT is,
And I just want to add in terms of basic rights Oregon that even, a decade before marriage in the 90s, they were dealing with the anti-gay statewide amendments, and they've really had to, do a lot of self-reflective work, and the activists there have done it, and they really managed to maintain and expand, and it's exciting.
Yeah, BRO is one of the best statewide LGBT advocacy organizations out there. So in terms of funding, I'll tell you a quick little story that I think might be illuminating and relevant here. So I was executive director of Queen's Pride House for 3 years until last July, and I had to think about funding every day. And one of the things that struck me is that social service provision, community centers are by their nature local. They have become, I think they always were, but they've become even more hesitant to do anything political because funders, generally speaking, don't get very wary of controversy, and that includes even LGBT-related funding. One of the things that I did when I was executive director was a series of public policy forums, and they were funded partly by a small grant from the North Star Fund, which is one of the few kind of progressive foundations out there. It's pretty small relative to other foundations, but we got a small grant of $5,000, and I did a series of different forums on different public policy issues. So for example, not only did we do an after marriage, we did a little after marriage forum, but we also did two forums on police harassment and brutality, which are a huge issue for the community in Queens, particularly Jackson Heights. And I also organized the first ever, as far as I know, public forum at an LGBT community center on human trafficking of Asian women in Queens. And some people were kind of surprised that we did that, but it seems to me that an LGBT community center has to think about multiple oppressions and intersectionality. Our most controversial, which was not funded for quite obvious reasons, I organized a forum on pinkwashing and LGBT queer critique of Israeli occupation and apartheid, and that was very controversial, to say the least. One of the things that happened along the way in terms of the funding picture was we used to get small grants from the Paul Rappaport Foundation. It's one of only 2 LGBT-specific foundations in New York, the other being Stonewall Community Foundation. After the stock market crash in 2006 and the Great Recession, as they're calling it, the Rappaport Foundation board decided to spend down their assets and go out of business, which they did, I think, a year or two ago. When they were spending down, they made quite explicit that they would only give larger grants. We used to get small grants from them. And we applied for a grant from them. They said, well, we're only giving larger grants of $50,000 or more, but we're also not going to consider your grant proposal no matter how good it is, because we're only going to give grants to organizations that have annual budgets of $500,000 or more. And we were at, Queen's Pride House is at around $250,000 a year, which is not tiny, but it's not $500,000. And part of their concern, Rappaport's concern, was they wanted to give money to organizations that were viable for the long term. And so we decided to form a strategic partnership with another organization, basically, really, for funding purposes, because funders have become increasingly conservative in an institutional sense since 2006, in the last 10 years, with regard to the size and capacity of LGBT organizations. Even though that is not issue specific, it ends up having an impact in that way. Why? Because smaller organizations, in my experience, are the most likely to take on more controversial issues. There's no other LGBT community center that I know of in the country that has ever had a forum either on human trafficking of Asian women or Israeli apartheid and occupation, nor will they, but certainly on the latter score for funding reasons. And so when foundations and funders, including individual donors, become more institutionally conservative and focus on larger sized organizations to fund and bigger brand names, it has an impact not only on the smaller organizations as small organizations, it has an impact on what they are willing to do and the risks that they're willing to take in terms of issues that they're willing to address.
Great, and I'm just going to add one thing. The Connecticut organization True Colors, which deals with trans youth, LGBT bullying, it's really that they actually turn down money because they want to set their own agenda, and they've been incredible. I mean, again, on the backs of a lot of very hardworking volunteers and very few paid people, but they've really done an amazing job. So I mean, there's also, there are it's harder if you're not getting the big money, but it does allow you to do things that you might not be able to do in another way. So I want to thank everyone for coming. This has been a really great panel. Thanks to all the audience for your wonderful questions. For the panelists.
The only thing that might need a little doing, probably not, because I think we've got everyone in the shot.
So I click this when I start recording.
Right. So the stream is actually just running,
Mhm.
but then we'll start the recording stop.
That's the exact one.
And that's it.
Okay.
we'd like to welcome you all to the final closing plenary on LGBTQ scholarship after marriage. We'd like to thank everyone who made the conference possible. A special thanks and hello to Marty Duberman, the founder of CLAGS, who is here. And if you'd also just join me in giving a big thank you to the organizing committee, the staff at CLAGS, our many individual sponsors, our institutional sponsors, the American Sociological Association, the National Science Foundation, the Center for Sex, Gender, and Sexuality at NYU, the Gender Studies Program, and Women's Center for Gender Studies here at John Jay. Thank you to Gary for all your work on the AD. And finally, a big thank you to all of you for making this such an amazing conference. We hope that you'll all leave here intellectually charged, right? But most importantly, we hope this conference has also been a call for continued action. I want to introduce Elizabeth Payne from the LGBT Social Science Public and Policy Center. She's going to tell you a little bit about what they do, and then we'll turn it over to Steve.
People who know I need coaching on this one. So I want to thank Michael Yarbrough and Kevin Nadal for inviting me to share some information about what we're doing at the LGBT Social Science and Public Policy Center at Roosevelt House Public Policy Institute, Hunter College. It's a mouthful. We usually just do LGBT, SS, and PPC. So I'm Dr. Elizabeth Payne, and I'm the interim director of the LGBT Social Science and Public Policy Center. And we were founded in 2008 by a committee of Hunter faculty with interest in using their research to improve public policy for LGBTQ individuals and communities. So the center is unlike a lot of centers around the country, in that we are specifically rooted in interdisciplinary social science. And we're comprised of an executive committee, a Hunter advisory board, a CUNY research board that brings social scientists across CUNY with expertise in LGBT issues and with a research background in those issues together, and an active student policy group. All of the board members are social scientists and or policy faculty, and they all have a concentration throughout their careers in issues relevant for gender and sexuality. So our mission is to support social science and public policy research on queer issues, to inform policy decisions, disseminate findings to inform public opinion, and promote LGBTQ social, health, and political equity, and to provide LGBT policy academic training and practicum opportunity for Hunter and CUNY students. So we hold public symposia, book talks with social scientists, writing on key LGBTQ issues, public forums on current policy issues, brown bags featuring the work of CUNY researchers. We have policy roundtables, and then we do a lot of direct action policy work, particularly throughout CUNY. The board members serve as experts on policy hearings, consult on the drafting of legislation, we produce policy white papers, and we're also teaching our students about what engaged scholarship means. Our symposia are designed with our mission in mind, to bring social science researchers into dialogue with those working in public policy, and to support our vision for a cycle of engaged scholarship, research to policy, to practice to research. This past week, we held a half-day symposium on HIV research and policy with CUNY HIV researchers, the New York State AIDS Institute, the National Institutes of Mental Health, and the New York City Health Department. Everyone commented on the rarity of having research and policy people on the same stage, and everyone learned a good deal through the process. Our next large symposium will be in the spring, and it's addressing issues of LGBT aging. We also support a very active student policy group. We offer undergraduate classes, we have an intensive undergraduate fellowship program, and we will soon have an LGBT public policy minor. These are some of our upcoming events. Women and LGBTQ persons in Iraq under ISIS is next week on Thursday, if anyone's interested. And it's co-sponsored with CUNY Law, and we also have a reception after that. And then these are 3 of the book talks that are upcoming. Doug Meyer, Violence Against Queer People, is in December. Christine Hanhart is going to be in March, and Jill Josephson is probably going to either be in November or April. The Queering Education Research Institute, which is my research institute, I brought it with me from Syracuse University when I moved into Hunter, and it's currently housed at the LGBT Social Science and Public Policy Center. It's an independent think tank, qualitative research and training center dedicated to bridging gaps between research and practice and improving K-12 schools for queer students and families. We are now in our 10th year, and we are most known for challenging popular understandings of bullying, working with elementary educators on transgender inclusion, and for work on anti-bullying policy, as well as for professional development that's grounded in sociology. We are also very well known for our Facebook page, which is an academic project raising awareness of gender policing in everyday life. And that we also regularly post pictures of our cats' study habits. The LGBT Social Science and Public Policy Center is located in Hunter's Casa Lali at 132 East 65th Street on the 3rd floor. We are 2 blocks down 65th from Roosevelt House Public Policy Institute. For our upcoming events, it's best to follow us on Facebook because our website's not that great. And you can find us on both Facebook and Twitter at LGBTPaul. We often get asked about the name, so I'll just say that it's been around as long as we have, since 2008. And even though we use LGBT, which is in alignment with current policy language at the city, state, federal, and international levels, the research of our faculty and all those affiliated goes way beyond LGBT to the Q and a host of other identities. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. And again, thank you, Michael, for the time to talk about the Policy Center.
Without any further ado, I want to turn this over and introduce the amazing Simone Cole. She's going to be leading and moderating this conversation. Just wanted to note that Michael and I thought it was really important and appropriate to have an early career scholar leading this conversation. Simone is a PhD candidate at the CUNY Graduate Center and does really important, great work around catcalling using an intersectional perspective. And so with that, thank you.
All right. Is this okay? Yes. Hi, everyone. Let's take a breath. We're coming to the end of this amazing conference. It's such an honor for me to be here, so very quickly I want to say that CLAGS has done a lot for us at the CUNY Graduate Center. It has done a lot for New York City and LGBT communities nationwide. It's an honor for me to be sitting here with these scholars whose work I assign in my classes across the CUNY system, and I was really floored to be asked to do this because I said, I'm not worthy. And so you're seeing a kind of evolution take place before your eyes because, you know, we need to believe that we are rooted together with these scholars. And I also want to acknowledge the fact that there are a lot of tremendous activists that have come before us and have passed. And one amazing person that has passed last night is Jay Callio. And if some of you know him, you know the tremendous amount of activism and devotion he's given to the LGBT community here in New York City. And so I feel like just kind of taking a breath around that because when he was talking to me last, he said, you know, when I'll pass, some of that energy is going to go on to you. And then when Angela asked me to do this, she said, you know, you're the future of LGBT scholarship, you carry that, and these are the folks on whom you rest, you know, and whom you stand. So I think it connects to me today. I'll take a moment to gather myself together. And then we kind of talked a little bit via email, and then I caught up up with each of them this morning about what I want to do and how I want to structure this. But the first thing that struck me about the conference was the split we made between the plenary on politics and the plenary on scholarship. And I said, is that not the same thing? At least it is to all of us. And certainly collapsing it with radical pedagogy in my mind just as much as service, right? So when I'm going to talk to you all, the first thing I asked you to consider was that collapse, but more specifically the question was, what if anything might marriage mean for LGBTQ studies? And I kind of have a different thing I want to ask of each of the people, sort of in alignment with what they do. So for Steph, right, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology at Appalachian State University, currently working on a book project entitled Treating Gender, Transgender Medicine, and Uncertain Expertise, situating contemporary practices in trans medicine in the historical context in which this medical field emerged. What I'm especially interested in your write-up is the fact that you say that evidence, all evidence, is a social artifact. I'm very intrigued by that, I agree. And so I ask you to comment a little bit on what does it mean to consider LGBTQ scholarship as a social artifact? What does it do? What does it produce? Especially in light of same-sex marriage. But you don't have to address same-sex marriage at this point. Just address scholarship for us as a whole. I think I'm going to pass this. Right? I pass it or you grab your own?
You have to hold it up a little close, that microphone.
Okay, that's good, that's good. It's always like when people put microphones in my hand, I'm like, I don't actually know what's going to come out of my mouth. So hopefully it'll be somewhat coherent. So a lot of my work deals with the politics of evidence in trans medicine. And I also do some work in the politics of evidence in social movements. So if it's okay, I would like to start with a story from Field Notes, and maybe that can kind of launch us into a conversation. So part of my work in trans medicine is I work in archives, I interview providers, and I also do observations at healthcare conferences. 2 years ago, I was at the Philadelphia Healthcare Conference, the Trans Healthcare Conference, and I snuck into the medical track where it's really only supposed to be, I guess, providers with medical degrees addressing other medical providers. But for someone who studies trans medicine, it seemed like a really lovely opportunity to hear how providers speak with other providers and train them to think about trans medicine. So this one session was set up as gray cases, so ambiguous cases using informed consent models. As someone who thinks a lot about evidence, that seemed like a perfect opportunity to see how providers think about when they're working with trans patients and uncertainty, but within an informed consent model, right? For folks who are unfamiliar with informed consent, basically it is a model of healthcare where kind of the overarching goal is a provider offers all of the possible known risks and information, and it is up to every patient to make a decision based on the information that they have received. So these two providers are addressing a crowd about this size, and this one provider is telling the story, and they're using a lot of case studies to kind of exemplify gray cases and informed consent. So this one provider starts, 67-year-old trans woman comes to my office who has been on estrogen for the last 20 years, and she's starting to have a lot of high blood pressure, heart problems, etc. We talk about what estrogen might do in exacerbating some of those risks, and at the end of the conversation, it becomes clear to me that this trans woman needs to take a break from her estrogen. So in an informed consent model, that's not actually the way that it should happen, right? The provider is supposed to offer the information, and it is up for that individual in an agentic way to decide whether or not the risks for her in her own decision-making process are worth it. So these are the kinds of cases that are happening in this particular session, and at the very end of it, they finally open up the floor for questions and answers. And so this one provider kind of tentatively raises her hand, and she's like, how do you know? Like, how do you know at the moment when a patient comes to you with different health problems, how do you know which decision to make? And the other provider, who was also leading the session, kind of paused, stepped back, and she was like, it's kind of like spidey sense. And it was an interesting moment, I think, like inhabiting spaces as researcher and activist. So there's like the personal response that's horrified that this provider is making decisions using spidey sense, which and that's all I have to say. No. So there is like a personal response, right? Like absolutely horrified that this is like the meaning making that's happening. And I think from a sociological perspective, the words that we might ascribe to this particular situation is this is where bias is playing out, right? Like if a provider is using an intuition to make decisions about marginalized patients, what are the political and personal implications for any given patient, right? Theoretically, of course, in my head as I'm taking notes, I'm like, this is going to be the opening to the book, right? The opening moment where uncertainty and the politics of evidence as it plays out within a marginalized area of medicine as providers are trying to stumble their way through how to work with patients when there's no scientific evidence and there's also not a lot of clinical experience, which are the two common ways that providers make medical decisions. I think that moment also reflects attention back onto your question about LGBTQ scholarship and maybe what we have to offer, right? I think it is the unsettling of those moments where, as researchers, as thinkers, as writers, we're working with these caustic moments that are fraught with tension around, is it a responsibility in that moment as an audience member to intervene? Is it the moment to write it up in the book and kind of take some medical providers to task, right? But I think that if anything, what, from a queer and trans studies perspective, we can offer these moments is an unsettling and a destabilizing of assumptions, and at least in the healthcare world, like what the unintended consequences are of using biomedical models to make sense of and treat things like a gender identity.
Wow, thank you so much. What's happening? That was a dramatic moment. All right, let's move on. Okay, so then I really wanted to get into talking with Karma, who is my new favorite. And that'll be the case for all of you. And you'll see how tenuous that allegiance will be as we go along. I'm all there for polyamory. All right, so then I thought, by looking at some of the things you emailed us, and to get us more into the discussion around same-sex marriage and what it has to do with LGBTQ scholarship is, should we have that discussion? Does any of LGBTQ scholarship have to concern itself with same-sex marriage or the before and after moment around that victory? So really I want you to talk about it in terms of that subject. Does that matter to you?
Thank you. Yes, it does matter to me. And thanks everyone for being here at the end of this great weekend, and thank you to the organizers for having me here. I love being at CLAGS events, and as I was saying to Stephanie earlier, the only time I come to New York is for CLAGS events, and so just keep them coming so I get to make these trips. So, you know, we this conversation that what is LGBT scholarship after marriage, And I kept messing it up, like even in my notes right here, I had written LGBT politics, and then I had to scribble it out because I remembered I was on the scholarship panel. Because for me, the questions are one and the same in some ways too. So, I mean, what I had written to everyone when we were talking in advance was, you know, I want to interrogate the very premise of a conference like this. So part of me, maybe a very large part, maybe like 95% of me is very annoyed with the premise of the conference. In part because I feel like I've spent my entire adult career as a queer scholar always having to, in some way, check back to the marriage question. And so how do you do queer scholarship without some way going back to the marriage question? And frankly, that's fucking annoying. Because in the communities in which I actually exist, marriage is a moot point and always has been. And so I've always led that way, and some of you know I'm a part of a collective called Against Equality, and that's been part of our work is to, you know, to keep that critique alive throughout the last, I guess, seven or so years now. So I'm very frustrated with the premise of the conference, and then on the other hand, of course, the violence of marriage. I mean, I think that's come up in what I've seen in this conference. We have to interrogate that very straightforwardly. What have been the violences, not just of the institution of marriage, because we all know those, right? I mean, we walked into the conversation about gay marriage with a feminist consciousness, I hope. And so the violences of marriage have been well established for more than a century. So not just the violence of marriage, but then also the violence of whatever we want to call it, the marriage campaign, the marriage movement, the gay establishment, whatever it is. I think if we want to take the question on its own terms, I think it turns us in a couple directions. One of the benefits we have as scholars is to be able to be prefigurative, right? So the value of what I get to do is to sit in my office and think in relation to communities, and I'm not, it's not part of my job to constantly be responding to the emergencies in my community. I try to do that as a matter of politics, but that's not actually my job, what I'm paid to do. So I have a privilege to be able to do some prefiguring, and I think that's what's so beautiful about queer world making, right, is we are prefigurative, we're animating in certain kinds of ways. And I think one of our failures as queer scholars, of course, has been what's happened with the gay marriage movement. And so if there's anything that we need to do with this question, to me, it's to investigate more concretely the violences of normativity, specifically what Lisa called almost 2 decades ago now, homonormativity.
Before some of you were born.
Yeah.
Before she was her favorite.
Long before that, yes. Taking seriously the violence of that. I think that's our task now. So to figure out how did we as queer scholars get it wrong? In what ways were we just kind of bitchy about marriage? In ways that weren't productive necessarily. But now what's coming next? The gay establishment didn't go away, by the way, right? And so what is our relationship as scholars to that? And what did we do wrong that we want to do better in our prefiguring and our animating this time around? And the discourses we want to join up with organizers and with lawyers and with policymakers who are on our side and working in those various sectors to make things different. And I think for me, it's imperative right now not to succumb to, now that's over, now that's happened, let's just go to everybody's fabulous gay weddings. They're great, let's drink a lot and love each other and dress up. And, okay, sure, go ahead and do that, whatever floats your boat. And I think, for me, I'm still a cranky bitch about this. Like, I'm not gonna be going to a bunch of gay weddings. Like, fuck your weddings. Great. I don't like gay weddings any more than I like straight weddings. And I think we have to keep...
Divorces are fun.
Divorces are great. And I'm actually interested in the figure of the gay divorcee. I did actually mention that I thought about what could we create from the sort of utopian longing of the figure of the gay divorcee, who was once lured, as some of us and many of us were, and like that's perfectly understandable, the sentimentality of that, right? And not just that, right? Some of us need health insurance and immigration benefits, and like I get it, like I'm not stupid, right? But what does it mean as scholars, right? I think we have to keep our critical edge as scholars, even if we're doing something different in our personal lives, to continue the interrogation of the violence and normativity. And there's a great book that just came out in the spring by Amy Branzel called Against Citizenship. And if you haven't seen it, it's very provocative, and I think it lays out many of the stakes of the violences of normativity, and I think that's our task now. I think that was our task before, and I think it's our task now. And yeah, what does the new normativity look like now, post-marriage? What can we be doing, many of us, to just keep doing whatever the hell we were doing before, because we didn't give a fuck about marriage in the first place. But what do we do now? So I guess that's my big thing, that's my takeaway. Thank you.
I forgot to introduce you properly.
That's all right.
I'm going to correct that mistake now and take just a couple of minutes to say you're an associate professor in the Department of Mexican American and Latino Studies at the University of Texas, Austin. And the book Queer Migration Politics, which so many of you have mentioned throughout the conference, just in reference to something amazing, was awarded Book of the Year by the LGBTQ Communication Studies Division of the National Communication Association. And you really bridge LGBTQ rights, immigration rights, and talk around coalitional movements and the way that we can bridge scholarship and activism, which is exactly the kind of project we want to do. So that's just to say that. And then next, my previous favorite, Mignon.
Oh man. So glad to have them included.
Professor Moore generally does research and teaches in the sociology of family, race, gender, and sexuality. So given that marriage isn't going to go away, and we're going to contest it and redefine it, what can you tell us about the contemporary landscape around marriage, race, and sexuality in terms of how people negotiate entering into some of these institutions?
Well, I'm just going to start by telling you that I was part of the Freedom to Marry campaign. My wife and I, in our lovely wedding, was featured in Cabo, and we were actually on the cover of Black Enterprise magazine, which is a conservative business magazine in Black communities, and that felt like a very radical act for us to be discussing what marriage equality, the things that same-sex couples lose by not having the right to marry prior to prior to 2015. So I come from the perspective of a person who has worked in racial and ethnic communities around marriage equality as a vehicle. So I saw it as a vehicle through which people could talk to their family members, people in their racial and ethnic and cultural communities about LGBTQ issues. Because it was such a prominent feature of the political landscape, it offered that entryway. And we began to see conversations happening, debates happening in barbershops, beauty salons, at Thanksgiving tables. So people were no longer just bringing their partner home and everyone around the table knew this was their partner, but no one discussed it. Through this talk about Proposition 8 and marriage equality, it gave people an opening. And to those people, it felt like quite a radical thing to do. It was a very scary thing to do, to have people in your ethnic and cultural communities ask them to take this identity and incorporate it into who you are and your sense of self. So it wasn't, we're here, we're queer, get used to it, which I guess dates makes it sound very old because that was way back in the 80s, but it wasn't that kind of debate for these people. It was, we are your family. We are part of you. And we want you to accept all these different parts of us. So, you know, I do think that marriage equality did not help every member of the LGBTQ community. For many people, it had no relevance for their lives. For many people, it had a different political connotation than what, you know, how they understood themselves and what they wanted for themselves, but for people who did want that, it offered this important thing for them. To me, the problem is that that was the issue that was galvanized around leaving out other things that are critically important for other parts of the community. And so as a community, I use this example when in some of my research in Los Angeles, I talk about this black middle class neighborhood, Leimert Park, that I lived in, and there was they were trying to get a science program for the kids for after school, and at the time I had no children. And so I was like, okay, yes, I'm going to join forces with these because I think the science program is important for the community, has no personal relevance to me, I'm going to do that. In turn, I want you to then acknowledge this thing that's important to me as a black person who's also a lesbian. And so if I'm going to support your science center, then I want you to support this other thing because that's what it means when we're a community. If something affects one of us, it affects all of us. And so that's how I came to understand marriage equality in, at least in African American communities, but I think it has resonance with other groups. And then the last thing I'll just say is, so I was thinking about Katie Acosta. She's a sociologist, and she has a wonderful book, Amigas y Amantes, and it's about sexually nonconforming Latina women. And she says that this idea of marriage as a response to stigma, and I talk about it as a response to stigma in black communities. So the context under which you're understanding marriage equality is important. If you're in African American communities where there are all these stereotypes about people not living up to their responsibilities and not conforming, then the idea of marriage and publicly acknowledging the relationship is what is experienced as radical. Now, at the end of the day, if they're still miserably married, they're miserably married, or they're not miserably married, but that's a separate question from what is it accomplishing. And people felt really afraid, when they were marching in these, Martin Luther King parades and standing under these marriage equality banners. This was a really, important thing for them. So I was trying to remove maybe my academic self and any critiques academically that we have about it from how the individuals were experiencing it and what it took for them and their selves to do this. And for them, it felt like a transformative act.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to thread it back because we are always talking about the two poles of lived experience and structural inequality and power dynamics, and I've seen that throughout so many of the panels here. And Lisa, it's time for you to be my favorite.
Just like that. Just like that.
I'm working through some things. What an honor. I'd like you to help us embed the conversation about LGBTQ scholarship and the marriage debate in some institutional, structural notions. You said briefly in your comments that you'd like to talk about the economics of marriage, its history, and in terms of it being part of a very capitalist and a very empire-focused endeavor, right? And so, is that a comfortable place to start?
I think in 5 minutes or less, I have no problem.
In case you don't know who Lisa Duggan is,
Dugan.
Professor of Social and Cultural
The Irish
Analysis.
pronunciation, Dugan.
Dugan. Thank you. I love being corrected by you. I feel like I want to express everybody's sentiment. It's amazing. At NYU, you've written a lot. What do you want me to say first? I met Joseph de Philippis today, and with them you co-edited The Scholar and the Feminist online, a new queer agenda. I'm very interested in this new queer agenda. I hope I'm a part of it, and the new queer liberation movement. So,
Capitalism and
So,
so the question initially posed was about, how we think about queer scholarship, it's sort of in the wake of and in relation to marriage. And I was thinking, well, so you could frame it as, what do we do after the great achievement of same-sex adultery, bigamy, gold digging, and divorce? Which I've always thought of as the real equality. Those divorces, they are so revealing. And also, by same sex, of course, I mean that after a few months of marriage, it's always the same sex. Kind of over and over again. So that's what we're talking about here. But aside from that, okay, I wanted to frame the past, the present, and the future. And I'll start with the present and then say the importance of the past and the future in terms of our scholarship and our politics. So, and that they're sort of kind of connected to sort of formations, disciplinary and interdisciplinary formations in the academy. So in the present tense, there's sociology has been contributing studies about the effect and the impact of marriage in various registers. And unfortunately, a lot of sociology and other social science work kind of gets dragooned into, paid for to support the policy and legal goals of organizations, right? So that a lot of scholarship is sort of commissioned in a way to support a particular policy project or a particular legal case. And so the research is, in a sense, I will use the word compromised in some by being attached to those goals. But sometimes those studies can actually reveal more than they were intended to. And I'm remembering here a really amazing study that the Williams Institute did, I think it was in 2003, which was of the lesbian, gay, bisexual population in California. And it was really used to try to promote marriage equality there. But when you looked at the data and really disaggregated all of what they had, it showed that prosperous white gay men were the most likely to be coupled, and therefore the most likely to benefit from, and black lesbians with children were the least likely to be coupled. And who's, if you were looking at the population of LGBT Californians, T was not included in the study, you could see, well, marriage wouldn't be your first priority, right? Things like childcare would be, and things like employment, and unemployment benefits, and retirement, and the things that were needed by most of that population. And so sometimes even the social science that's kind of dragooned into a particular goal, if you look really carefully through it, it can show things that are buried in certain kinds of studies. So sociology is one place where a lot of the work on what the present the impact of differential racial and class and regional impacts of the passage of marriage, right? What kind of impact it's having. And it's that sociology and anthropology, right? In looking at how that exists in relation to different formations of partnership and parenthood and reproduction. But one of the contributions that it's been most frustrating to me is the sidelining of the historical frame for understanding marriage. I'm trained as a historian, that has everything to do with that. But for decades before the marriage equality movement, feminist historians in particular had not only a critique of marriage, but a historical embedded, like looking at marriage as part of the history of property relations, racial capitalism, and empire. And so there's a lot of new work, right, on settler colonialism, showing the way that, say, Europeans coming to North America, a big part of the project of empire was the imposition of marriage, Christian forms of marriage on people who did not practice that, and the way it was connected to politics and economy, right, dividing up commonly held land into individual parcels that would be individually owned, and therefore a particular kind of marriage unit with a particular kind of legitimated reproduction and inheritance was part of an economic system, and not just this sort of, isolated right or practice, that it was embedded in economic systems and in the project of empire. And there was a lot of that before, and there's continuing work on the history of looking at marriage in this broad way. And one of the frustrating things about the marriage equality movement was the absolute refusal to engage that work, and it's not of merely academic interest. It's really in terms of how we think about what this is doing. And more currently in political history and political economy is looking at the way that in the current moment, since the 1970s, marriage is embedded in the neoliberal project of privatization, meaning as benefits are cut by the state, as they're cut by employers, private households are supposed to absorb them. And the way one of the projects of getting that to happen is to promote marriage. So at the same time as the LGBT marriage equality movement, there was a lot of promoting marriage on the part of both the Bush administration, the Clinton administration, to say, okay, let's get all these poor women of color off of welfare, get them married, and then they'll be off the dole and we can cut benefits. So marriage then becomes embedded in another set of goals, and to disembed the promotion and rhetoric of marriage from those larger political goals mean we don't know what we're saying. We don't understand what we're participating in when we don't have that framework. But another thing that I think is also equally important is what Karma was referring to as prefiguring. And a lot of the work in the literary, the interdisciplinary humanities, is really about imagining futures, right? So a lot of folks who were involved in marriage equality would dismiss the critique as being utopian, like that's a kind of negative, not practical. But in fact, the project of prefiguring, the project of thinking our way into forms of intimacy and relationship that might be compatible with a more democratic and egalitarian world. If we don't do that, then we're stuck where we are without an imagination for how we could live otherwise. And that, in the mode of Jose Munoz's thinking about concrete utopia and thinking about other worlds, other ways of being, of thinking about our intimacies and our forms of relationship, that's crucial. And a lot of that is going on in politics and in activism, but also in the interdisciplinary humanities, and work like Jose's. And then I just want to say as a last kind of aside that, thinking about what the appeal of marriage has been, because I was listening to Mignon and I take very seriously what you were saying about what it means to people, right, to advocate for marriage or to bring marriage into their world. And I think that, marriage has played an extremely important role in the kind of notions of citizenship, notions of kinship, which was mostly what you were talking about, like how do you become included in kinship networks? And marriage is a key institution, has been a key institution for that. And also ideas about love, right? And that those citizenship, kinship, and love are key terms that are highly meaningful and highly motivating, and that we need to think critically and analyze these terms. So work on citizenship, like Karma's work, or like Amy Brenzel's new book, where we're thinking against citizenship, right, as a desirable kind of exclusionary goal, or where in David's work, thinking about kinship and reimagining forms of kinship, and thinking broadly about possibilities rather than trying to fold our very complicated ways of living into current kinship categories. Or, thinking about love outside of the sort of the notion of a conjugal couple, right? That somehow sex and love and reproduction are all lockstep attached to each other. It's actually, that is not the reality of queer life. We are an army of ex-lovers. We have inappropriate relationships with our exes. But in addition, in addition to that, really the imagination of multiple forms of intimacy is a queer gift to the world. And thinking about that, how to make it, how to make that gift real for everyone, right? Of a more expansive notions of intimacy, and taking sex out of the, conjugal sexual couple out of the notion of what's going to be the privileged, the only or the most privileged relationship. That really, it seems to me, from the inception of queer politics, has been the most potentially expansive goal. It sounds small, but it's humongous, right? Is to imagine ways of loving and living outside of these institutions and structures that have come through a history of property relations and empire that really don't have anything to do with how we love and how we live.
Thank you so much. I start to think about embodied being when you say that. I start to think about the way we process trauma and the way we survive. And I think our survival, on which we should reflect right now in the room, is a gift to the rest of the world and to ourselves. I think the third component you added to our thinking through our lived experience and through structural inequality is a historical analysis of colonialism, settler colonialism, and imperialism. And so I turn to you, David, my absolute favorite.
What? This is an enactment of the inappropriate relationship with exes. I have nothing to do with this.
I plead the fifth. You are Richard L. Fisher Professor of English and Graduate Chair of the English Department at UPenn.
I am.
And you study widely Asian diaspora, Asian American studies, psychoanalysis, critical race theory, queer studies. What don't you know about? And so I ask you to reflect for us on reparations, on the politics of colorblindness, on trauma, to bring race and empire back into the conversation.
Thanks so much, Simone. I'm really, really pleased to be here. In the Qing Dynasty, I was actually on the CLAGS board, and I was the chair, so I'm so thrilled to be back here, and the conference has been fantastic. I thank the organizers. I've learned so much. I wanted to actually just to draw your attention to the Barnard Barnard Center for Research on Women. They actually have an amazing link and set of videos that does the historicizing that Lisa is talking about.
Fantastic.
So I would immediately go to their website and take a look at that, because it really intersects with that really beautiful and quick history that Lisa was giving. The thing that really came across so clearly in many of the panels I attended over the course of the 2 days is that marriage is not a solution, but a problem for equality. And I think that when you focus on the question of class and the question of poverty, I really have come to see that same-sex marriage is a form of trickle-down economics. That's something that I learned over the course of these 2 days, and we always kind of knew that, but I think that's the way we have to talk about it. I prepared just some very short remarks, and what I wanted to talk about today was LGBTQ scholarship in relation to the politics of colorblindness. Now, if you remember, in the aftermath of Lawrence v. Texas, right, in 2003, which decriminalized same-sex sodomy, and with the election of President Obama in 2008, the struggle for same-sex marriage was framed as, quote-unquote, gay is the new black, right? That was the cover of the December 2008 issue of The Advocate, right? They proclaimed that after the historic November elections. Equating gay and lesbian struggles for civil rights in the present to black civil rights in the past not only consigns racism to the dustbin of history as a historical project completed and achieved, but it also suggests that all gays are white while all blacks are heterosexual. With Obergefell and the legalization of same-sex marriage, I remain even more wary of this temporal narrative of historical progress. So, just as an aside, I want you to remember that the plaintiffs in Lawrence v. Texas were a black-white, interracial couple, but they weren't even a couple. They were involved in a three-way, right? And the reason why the police went into Lawrence's apartment was that the jilted third lover called the police and said there's a N, word, with a gun going wild in this apartment. So what begins as a story of racial trespass is transformed into a story of gay liberation, gay freedom, and coupledom. Okay, and I think that that's the kind of what we would call intersectional history that needs to be recovered in the telling of this amazing kind of legal decision. All right. So today we inhabit a formal legal order of colorblindness. In a post-race and post-identity world, on the surface, we're all abstract equal subjects. All differences, right, are denied. And this is a very strange and contradictory moment where we're abstract equal subjects, but racial violence continues unabated, right? Most noticeably captured by the Black Lives Matter movement. So lots of things have changed between Generation X and Generation Y, but I think one of the real constants is this history of unabated racial violence. So I want to think about how LGBTQ scholarship in this moment needs to consider how our reading practices in the field might relate to the politics of colorblindness. So in queer studies and in the humanities more generally, there has been a turn, a scholarly turn to what has been called post-critical reading practices, right? And there are many different labels, but things like surface reading, distant reading, big data, the descriptive turn, the bracketing of what Paul Ricoeur called the hermeneutics of suspicion in favor of what Sedgwick mapped out as reparative over paranoid reading practices. Now, many of these really fascinating new techniques of reading are in response to the interdisciplinary bringing together of the humanities with hard sciences concerning issues, for instance, of climate change, right? The aggregation of the human species under the label of the Anthropocene, or alternately digital humanities, right? The processing of big data and computer models, right, of research in relation to individual modes of human cognition, right? So all of these are really important changes between Generation X, Generation Y. They're historical changes around technology that have changed the ways in which we relate to one another and relate to the social. But I really want to ask, in this post-critical turn, how have we might inadvertently, or even perhaps, inadvertently or perhaps even advertently, been complicit with the politics of colorblindness? Okay, and this is what I mean. On the surface, we're all abstract and equal subjects, yet deep structures of institutional racism pervade and persist in the society. And if you remember, in the late 60s, it was Stokely Carmichael who conceptualized the term institutional racism. He noted that while individual acts of racism were remarkably visible, institutional racism was often hidden, very difficult to name because it was embedded in political, economic, and social structures that insistently obscured it. We cannot interpret these hidden structures on the surface or through surface reading, but only by returning to symptomatic reading practices and interpretations. To remain suspicious about racial violence today is not, I think, to be paranoid. To the contrary, not to read symptomatically in relation to racial violence is politically irresponsible. So let me end by saying that colorblindness does not mean that we are in a post-race or post-critical society, but in fact, colorblindness is the contemporary and surface form in which racism appears today. So I think what this, along with many other issues, should be and is a major concern of LGBTQ politics, and I really echo what a number of us were saying. This was the agenda before marriage, and this needs to be the agenda after marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier today, Allison Ross, who had to run out, said that in the backlash against even mood lighting now, which I also appreciate. I'll continue talking. She said the backlash against the most marginalized has taken place because of this victory, and that incorporates a tremendous amount of violence, racism, And when I think about tremendous violence and racism, I think back to the academy because it's a deeply contested space right now. And so the other thing I wanted to ask all of you earlier is, I'm from the CUNY system, so there's a lot going on for CUNY undergraduate students and graduate students that speaks to policing, surveillance, and economic loss and other kinds of oppression. I want you to each discuss your discipline or institution and the ways that the academy itself is complicit in racialized oppression and a lot of the other oppression that you mentioned, and how you as a scholar address that kind of step.
So I am a brand new assistant professor at Appalachian State, so I'm still very much getting a handle on even how to find my classrooms. But it is an interesting location. For those who are unfamiliar, it is a master's comprehensive institution in rural western North Carolina, in the mountains. And there's certainly like a regional, I mean, living in North Carolina, and I've also lived in Durham for a few years, it seems like in North Carolina, local politics kind of accumulate into state-based politics, right? So one thing that has struck me in the Appalachian region is it's a predominantly white, Appalachian State University is a predominantly white institution, and I think like a lot of institutions is trying to increase through various initiatives students of color and trying to get students of color. So a question that I've received from other folks is, what is a queer and trans person doing taking a job at Appalachian State, right? And I think that likely a question that students of color who would have other options, such as University of North Carolina in Charlotte, like there's a lot of different universities, so it seems like one of the questions is, why might a student of color want to pick up and move to rural North Carolina in the mountains when there is still, I mean, it's an interesting place in people not having any problems flying their Confederate flags on July 4th as like a symbol of patriotism, right? And standing with my cup of coffee, looking out over my porch in a giant pickup truck, you know, like flying down the road with their 6-foot flags of Confederacy. So I think it's an interesting institution to work in regionally, geographically, and also demographically in the profile of the institution, and the ways in which a place like App State is trying to draw students of color into their institution, right? And I think that the part of the conversation where that happens is like wanting to have many perspectives and many lived experiences represented among the student population, and yet what resources are available to support students of color at Appalachian State, right? And I think that it's a question that just in the last week has kind of come into the discourse of students on campus. I was out of town, so I don't know actually the fine details of it, but from my understanding, there was a confrontation between mostly white students who support Donald Trump and students of color on campus, and the police were called, and rather than engaging everyone in a similar way, and rather than, you know, not engaging at all, the students who were punished and the students who were policed were the students of color, right? So it's provoked a lot of questions on campus, and it seems like very similar to my experiences at Duke University, that it seems like a challenging moment for administrators who have to present issues in a way that kind of works within this discourse of civility. Right, and yet the folks who are listening to the discourse of civility are usually the ones who are harmed the most by even trying to talk about something that's made up called civility, right? So those were my first thoughts, but also as a new person on campus, I'm still kind of getting a handle on everything, so.
Anyone can go. I just wanted to get back to the people who haven't spoken yet, so.
Oh, I was thinking about students in kind of the ways that you're talking about students, but also the ways that things like the Black Lives Matter movement has influenced student organizing. And so I've been giving some talks over the last couple of years at different campuses, and as part of my visit, I usually meet with a group of graduate students or sometimes undergraduates too, and they're usually a mix of students of color and LGBTQ student identities and that sort of thing, maybe sometimes non-traditional older students who are returning. And in each department, they are having the same crises around how to organize around inequalities that they're experiencing in their departments. And a lot of that movement is connected to this the Black Lives Matter movement and the youth in that movement. But in the attempts for the students to organize, it reveals to them these institutional biases and uncertainties that come when the faculty that they thought would support them are not as vocal, the faculty. And so when I talk to the faculty, they're dealing with their own insecurities, or not insecurity, personal insecurities, but insecurity about their role in the structure of the university. And so these are some of the tensions that are creating this discord at least in the sociology departments that I visited. And then quickly, the other thing is within the faculty, I've seen the type of scholarship that's valued or devalued when we're making decisions about whom to invite for jobs, or especially thinking about promotion and tenure. And one of the problems that I'm seeing is that the social reproduction is being disrupted. And so people are more comfortable reproducing themselves in their departments. They want people who look like them, people who think like them, right? And so when you invite LGBTQ scholars or people who do that kind of work, people don't know what to do with that. They are worried. They're worried about losing their power and losing the way things are done. And these are really, important kind of interpersonal decision making that affects these larger, the way the department looks. And so you're applying, and you're thinking you're going to be evaluated on your scholarship, but there are all these other things that are happening that are influencing that.
I'll say briefly. I mean, I think this question is huge, right? I mean, and we could talk in so many different directions. I was thinking about something, so I just got to Texas. I've been at Wisconsin the last 6 years, which has been a giant shit show, and to say the least. That is actually the technical term. If you haven't paid attention actually to what's been going on at Wisconsin, you should, because of course they've essentially eliminated tenure protection at one of the premier public universities in the country. And I was thinking about, shortly after I was tenured, there was this right-wing media hit organization that decided to put out a new series called UW Professors Who Do Useless Knowledge. And I was the first one. I was the first feature. And, it was great because all of these very chivalrous straight white men came to my defense in the comments. So I was very grateful for chivalry in that moment. Because normally the comments are so terrible to read, but it was kind of lovely. But what it signaled to me was the real threat that, I'm picking up, I think, on what you're saying, that the real threat that queers of color continue to bring to the university by our mere existence, and I think in my case by my proximity to queer communities of color and the kinds of labor we're doing. And so I think, and the university doesn't really know what to do. I mean, there's actually no, even though this was circulating everywhere, and many of my, parallel peers were asking, what support they could provide. And of course, I think the first 3 people who were attacked were all queer, not surprisingly in this hit series. And but there was not one administrator who had any interest whatsoever in asking whether they could do something to support me or the other folks who were attacked. And maybe it didn't matter. Maybe it was just the right thing, and that's perfectly understandable. But I definitely, this was right. This happened right after Stephen Salida was fired from the University of Illinois, within a few months. This happened right before the state legislature proposed to remove tenure protections, and I'm thinking, how these things are all connected, right? And so our institutions are not just complicit, but of course they, this is their premise, is to destroy our presence in them.
So, is it okay, Lisa?
Yeah, and then I have a brief thing to say.
I really take your question, Simone, to be, let's think about access to the institution of marriage in relation to the institution of higher education. And at the last panel, Pauline Park was talking about funding and infrastructure and the ways in which, for instance, people like Paul Singer, hedge fund manager, right, was one of the great proponents of same-sex marriage. He runs a fund that buys sovereign debt, right, and then sues countries like Argentina, makes tremendous amounts of money, right, and then gives to same-sex marriage. So here's an example, again, of what I was saying, trickle-down economics. And you can think about that in relation to student debt, right? So I think that, to me, this is a very queer studies project, right? It raises serious questions about pedagogy, and not pedagogy, research, right? And what is going to be our research agenda? And there's a difference now in LGBTQ studies of counting the gays, right? Which is not an unimportant project. Rights and representation is at the center of liberal democracy. But it also raises the question of queer method. And that genealogy that I just traced, I think, is a form of queer method. It also raises, your question for me, raises the issue of pedagogy. Yes. And I have to say, after having a kind of weird relationship with the millennials who are like taking selfies in class as I'm trying to lecture, I think I've come to kind of detente. After Ferguson, I really felt a responsibility to teach a course on psychoanalysis and racial violence. And when I'm talking about historical change, it struck me that yes, all of psychoanalysis has gone to medicalization. People don't get on the couch, they just take a pill. As a result, things like psychoanalysis have become extremely undertaught, underappreciated. And I said, you know what, I'm gonna go back and teach this course to undergraduates. It was the most fantastic class, super multicultural, all different sorts of colors, sizes, sexualities. But everything that the students told me was about this contradiction that I talked about in my comments on colorblindness, which is they don't know how to read this massive contradiction that they're facing in the world between, like, we're all the same, everything's great, and then that it's just contradicted by event after event after event, right, of racial violence. And so they need a critical vocabulary to interpret that, to analyze that. And that really was the heart. This is how I really got the idea to talk about what I talked about today.
Well, I teach at NYU, which is a real estate corporation that offers classes. But I was thinking, there are two fronts within the university, and one of them is really the hiring and the institution, and the other is the substantive content of the knowledges that we produce and disseminate. And the challenge is very different in each of those settings. However, there is a kind of parallel. There's an analogy to be made, and that has to do with the difference between inclusion and transformation on both fronts. Because, right, in the case of the institution, hiring and admissions, and it's like we're fighting the battle on the level of inclusion, right? So just getting the bodies in the door, right? Getting the hiring done, getting the, I mean, I read a really, really interesting piece the other day on social media called, "Why Aren't We Hiring More Faculty of Color? Because we don't want to." And it was an analysis of the forms that resistance takes. But we're embattled on the level of inclusion. We rarely get to the level of transformation, which is, access to higher education in a broadly democratic way that takes into account race and class, and that, things like free tuition are the bottom level of access to higher education. But it's like we're so embroiled on inclusion, which is, as David just said, important. But it really, in a way, being engaged there can kind of blockade we get tied up in admitting a bunch of graduate students of color from Ivy League institutions, and rather than, right, trying to open up a pipeline in a more broadly democratic way to people who come from all kinds of institutions and that sort of thing. So the parallel in the substantive knowledge production is that, my department at NYU is majority faculty of color, it's majority graduate students of color, it's also very feminist, very queer, right? But we're very, we're ghettoized, right? We're balkanized. And we're still fighting on the level of inclusion in this sense. So the introductory courses for the department, when taught by the white guys, will have a week on gender, a week on race, and then in the week it's, we're talking about labor in this course. Well, we'll include a week on emotional labor, and that will be feminism. We'll include, right, but hairdressers perhaps on queer. But at any rate, there's it's that inclusion in the syllabus, even though all the bodies are there in my department, not in other departments, but in our department. But the idea that really we need to, from the ground up, transform the syllabus itself. That we need to rethink the way like the entry of disability scholarship means we have to rethink our fundamental ways of thinking about space and access and materiality. Not that we add a week on disability, right? So it's even when we've, let's say, achieved a level of inclusion, that's, pretty impressive, we're still stuck at the level of, not getting to the point of transformation. And so those are the challenges there are along those two lines.
I'm so excited because now I really want to lead into my favorite topic, which is queering pedagogy. This conference has taught me that there are different ways to go about doing that, apparently. But I really want to ask you, and if you know what went on last night. I really want to ask you about radicalizing pedagogy, but connected to your particular position as a young scholar or beginning scholar, as full professors, because I think our ability to transform the classroom by radicalizing the syllabus and the politics of the classroom links directly to our position and our precariousness. As adjunct professors, we're not able to do that. In some ways we are, because we're not being micromanaged. Being disposable gives you that kind of honor. On the other hand, if your tenure is at stake, people tend to draw back from trying to radicalize the classroom, and people have been fired for the conversation. Oh, hello? It's over. Let's do the other one. This one's ran out of battery. Throw it up. Thank you so much. Hello? Okay, we're back. So, and there's that tremendous conversation, which shouldn't be a conversation, like the bathroom debate should not be a conversation around trigger warnings in which people are being targeted for trying to radicalize the classroom. And so it's everything we've been talking about, because that kind of attack really goes after women's studies professors, critical race theorists, and puts them in very precarious conditions in the academy. So now, anyone can talk about the ways that you as a scholar have radicalized the classroom. What does that look like for you, and how does that connect to LGBTQ scholarship? And once we do that run through, I think you guys should prepare your very fascinating questions.
If you go to
I have two thoughts there. One is that I have felt that my presence in the front of the room in the institutions where I have taught and where I received tenure has been a radical transformation. The idea of me standing there addressing these students and being the faculty member, the person who has some authority for their experience, has felt quite radical to me. The ways I teach my courses are very different. So if I teach sociology of gender, it's going to be transformative in the way I do it. It's not the way other people, other white women who teach it, usually women who teach it, do so. My syllabus is always race, class, and gender and sexuality and every component of how you think about gender. And so to me, that feels different. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that, that other part, I kept losing that thought. It kept going through my head so fast. What was it about?
It'll come back.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back.
Wait.
There was another good, there was a point I wanted to make about that, but
Welcome to my age.
I know. So I'm sorry, I have to think about that again. As you talk, maybe I'll remember, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'll just say briefly, I've been thinking about this a lot in, so I've jumped disciplines out of, I mean, I'm a communication and rhetoric scholar by training and was teaching in the communication arts department of Wisconsin now in ethnic studies. And for me, the move into the Mexican American Latino studies department, that I really wanted to I felt so much pressure, like I was one of the only couple of people of color. I think, there are so few women of color ever tenured in that department, I think maybe 3 total. And so a lot of strange pressure and, a biracial kid, a poor kid, all these things that like make the academy strange. But I really felt, I was hired with tenure, like, okay, now I can maybe experiment a bit. And so definitely listened a lot to especially my students who do queer studies and disability studies about what are the ways to radically revolutionize structurally the classroom. So if we can begin there. And, thinking about things like letting people choose their grades and, writing a contract and picking the syllabus together and picking the course objectives together if you have course objectives. And I think this is something that, my queer pedagogy has largely been about thinking about intersectionality in the classroom in a more representational way. And I definitely think brainstorming together about the structural changes you can make to the classroom, which then I think begin to transform departments and then maybe move to the level of institutions is like really where we can move the conversation. Did you remember what you wanted to say?
Sorry. So this thing I'm going to say, I think some people will disagree with, but I feel that's happened already here. So for me, the radical transformation in my experience in the academy has come through the types of research questions I ask and the populations that I study. And I'd like to feel that I've worked to move marginalized groups into the mainstream in terms of the ways sociology thinks about those groups. So when I started my work on Black lesbians, the main way that we talked about gay and lesbian identity, and it was usually gay and lesbian identity, was through like Maury Povich, where the big reveal was that someone's mother or child was gay. That was the way society talked about it. It was before social media and things like that. And so I used mainstream sociological methods to study marginalized groups. And I was able to get funding for that, and so people who wouldn't have cared about those groups, they had to remain silent because the work was being rewarded through these other channels. And that was my kind of hidden agenda, to make visible different populations. So it was through how can we use sociology, we've used it in these other studies, let's think about how to use it on these groups. And at the time, that felt really transformative. I mean, now people do it. So the world has changed. Even in the last 15 years, the world has changed. And now we can do that. And we can study groups. They're not automatically dismissed because they're, you know, some stigmatized group. But when I first started this work, some people wanted to dismiss it because they didn't care about black LGBT women. And so I went through some kind of mainstream approach, but still my hidden agenda, my spook who sat behind the door, was to transform. And so, you know, you might not, at the end of the day, you might not think that it was transforming. When I talk to my students, I teach at Barnard, and so we have these students who are very radical, and they feel that I'm just so corny in my little having a wife and children, you know, like, oh my God, right? And then but I also have students who come from very conservative religious backgrounds, and then I have students who are kind of middle who want to be transformed, but they're still afraid. They don't identify as feminists, but they're waiting for someone to help them transform. And so it's kind of hard to negotiate, you know, all those populations. So I think if you just stick to, you know, what you believe is right, and whatever kind of approach works for you, right? Whatever kind of way you can do your transformative work. It's just more authentic if it comes from who you are instead of trying to take on a different kind of persona.
I just wanted to say I'm so glad that we finally figured out the gay agenda. That's helpful. You didn't want to say more? No. Okay, cool. Is there
I'll say something really quick, which is this question about radicalizing pedagogy. I actually disagree with you, though you are one of my favorites. I don't think that letting students pick and choose their grades, I'm just not going to do that. Maybe that's because I'm old and grumpy. But to me, that seems so neoliberal, and it's like if you're taking a class with me, it's a prefix menu, right? It's not a la carte. And I feel like that movement toward everything is customized is it's a mark of neoliberal choice, right? And it's about a kind of consumerism in the classroom that I just don't agree with. I think that's one way of reading it. I'm not saying that that's the way you're doing it. I'm going to tell you a story. I mean, one of the things that came out of this class on race and psychoanalysis that I decided at the end of the day, I'm going to do this book with a good friend of mine who's a Korean psychotherapist, and we've been writing case histories and commentaries on Asian immigrants over the course of 20 years. So we really tracked the last 20 years of Asian immigration. We started with suicide. I met her at my first job, and there were all these Asian American kids who killed themselves my second year. She and I met under those circumstances because she was the only person in counseling and psychological services. Subsequently wrote about transnational adoption, about parachute kids, and now coming out for millennials. And it tracks the history of immigration and the kind of psychic questions of loss, right? But one of the stories that she told me about the clinic was if you're a kind of middle-class white student, and on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being an emergency, she's like, you know, your average middle-class white kid comes in at a 6. If you're Asian American, you come in when you're an 11, meaning that at that point, it's already too late, and you're going to get kicked out of the university because now you're a liability and you're going to harm yourself. So the only options they have at that point is to say bye-bye. And then she said African American kids don't even come to the clinic. They don't feel entitled to the space of the clinic. And that really made me think about your radicalizing pedagogy question, because I really consider my job in many ways, especially I've gone in and out of public schools and private schools. In the private schools, I kind of feel like my job is to teach to the margins, to those students who do not feel fundamentally entitled to be in the university. And you can do that in all these different ways. But when I asked Shinhee, you know, so what is the cure in the clinic? She goes, the clinic is not the cure. The clinic is a reflection of the problem, and it's no different from all the other spaces. So she's like, I consider the cure right, to be my response perhaps in the clinic. You're teaching to this population of students the kind of community organizations that are available to them. So I was involved in the Asian American Writers Workshop for many, many years. And Asians are never, like model minorities are never considered politicized, but it actually was through these kind of community and creative projects that a kind of political agenda and a set of political objectives emerged. So she was really the one who got me to start thinking about radical pedagogy and how it was a kind of holistic thing that could not be confined to one space, but actually was a collective project.
I'll just make one small comment about this, and that's, you know, the challenge in the classroom is different depending on what kind of institution you teach at. At NYU, I have a mix of students who come from very privileged backgrounds and have very, you know, prep school educations and all the time in the world. And I have students who are first generation college, who are immigrants, who live at home with their parents, who are working full time, and they're going to graduate with $100,000 in debt, right? And they're all sitting in my classroom. So I have to, you know, I feel the responsibility, political and ethical, to in some way respond to that and not simply reward the kids who have the writing skills from prep school and who have the time to do all the reading and, you know, over the kids who are struggling. So I had to come up with a way to respond to that, and I'm constantly trying, you know, new ways to respond to that. And one of them is just to make grades reflect effort, right? So that students who show up on time and who turn all their papers in on time, and it's a good faith effort, right? They just get automatic A's. And that everyone who then doesn't show up or doesn't have a good, doesn't have a written excuse and so forth, so this system has a bunch of downsides too, but it makes the really privileged kids really pissed off, which is kind of fun because they're used to getting by on their writing skills and not having to show up, and that won't work. And students who don't have the training, you know, don't have the background and they don't have the time to, you know, do everything perfectly, they know if they participate at full steam, then it's going to be okay. So they stop panicking, right, about that. So it's, you know, it's like how can you have really high substantive expectations for students and not lower expectations, but also a reward system that doesn't assume that they're all alike in terms of what they come in with and what they have at their disposal to do the schoolwork. You know, in the senior year, that's when all the depression and suicide attempts happens, because they, like the students who have $100,000 in debt at that point, and they realize that the job market sucks and they're not going to get a high-paying job, and their parents have invested in a freaking NYU education, and it's not going to pay off in terms of mobility necessarily. They blame themselves. They have a terrible time in their senior year. So I'll have, like, in a seminar setting, 50% of the kids are having serious difficulties during their senior year because it has registered with them that there are no good jobs for them and so forth. And it's like, so figuring out in terms of teaching that, on the one hand, I don't like the woo-woo, tell me how you feel thing in the classroom. No, I don't, you know, I just don't want that. I want to have high expectations, of substantive expectations, but also find ways to respond to the material realities and the affective consequences that are really shaping what's going on in the classroom. And that it's a challenge. Like every year I have to figure it out again in a way, because, you know, every class is a different mix and all of that.
Has it gotten worse?
Yes, it has gotten worse.
In what way?
And the pressures are very intense. I mean, in terms of you know, even though the statistics will tell you the economy's gotten better, there are more jobs, there are more shitty jobs is what they are, right? So it's not like that their expensive education and their massive student loans are going to pay off.
Well, I mean, this generation is fully the post-2008 generation, so I think that the big shift really is that there isn't a faith in global capitalism in this younger group that I would say that middle, before 2008, that group felt.
Yeah.
I mean, the levels of insecurity are just like sky high,
And
and that comes out in all these panic attacks.
Yes, and also, surveys that show the majority do not favor capitalism, and the majority also do not define themselves as heterosexual. Doesn't mean they're gay. They just don't. It's quite interesting.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do ask people to bring their emotions into the classroom. I ask students to bring their whole selves into the classroom, and sometimes I have found that it leads to productive conversations and meaning making around social issues. So maybe I am one of those people. But as folks have been talking, I've been thinking about the differences and opportunities for students who attend places like Duke University, I was there for a couple years doing a postdoc, and then students who attend Appalachian State University. And I think that part of the work and part of why, in spite of people's bewilderment as to why a queer and trans faculty member might want to start out their job at Appalachian State, I think it is about the student population, right? And some of the differences that I see between, so over the summer, I just closed out my time at Duke. I was teaching, it was a course about using social media for students to reflect on their internship experiences at Duke. And the internship opportunities that they had sounded like Jeffrey's investment experience. Working at Aetna, but not getting coffee, right? Running statistical models. Students who have different opportunities at places like Duke, and then asking students at Appalachian State, what are the kinds of internships that what do you want to do with your, like with this thing called the sociology degree? And I think that part of the work in thinking through the question of radicalizing is, what does it mean to work with students at Appalachian State? And for a lot of those students, their pathways are not going on to PhD programs, are not going on to go to law school or med school or engineering schools, as was my, that was a lot of the students at Duke. But instead, they're thinking about going into social work and becoming nurses and going into nonprofit work and doing community advocacy. And so their pathways are so different that the ways that I am with students at App State is totally different than students at Duke, right? And for me, that's actually, it feels at moments, and this is not saying bad things. I mean, I love my students at Duke, and eventually came to have a great fondness for them in spite of our vastly different experiences growing up, right? But there's something different about working with the App State students, and sometimes it feels like what it looks like to radicalize the classroom or to radicalize pedagogical concerns with App State students is offering resources and connections and ideas and information that they never would have accessed in the first place, right? And so that actually means for some of them sitting down and talking through, you are interested in doing policy work, and the next question is, how do you find jobs in that area? And so it's sitting down and showing them different opportunities and websites, right? And kind of taking them through the process of how do you think about, how do you find those jobs, how do you prep for those jobs, what can you do right now as juniors or seniors to help get ahead in this abysmal job market for a lot of folks, in ways that they wouldn't have those opportunities otherwise, right? So I guess one way into the conversation is also thinking about maybe a radical pedagogy looks something like offering opportunities and resources for students who wouldn't otherwise have that knowledge and that capital.
I think we all are involved in so much mentorship and the burnout associated with that, but I think what worries me after listening to you all is how normal we find it that our college students are suicidal. That's just everybody's reality. Why do we take that for granted? Why is that the time when people are the most vulnerable if they make it to higher education in the first place? That's just something I was thinking about, because when I was at NYU, there were a lot of suicides. And we often joke, of course the pre-meds are under pressure, of course the first generation immigrant students are under pressure, but we never sort of question, why should that be any college student's reality? Why should that be a conversation? Instead of worrying about grades or assignments or whatever, like why should we talk about the fact that they can't access counseling, that counseling isn't welcoming and it's a hostile space and it's unable to deal with racial trauma and sexist, repercussions and any other kind of trauma that actually faces our students. So it's 6:10. Let's open it up, right, for questions.
Simone, do you want to take a bunch of questions at one time, or do you want to take them individually?
Let's take a bunch.
Several dirty jokes in my head.
So I wanted to thank you because the conference started great and it's ending great. I feel like it's the best possible dream of having multiple orgasms, right, in 2 days. So thank you. Thank you. I have two quick questions. One is the tension, especially that I heard between what Mignon was saying and what Karma was saying about marriage. I think it's an important tension we shouldn't let go of because I think that's productive in terms of acceptance, rejection, criticism of marriage. And I wonder whether the language of our relationship to citizenship, actual or symbolic, I'm more interested in the symbolic, right? In that notion of entitlement. I think there's a lot of areas you could go into, is there respectability politics and marriage, right? Are we in a social location that's inherently unequal, thus marriage doesn't really matter, right? I wonder if you could say something more about that. And then a very separate question would be, well, maybe not so separate, but I'm thinking about how neoliberal education not only is now bringing more students of color to universities, especially private universities, they're becoming in debt, right? Students of color who are now entering more massively universities that have a discourse of diversity and inclusion are now the surplus population that are paying the universities, right? So there's something perverse about that, and not perverse in a good way, and I was wondering if you could speak to that.
You gonna have a few questions? Other questions? We're gonna take a bunch of. I'm just gonna talk loud.
No, because the live stream won't work.
Do it, Chris, loudly.
Loudly, is this okay, or?
We'll give her a mic then.
We need to video. Okay, so I think kind of in that framework, found a question that I was kind of wrestling with, get up.
Maybe that'll help with projection. We're doing it for the live stream, so.
Okay, so a question that I was wrestling with is the idea of disposability within not only our pedagogy, but our critical aspirations within it. And I think of it in a couple of different ways, but I'm wondering if anybody would like to speak to the ways that disposability politics becomes embedded in the way that we understand critical work. And often, who does that leave out? And what kinds of people can we readily dispose within our theoretical frameworks? And also within our classrooms that I think we were just talking about it in a car ride down here, that queer people of color or people of color PhDs are coming out with the most debt. And that was alarming for me as a graduate student of color with debt, and what that looks like as a researcher who's supposed to be doing critical work, and ultimately will be in conversations about the disposability and also the agency within the academy, within our research. So kind of I'm thinking on that line.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, that sounded like a lot of questions, at least four.
Okay. Okay, I'll just jump in real quick, then I'll hand it over to you, Tuck, the sort of that tension. I mean, I think this tension is interesting. I think, you know, marriage as a mode of accessing citizenship as itself a normative project, and a project based in its symbolic and material forms on exclusion. You know, does that mean all marriage is bad? Yes, in one way. I mean, I don't back down on this. I mean, I do think yes. And at the same time, it's like, should you get married for health benefits? Sure. Should you get married for immigration benefits? Sure. But I do think, how do these processes of inclusion happen? So if you accept, I mean, it's the same in Latino communities. So like, if you accept your kid who has now a legitimate partner who you can call husband, but what about your, you know, kid who has no interest in being married? I mean, I think so we have to think through the gradations of this, but this tension is going to become more and more prominent, I think, as we continue, more people continue to get married and we are integrated into our families. And I don't know, I think it's going to play out in fascinating ways in relation to citizenship and other normativizing projects. So I guess I'll pass that off to you and then others.
I appreciate what you said. I just have a quick response. There's a longer one, but it's late. And so I'm glad that you asked that, because I had wanted to talk about the politics of respectability as something that might gird a lot of the arguments that I'm making about these communities of people of color, communities, people who have these cultural connections to others. And so Catherine Franke has this book, Wedlocked, and she talked about it at the conference. And in that book, she asks what kind of freedom and what kind of equality does the capacity to marry mobilize? And when I addressed, I spoke about her book on a different panel, and I talked about the differences, the class differences amongst at least African American people who were benefiting from marriage equality. The class differences in how their LGBTQ status was experienced. And I used the example of a couple that I'm following in Atlanta, and it's a black gay male couple, and they have these 2 children they've adopted, and they earn a lot of money, you know, like not the low 6 figures, the mid 6 figures, and when they walk around with their children, people. They've been able to shield themselves from a lot of, homophobia and because of their class and prestige in the community. But the other thing that I think is interesting about their experience is that they're often complimented by other African Americans about how responsible they are as fathers. And so the context for them is not, is it better for these children to be with a gay male couple than with a heterosexual couple? But the comparison are black men who are not fulfilling their responsibility as fathers. So the context is different. So they're able to use marriage in this way that conforms to these notions of respectability, and then they're able to use their class status and privilege to shield themselves. They don't have to surround themselves with people who are going to be disparaging. So yes, I think the citizenship component, but also the respectability is a crucial way to understand what's going on here. And if you read Katie Acosta's book, she has a different, she talks about the in-between spaces. And that's when people have their partners around, but they don't name these relationships. And so this marriage, because of respectability, that's a big part of the argument. And so this marrying forces them to move past that, not past as though that's a bad thing, but it names the relationship in a definitive way.
So, I think sometimes there's a kind of crossing on different levels that happens on these discussions around marriage, in that sometimes the critique of marriage is taken to be a kind of more radical than now, or a kind of criticism of the people who choose to marry in the current conjuncture, and it's not. right? I mean, there are people out there who do say those things, but mostly the critical conversation around marriage is not about dissing people who decide to get married. And given that that's the choice, everybody should have equal access to it, and it's reasonable to make that choice, and there are lots of reasons to do it. And having studies like the kind that Mignon is talking about, where you try to assess what it means to people, that is not in contradiction to the critique of like, why do we have only this choice, right? Why is this the respectable choice? Why is this the only choice? Why is this the legitimating choice? And why don't we have a wider set of options? And then there's an answer to that, right? And it has to do with legitimacy and inheritance. There's an answer to that. But answering a kind of like marriage is an institution that has these really ugly roots and implications, that doesn't mean that people who choose to marry, given that's what we have, are somehow retrograde, right? Or stupid or conservative. Because arguing for equal access to the existing institution is something we have no choice but to do. And to choose to do that when benefits are held there, not only material benefits, but symbolic and benefits and kinship benefits, of course people choose it. And so looking at why people choose it and what it means and how it can be deployed is not in contradiction to saying that this institution is really, has a history in racial capitalism and empire. And it's really and it serves the interest of a kind of privatization, stripping of social benefits, right? That you can say that, and you can also say one must demand equal access to the existing institution. Although, those of us who were engaged in the critique all along wanted to always say, but let's not prioritize that or only ask for that, right? Let's ask that all kinds of relationships get recognition, right? That my relationship with my sister and my ex, right, we should be able to share health benefits or things like that, right? That we open up, we democratize and decentralize this, because this idea that the conjugal couple gets all these privileges, that's thoroughly ideological, right, with an ideological history. But given that that's the landscape we live in, of course people need to be able to use it, right? So it's the misunderstanding that the critique is an attack, right? It happens everywhere I go. People say, well, you think you're more out, you think you're more hip, you think you're, it's like, no, right? That's really not what this is about at all. It's about a critical understanding of the institution that could shape what we want politically and what we imagine is possible, while at the same time understanding and maybe even having research about what it means to people in the current moment.
Yesterday at the poverty panel, Kara Page talked about reparations, and I think one way to kind of broaden this issue of inequality and the unequal distribution of wealth is just to say, look, if we historicize marriage, we understand that it facilitates a tremendous intergenerational transfer of wealth, which in this country has been a racialized project. And I wanted to really emphasize somebody's work that I just tremendously admire, and that's Adrienne Davis, who works on critical race theory at St. Louis University College of Law. And she has an amazing piece that I think kind of ties into the discussion between Karma and Mignon and this question about disposability, which is really about the question of poverty and the question of labor that is completely expendable. And Adrienne's argument in this new work on NCOBRA, right, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, talks about how the failure of civil rights and representation, right, that a certain segment, which is a class segment of the African American community, latched onto a program of cultural uplift and respectability through political representation, through race and rights. And now we see in this post-identity moment, this post-racial moment, that project has not been successful. And it's only with the clearing out and the failure of that political project that you've had this rise of economic redistribution, economic reparations. And her whole history in this paper is very much about how a certain segment of the political elite did not want to put reparations on the table precisely because of the cultural politics of respectability. I think that this is a queer studies project, right? Insofar as marriage is part and parcel and a cornerstone of it, it's part of that historicizing that Lisa was talking about.
I don't know, yeah. Maybe. I've definitely been shying away from like questions of, I think, marriage, because I don't actually think a lot about marriage in my daily life, in my academic life, in my teaching life. And I think other than, and I was sharing this with someone that I met, this lovely human just before this session started, that I think for me and for some of the activist communities that I work with, the relationship to marriage is being able to have a bit of a collective sigh of relief that we can move to additional topics. But I have been thinking, and maybe this is a twisting of the question about the being disposable and like disposability politics, right? And I've been thinking a lot about HB2, and it actually was something that I was considering kind of kicking off my own comments with and talking through HB2, but it reminds me, as scholars are using in national discourse, when people rename this piece of legislation, HB2, as the bathroom bill, that it glosses over and washes over, that piece of legislation is not exclusively about bathroom politics, but it also very much is about limiting municipals' rights to set their own minimum wage, which disenfranchises and affects poor people and working class people, right? And I think that relatedly, in a national response, and maybe this is like a thread of respectability politics, right? Like, allies can get on board with same-sex marriage because it's like yes, I support that. And allies can get on board with, like being against HB2 because it's like, yes, everyone should be able to use whatever bathroom they need to use, right? Everyone keys is like one of the mottos. But I think in a national response, the pulling out of businesses, businesses pulling out of North Carolina, states declaring that their employees will not go to North Carolina as somehow in solidarity with North Carolina. And it's like, well, who again is being affected when businesses pull out? It's people who work jobs that are affected by those businesses. So it's where there's a possibility for coalition building around trans and queer and working class and people who are in those intersecting communities and people who might not be, who are actually being pitted against each other in the renaming of something and the claiming of something as a bathroom bill. And also it makes simplistic, once again, an incredibly nuanced and complex political process and piece of legislation that impacts a lot of different communities.
We have one more question.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for moderating. It was a really powerful way to do it. I've been in a confessional mode like all weekend. I recently got job security at my institution. It's a private teaching college. And I was describing tenure as a lifelong, potentially lifelong emotional and financial contract marriage. So I think it's probably like, it just struck me that maybe one way for us to wrap everything together and not kind of segregate politics from scholarship is to talk about tenure as marriage. And I shared this room with people I deeply admire who have quit academia, were forced out, and people who are, I don't want to put you on the spot, Steph, but I was thinking, like, do we stay? Do we stay at these teaching colleges? And also teachers that I respect and have grown and learned from are on the panel today. And 4 of you are at Research One University's institutions. So the question of what the seduction of security and what tenure means I think is really a lot like what we're talking about in terms of marriage and laws.
It's a comment more than a question, really. It's a good comment, yeah.
It's like what you said, NYU's a real estate professional.
How do we feel about divorcing tenure?
Well, Carrie Ann Rockmore did it. I mean, she left. What are the,
Sarah Ahmed did it.
Carrie Ann Rockmore did. She divorced, right? Tenure because she left to start this wonderful organization that she heads now. And she described it in a way that was quite liberating. I mean, but everyone doesn't have that capacity to have that as an alternative. The mayor, I think it's a great idea. I mean,
it's very interesting.
can you cheat though? Can you go to another marriage?
Might have to start thinking of ourselves.
Adjuncts do that all the time.
I mean, it totally is an interesting metaphor, right? If you think about who has access to tenure and the way that becomes a privileged category that leads to security. I mean, I think it is fascinating. Job security in general, I mean, I think really, you know, Lisa's point over and over about thinking of these institutions as in their embeddedness in imperialism and capitalism, like, and how we're complicit and where we're okay with those complicities and for what reasons. I think we have to have those conversations as part of a queer project. I really do.
I mean, I'll just say something really quick. It's the last profession where you go from contract to status, right? Not from status to contract. And I still believe that that tenure is about freedom of speech, and it's about being able to say and write what you want. I also think, you know, as advice to young scholars, you should always say and do and teach and research what you want, because the minute you start to try to imagine what the market demands of you is when you actually, there's no reason to be in the field.
Yeah, I got it. This has been great, everybody. Thank you so much.
I'm passing on the message.
All right. All right, a round of applause for our panelists. Amazing. Thank you so much.
And thank you to all of you. It's been an incredible weekend, and we really appreciate it.
Hi, I just want to say, can we please give a huge round of applause to Michael and Angela for coordinating.
Where's Mignon?
We were just talking about
We're also on Twitter Mom actually.
I hope your stomach feels better.
I didn't get to say that, but maybe I did. Anyway, I'm looking forward to hanging out together. You don't know if people are married, but you talk about things in ways that we can now in some spaces that exist.
Right.